open, right?
Yo,
Yeah,
yo,
yeah.
yo.
Yeah, it's open.
Yeah. Wait, is the stream back up now? Oh, okay. Should I just tell him that we'll have it back up in a sec? Okay.
Yeah, hello everybody, welcome back to GKR. I am Pedicast, joined by Duncan Brawl Stars. Unfortunately, I ended up crashing because something happened with my power. But we're back. We don't have to worry about missing out on any of the draft or the gameplay because I have the clean feed, right? So I can go back to the time when we start with the draft, so you don't need to worry too much about what you've missed. But I guess for people who are just joining us, we have space. We have we just scroll down to the list here. Yeah, we
got Elevate, we got Space Station.
Yeah, Elevate versus Space Station up, and I believe they're already playing, but we will go into the draft of Gold Arm Gulch really quickly. Then we have Hot Potato, Sneaky Field, Slow Arcade, Ring of Fire. We'll talk more about what we're going to possibly see later, but here we go. Once again, apologies for the delay, but yeah, we're into our draft here, Duncan, and just for people to be aware, it's going to be anarchy. We don't have any hypercharges at all. I mean, sorry, we have all the new hypercharges in play. That means you're going to have, I don't know, really unpredictable drafts. Angela's going to be picked up first, but our bans are going to be Jae Young, Jean, Charlie, Mr. P, Charlie, and Lou.
Yeah, definitely not surprised to see the Charlie banned out by both teams after how frequently we saw her banned yesterday. She's definitely proven to be one of the up-and-comers in this current meta, and obviously with all the aggression that is like kind of taking this meta by storm as well, especially with some of the new hypercharges that we haven't even got into yet. But Shade's going to be stronger, Doug's going to be stronger, so brawlers that shut them down are also going to be stronger because of that. SSG goes with the Angela, but Elevate is going to go with a little bit of a tankier option. We've seen this Hank come out so many different places in so many different situations. It seems like there's always going to be a use case for that big fatty fish, and that is exactly what Elevate's going to be rocking with. Even without the Jae Young synergy in play, they could still go with the Byron or just play range and just kind of let the Hank do what the Hank does.
I mean, I completely agree with you. Hank is so aggressive and such a tanky option. You need to pair it with a little bit of support, and that's exactly what they do. They get Gus down. It is interesting to note that Hank is still going to be used in a map such as this one, but the problem with Hank is just the amount of bulk that he has, and obviously every time you hit Hank, you're going to be charging up that super, you're going to be charging up that hypercharge, which is something that you have to be very careful about.
Yeah, definitely something, especially once we get down into the later parts of the game as well. That bubble's going to take up pretty much the entirety of the map that isn't covered by that smoke, and the ability that Hank has to heal himself by popping that super is going to be so impactful when we get into the later stages of Knockout. We're going to see a tank counter coming out from SSG, though. It's going to be the Lumi, a brawler that has definitely fallen off a very far amount, but when I say fall off for Lumi, it just means that she was by far the best brawler in the game, and now she's just like in the A, S tier brawlers still, so still very strong. Definitely a good answer into the fish, as it's very easy to hit those shots when he's trying to move up, and that slowing star power upon retracting your morning stars is going to make it very difficult for Hank to maneuver around the walls. So I like that pick from SSG. I'm curious to see what they go with this last option as well. Obviously going to need something that has a decent amount of damage to deal with the Hank, and in fact they're going to go with the Bonnie, which is a pick that we've seen be a little bit more prevalent, but she also is one of those 5 brawlers that got a new hypercharge, so maybe we'll get to see that in play here. I'm not exactly sure how quickly people are able to charge up that hyper, but you're going to be able to get a stun upon that jump now, and that could be what they need to take out the fish.
That is true. I mean, the hypercharge from Lumi is so wide, right? You're going to be very, very hard pressed to not get stunned by that specific hypercharge. I like this draft from SSG a lot. They have additionally understood what they can do with the hypercharges, but the kit is there with the Hank along with the Gus shield. It's going to be a Hank hyper carry, and you have to focus either the Gus or the kit to take it down. SSG can't afford to be passive with the draft that they're up against.
Definitely not. It's going to be very scary to go into the Kit and into the Hank. Obviously, a pretty strong combination. The Kit Daryl is what most people know it for, but Kit Hank might even be better in that specific situation. The heal is just going to be so impactful, and then being able to lob over the walls on this map is also going to be pretty important. So we'll see how early they choose to attach that Kit to the Hank and start pushing. Might be something that they want to save towards the end of the round, or they could also have the option to have the Kit play a little bit more of a solo style of gameplay and be aggressive. But we're into game number 1 of set number 1 of our lower bracket 2. We have Elevate in blue, SSG in red, and already Patchy is getting caught out pretty aggressively, but he's going to be able to retreat from that and save his life. Evex is popping that invisibility now, but going to choose to stay passive with it.
It's all about getting your utilities online, getting that gadget, I mean, not get the gadget, but getting that super and the hypercharge ready. If you've used your gadgets, get your gadgets for that last engage jump coming in. Gets a stun off on a Bobby MX. What? How did he manage to do that?
I don't know if that's supposed to be in the game or not, but it looks like because he caught him on the water, he was for some reason not able to stay on there, but was still able to get those swipes off. So very interesting mechanics taking place there. But right after that, Evex does overheat a bit. It is not going to affect his team too negatively, though, as now we are left in a 2v1. Patchy and Diego remain up against just Sans. Going to be very difficult for Sans to get enough damage to take out Patchy here. Likely not even going to put too much of an effort into it, but we'll see as this smoke starts ticking in. It looks like Sans is going to choose to eliminate himself.
Great first start for Elevate here. Obviously, I feel a little bad for Bobby in that situation. I don't think there was any counterplay to what Evex did. That was a very specific niche tactic, or maybe that's a bug with the new hypercharge being in the game. I don't know, but either way, it is Elevate up in terms of the round score, and now SSG are trying to make something happen here. Very aggressive Chino gets tagged up a little bit by Diego, but not too much. Has his own super to boot.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of the Bonnie pick just because I don't really see who Chinos is going to be able to jump on and actually assassinate. Like, Diego is going to have that shield ready to go. Evex can obviously jump in or out of the way. And then Patchy just has so much HP that it's not really even going to be worth it. So, curious to see where Chino is going to try to find the value from this Bonnie pick. Bobby's playing a little bit more passively after he did get caught out by Evex in the last round. But so far, Patchy looks like he might try to initiate a little bit of aggression. Not going to happen quite yet. Evex jumping on his back and immediately off. He's going to try to charge up that super one more time before the final engagement.
Those niche tactics are something to really think about, right? Now, Chino has a super, but you see all of Elevate coming in, but Evex going down is going to be huge. Chino has a hypercharge that he could use. Opts not to go for it. Gets taken out by Patchy, but it's up to Diego to survive, but he's not going to be able to do so. There are 2 members of SSG marking him down. That's going to be a round for SSG, and just like that, we have a competition on our hands.
Yeah, fantastic bounce back from SSG. Just waiting for that smoke to come in and force the opponent's hands to push into them. I think that is probably the strategy that they're going to go for. But Evex is caught out a little bit on his own on the bottom right here. Chino's choosing not to go fully press that. So he's going to get a little bit of a saving grace there as he'll be able to regroup with his teammates. That is indeed what he's going to do. Bobby laying down some heavy fire from the top, but also going to choose to group up with his teammates. Panda, I'm not expecting too much to happen before the smoke gets a lot closer.
Oh yeah, this is gonna be the same spiel over and over again, and that's how you play knockout. I don't know if this is what the devs intended, but the pokey KG game is very much important when it comes to competitive. You don't want to give the other team an inch; they're gonna take a mile. So obviously, you'd be very careful.
Yeah, the first person to drop is typically the team that's going to end up losing the round. Both of these teams are very, very well aware of that, but we should be seeing the smoke start to encroach in here. Indeed, we do, as it moves past this water barrier right now. So Patchy is going to have to start making a move. He does have his hypercharge, but no super. Evex lands the jump, and that's going to be a quick elimination onto Sans. The Bonnie jump is online, but Patchy just looking so tanky right there. Not going to be able to get back into the cannon form, and that should be Bobby falling surely. Elevate's going to take game number 1 of Knockout.
Ooh, that insult to injury. You saw that jump from Evex to clean up Bobby in game number 1. That is authority. That is the stamp of Elevate right there. That that SSG have to get rid of. Dude, I am going to keep making that mistake, aren't I?
It's hard when these players are switching rosters so often, but it's all good, guys. And by the way, we are going to have the new hypers in play today. Indeed, Bonnie does have one, but it seems like just because of the way that knockout works, it's going to be pretty difficult for Chino to charge that up. So unlikely to see it in this game. Would be pretty fun to see some of these new hypers fall into the meta, though. And we'll have to see what these teams think about them as we move into our drafts later on in the game. So far, though, Elevate is going to be in a pretty bad positioning right now. Diego is falling. I mean, he's just kind of trapped back there between Sans and Bobby, just taking those shots at him. Patchy and Evex trying to clear out a little bit of room, and they are going to combine their forces to do so. Patchy is so weak, though, and he is going to be the first blood drawn right here. Elevate's left in a 2v3.
Ooh, really difficult for the side of Elevate here. Bobby is going to go up against Diego Gamer. He's been pinched. He's in between a rock and a hard place. Bobby solo gets taken out. Good stuff from Evex. I think there is a way forward, but he has to play this almost perfectly. There's that stun, though, that he has to be worried about. But now at this point, since he did, you know, put the gas off the pedal, I really think that it's going to go the way of Elevate.
Definitely should just be Chino being able to get this kill right here. Even if Sans does fall, but there's no way is he going to be able to pull off the 2v1. Almost able to pull off a crazy 1v2 on that kit because of those stuns, but not going to be quite enough at the end of the day. And also, Chino does have that Bonnie hypercharge online now, so they might be able to make a pretty crazy jump with this. I believe that with that hypercharge super being popped, Chino is going to get a pretty significant stun onto whoever he comes in contact with. Sans is pushing up with his stun as well. Thought he might go for Patchy right there, but they're going to choose to lay off for the time being.
The issue with that stun, specifically with Bonnie's hypercharge, is that it doesn't hit immediately when you land. You have a window of opportunity, and in the past game, Patchy threaded the needle where Chino used the hypercharge jump, but Patchy popped his bubble as Chino landed before the stun actually hit, and I feel like that's crazy. I don't know if that was intended by Patchy, but either way, Elevate took that.
Yeah, we'll see how this goes. I mean, we are going to be seeing SSG already up a round right here, so Elevate's going to have to play pretty perfectly to bring this one back. The cat and the fish are both just hanging out, having a little animal party on the left-hand side while Diego does all of the work as far as the poking goes. He does not have a hypercharge online quite yet, but that is something to keep an eye out for. The smoke is starting to encroach. That Lumi gadget is going to be burned right there, and now we're going to see everybody jump in. Diego gets stunned, but once again, Patchy is there with the bubble to quickly neutralize it. That's going to be Elevate taking that round. It just seems like the Bonnie jump is not going to do too much unless they're able to stun the Hank before that bubble hits.
I mean, they hedged their bets on that specific strategy, right? But it didn't work out at all. Yes, Bonnie has a hypercharge, but it seemingly isn't as impactful here. I mean, yes, there is a stun, but Bonnie is also right there in her smaller form, easily to be taken out if she doesn't get multiple targets stunned. So it's a little bit of a double-edged sword with that utility. They have to be careful about how they use it.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think that they do need to probably stun out Patchy if they're going to be using the jump in that manner, because if not, Patchy's going to be waiting right there with a bubble just like that to do over 4,000 damage to the Bonnie. So it's going to be a tough situation. Going to have to be a little bit more careful about the timing here. But Chino, once again, is just trying to charge up that super. Evex is looking threatening on the top side of the map right here, but SSG is all grouped up. Probably not the time for him to go in.
Oh yeah, for sure. They're just waiting and biding their time. I feel like Elevate are very successful with how they're piloting their team here. Evex in an awkward position because of Sans, but it's not going to matter. He goes in on a Chino. Chino is going to be taken out. Evex also falls. Patchy with a shield is going to go absolutely crazy. There's a stun. Sans gets the stun with the hypercharge, and it's up to Diego to do something. He gets one. He gets two. That is crazy. Elevate taking set number 1 in electrifying passion.
That's so well played to Diego to maintain his composure throughout all of that action right there. We saw the Lumi hypercharge go online. SSG just bringing out all of these new hypers that we have not really seen in competitive gameplay yet. And you know who else hasn't seen it in competitive gameplay? It's their opponents, but it's still not going to be enough for them to overcome that deficit right there. Well played to Elevate to take set number 1.
Yeah, and as promised, we're going to go to set number 2. It is time for Hot Potato, and our draft is online. Really quick games. So we have Amber, Cordelia, Shade, Kaze, Berry, and Bullbean Band. Elevate to the first set. And the first pick here is with Elevate.
Yep, and we are going to see a lot of these more aggressive options banned out. SSG very wisely, in my opinion, banning out the Bull, who we saw Evex is just an absolute menace on. He won so many games yesterday, completely on the back of his Bull play, so pretty smart targeted ban coming out from Space Station. Elevate's going to select the Lumi with the first pick. Feels like they don't really want to commit too heavily to offense or defense. They're going to take somebody who's kind of the best of both worlds there. And although we have seen Charlie be a more common pick right now, I do like that Lumi because it has a good matchup into the Charlie. So maybe we'll dissuade SSG from taking that. They are going to select the Lily though.
Indeed, I like this Lily pick a lot, and obviously you still have to worry about Lumi, the hypercharge. We saw how good it was for SSG in one scenario, but it could be even more lethal with Elevate. RT's coming out, and I like the RT. We know that RT can mark down the safe, and it does a lot of damage, so this RT can work on tandem on defense and even offense, so I like this pick. It's pretty great.
Yeah, it's hard not to like the RT, especially when he can mark the high safe and get that extra damage for himself and his teammates. Also, just such a sturdy brawler on the defensive end of things as well. Elevate doesn't seem to mind, though. They are still going to go aggro into the RT pick. They're going to select the Buzz, who luckily does not have the extra stun distance anymore, or the extra stun duration anymore. So happy that that bug has been fixed. They have one more pick coming in, though, and they are going to opt for a little bit more defense with that Griff pick coming in.
Indeed, I like this Griff pick, though. The piggy bank is just going to make it that much bigger of a threat, especially with Lumi as well. You're going to open up the map a little bit, but RT might be a problem. I really like the Griff, though, because if you have Lily coming into the Griff and it has a super, it's going to obviously delete almost every brawler that exists in front of it. This last pick from SSG, though, is pivotal to see whether they have something for the objective outright.
And it's going to be Charlie, so opting to play a little bit more defense right here. Obviously a great matchup into the Buzz, but not so much into Lumi and Griff. So not sure if it's my favorite pick on the world. I feel like their safe damage is a little bit lacking unless they're able to get that Lily up there by herself, but she does have the ability to go into the Shadow Realm with the use of that gadget, so it could definitely allow her a little bit more maneuverability to get some breakaway plays, but Elevate's going to be very aware of that. Got to be leaving somebody back on defense. I do think I favor Elevate's comp a little bit, but we'll have to see how it plays out in the game.
Yep, we should be going into the game really soon. And here we are. It's going to be a set number 2 between Elevate and SSG. Elevate took the first one, and now Sans is going to be trying to ensure that his team gets a better situation in the second one. Going to go up against Patchy on the left-hand side, and on the right-hand side, we see a lopsided lane split with Buzz doing similar ideas as Sans does, but Vex gets taken out instead this time around. Bobby also cleans up, as does Chino, so the entirety of Elevate goes down. Now Patchy breaking up the left-hand wall there, making sure that Sans doesn't have a place to hide.
I do really like that wall break from Patchy. That is a really annoying spot to get opponents out of, so taking that away from Sans is going to be relatively useful. Also, something to note that I didn't touch on in the draft is that Lumi does in fact have a hypercharge, and it doesn't seem like it takes that long for her to get that utility online as well, so definitely something to look forward to. Sans has made his way onto the safe, though, and he is going to be popping the first shield of the game for either team. Patchy is there for the cleanup, but Bobby and Chino are going to be taking their mark at him from range. Looks like he'll be able to survive with his life for now, but a lot of these walls are broken up. It's going to make it a lot harder for Sans to get back up to that safe in the future.
Yeah, indeed. Now Chino gets the hypercharge, gets the super as well as the spiders, dispatches Patchy, Dio goes down, and now Sans and Chino are going to go ham on the safe. There's a lot of damage coming in from SSG on the Elevate safe. Now Bobby's also going to be coming in. He's going to really die. I don't know why he went in. I guess he used his super to basically bait Patchy's, and it worked out flawlessly for him. Now Sans is going to be there on the safe, doing a little bit more damage, and Elevate are kind of out of this one right now.
Yeah, pretty significant damage lead, and Patchy's actually going to use the cards while the shield is up on the safe too, so a little bit of missed opportunity as far as the value goes. Nonetheless, him and Diego still getting a ton of damage, and they are going to get the safe down to 50%, still a little bit behind, but going to be able to pick off Bobby here, and Diego's playing fantastically well in the Lumi. Sans thought he was hiding, but he is going to get spotted out. Unfortunate for him, and now Evex, Patchy, and Diego are all up on the safe. This could be a lot of damage coming in for Elevate.
Ooh, big cashback hypercharge as well. Patchy still alive. Stun is there from Avex, but Sans is still alive here in this situation. Avex surely going to be going down. So does Patchy. All 3 members of SSG alive, but Diego has to hold the point here. It's a very close game, and if Diego and the rest of Elevate can hold on, then they can possibly do something. Hypercharge from Sans. He gets a kill on Patchy. He's going in. On the other side, Avex double stun. He goes in on the safe as well. Diego, or both of them, are just completely going ham. Hypercharge from the Chino. He's able to get 2 of them down. There is a lead though for Elevate, and it is unfortunately Elevate taking it for SSG. That is going to be game number 1 for Elevate.
Yeah, both teams got down to that last shield at about the same time, but it looked like SSG might have had the advantage. Nonetheless, Elevate's going to be able to bring that back off the back of some fantastic stuns coming in from Evex, able to clean up with Bobby, their last line of defense. And from that point on, they were almost able to finish the safe, but that was a really close finish. Definitely anybody's game. Couple of misplays by both teams right there too, so curious to see how they clean it up. It looks like going into game 2 on Hot Potato, Patchy's just going to be breaking that wall, but Sans knows exactly where he is. He's going to be able to almost get up to the safe. Not nearly as much damage as I'm sure he wanted.
Yep, and Bobby on the right hand side just being defensive here. Patchy with a huge cashback gets a kill. Bobby the tag. Patchy's still very much alive, but that super from Sans finishes him off. Evex versus Sans, but nope. There's going to be a course correction. Sans goes for the safe instead. Evex going to be very low. Nice super from Bobby to get him down, but the legs are going to be susceptible. Surely taken out by Patchy as well. Chino coming into the fray. The super from Evex, and there goes Chino.
Yeah, a lot of damage coming in. That's going to be 50% on SSG safe right now. So Elevate has a pretty healthy lead compared to what they saw last time. They're all going to be converging onto Evex's Buzz though. So he's going to be in a tough spot. Bobby is going to surely clean that up. Indeed he does. But now Diego is next up here. Might be able to kill Bobby if he can land a couple more shots. Retracts his star a little bit too early for that, but he's still going to get the kill nonetheless. Patchy's up here with the hypercharge cards, not choosing to use it quite yet. And he's going to end up trading out with Chino. But overall, these trades are going to be positive for Elevate. They are still up by about 50.
Ooh, Sans goes in, gets a kill on this. MX gets taken out by Patchy. Unfortunately, that was a good one. He won. But obviously came up for Elevate now. MX going in with his hypercharge. Could get a stun. He's just moving up the map and opting not for the stun just yet. Not going to use that utility if it's not required. And that is going to be Elevate cleaning this one up. A second set very, very quickly.
Yeah, things are looking smooth for Elevate right now. They are probably the favorite in this game, but a lot of people, I'm sure, are hoping that SSG can put up a little bit of a better fight than this, so we're going to have to see how it goes into set number 3. The map is indeed going to be Brawl Ball. It's going to be Sneaky Fields, one of my personal favorite maps in the game to watch. But something to take note of here is that Doug and Shade and Draco, actually, all 3 of those tank brawlers got hypercharges, so I feel like they definitely could find their way into the mix right here. We do see Doug being banned out already, along with Frank, Lou, Gus, Lumi, and Charlie, but the Draco and the Shade are both going to be pretty strong hypers that definitely could find their way into a draft on a map like this, Panda.
Indeed. I mean, Jae Young's going to be coming out. I love Jae Young. It's such a versatile brawler. The adaptability of it to change strategies is great. But the thing is, you need to embrace the new hypercharges, right? I am surprised to see that it's actually SSG embracing them, but getting punished for it. So let's see what Elevate decide to draft around this one. They did go bull in the last day, and they really embraced that. It didn't work out that great in the last game that they played, but maybe it might pay them dividends to Sneaky Fields. They're already up 2-0. What do they have to lose?
Yeah, they're going to be rocking with the Finks here with their first pick of the draft. Pretty solid option. It's going to be strong enough into tanks to be able to counter out whatever SSG might pair up with this Jae Young. They also get the Ashe online as well. Likely going to be Evex manning that brawler, but we know how dirty he is on these tanks. Even though it's not going to be Bull, it's still fun to watch him play any tank brawlers, and I think that Ashe is one of the best brawlers on this map. Like we said yesterday, there is still that little bit of an issue with the speed gear being better than it's supposed to be, so brawlers like Ashe are going to benefit from that change by far the most. Definitely looking forward to how fast he's going to be there, and then now we are finally going to get the Shade hypercharge, and we're going to get our first look at that, Panda.
Yep, we saw how good Shade could possibly be in previous months. Yesterday, though, the display, there was only one person who played Shade, and his name was Unk Zemp. He got punished heavily for it. Let's hope that it doesn't happen for SSG, as it is a brawler that has kind of fallen off in terms of the favor in the meta.
Definitely, but this is the map that definitely is stronger suited for him. There's a lot of walls for him to be able to hide inside of, and a lot of grass for him to maneuver around. So we'll see what type of value the Shade's going to be able to get, and I'm not exactly positive how long the hypercharge takes to get, but as long as it's not a very quick game, then we should be able to see that hypercharge in action. Amber is going to be the last pick of the draft for SSG. Pretty solid control brawler, able to get a lot of value with that vision gear on a map as grassy as this as well, and as well as piercing through the rats, I think is a good solid pick. Elevate's going to double down with that aggression though. That's going to be a Buzz coming in last pick.
I like this Buzz. The stuns are going to be great. The Finks is going to be able to slow down projectiles from the other side. It obviously doesn't help out Ashe and Buzz as much, but it helps them in terms of dodging the shots coming from Amber and Jae Young. Still though, Amber's fire fuel is a little bit of a concern. Jae Young's heals as well, but I feel like the damage output, if Amber has been addressed, is probably ailing for SSG because they're facing very, very tanky oppositions here.
Yeah, I think that they are a little bit weak into double tank, and Elevate is going to be capitalizing on that in the draft stage at least. But now that we're into the game, we'll see how it plays out. We have Patchy playing on the left-hand side, Evex playing on the right-hand side, but they're going to be relatively passive. Evex already hitting a hook, though, and Patchy is going to be falling a little bit weak, so SSG's got a good positioning. Diego, the last remaining member, and SSG did a good job stopping out that aggressive push from Elevate to start us off.
I mean, we do have the hypercharge from Shade, right? So it's gonna be faster, and every single time you hit a shot with that hypercharge, regardless of whether it's in the center of the cone or not, it's gonna do a lot more damage. So that is a major concern. There is some fire on the left-hand side. Big super from Diego gets a kill off on Bobby. This is an opportunity for Elevate, and they are capitalizing. Ooh, he goes in, gets the stun, he gets the goal in, beating Sans to the punch, and that is gonna be goal number 1 for Elevate within 50 seconds.
Yeah, but Sans has that Shade Hypercharge online, and he's getting so much value out of it
Oh,
already.
no.
He is going to be taken out by Evex, and it seems like that is Elevate's main answer. It's just the stuns coming in from Evex. Patchy's the last remaining member. Surely the ball is slotted to Bobby, and indeed he is going to find the angle for the goal. So fantastic response for SSG, mostly built off the back of that Sans Hypercharge. So definitely something to look out for if he's able to charge another one.
Oh my god, Sans going in once more. He gets addressed, by Patchy, and I mean, he addresses Patchy, and Evex going down as well. Diego in the mid has to hold the line, otherwise SSG are going to be getting the grass, and control of the grass is the most important aspect of this specific map here.
100%. Now we see Evex using his Hypercharge to quickly charge up the map, though. He's going to be able to stun out Chino, but the spinny gadget is going to be enough to get the kill onto him along with help from Bobby. That was definitely a spawn to death speedrun for sure. Patchy and Diego are holding down control of this grass. Not looking to feed Sans too much, but he does indeed have that Hypercharge. He's going in now. Lots of damage landed onto Patchy. He's going to be going for Diego next, and he is going to end up falling. Bit off a little bit more than he could chew there.
For sure. I mean, I think all three projectiles hit. Ooh, hypercharge from Evex. Sorry, from Chino gets the kill on to Evex, and now Diego is also going to follow that hypercharge. Patchy so low. Can Sans find him? Sans tries. He does, but now he's a bit too low as he took a little bit too much damage. 20 seconds left, and we're going to be going into overtime. The walls are going to be breaking down. The grass is going to be burnt up. Everything's going to be open. I feel like the composition of SSG favors them a little bit, but the problem is that stun from Evex, such a long range stun, and now Patchy going in with his hypercharge. They've completely isolated Stamina, sorry, SSG on the left hand side. Patchy going in, he manages to get it. That's goal number 2. That is the first game of this set, and that is going to go to Elevate. They are now on match point.
Yeah, SSG, they're hanging in there in these individual games, but altogether, they have yet to take a single thing off of Elevate. They just look like the better team today, and that is what we are seeing. I don't think we saw an Amber Hypercharge in that last game as well, which definitely would have been helpful were they to make it to overtime, but they just did not get an opportunity to do so. So now we have SSG completely against the wall. They're going to have to fully reverse sweep, and that is not the best start, but they do end up defending now. Sans putting in a ton of work up here. He's already got a Hypercharge and a super in pocket.
Indeed, I feel like Elevator just speed running this one. They're already up 2-0, and there's a match point here. They're in the corner of the ball. Stan's going with the hypercharge. He gets a shot off on Diego. Patchy is going to be taken out. Ball's going to be past Chino, and now Sans gets the goal. It's going to be a very early first goal for Stamina. This might be the path forward. 30 seconds in.
Yeah, definitely the best start that we've seen from them yet, but there's still a lot of ground to make up if they want to bring back this set. We're going to see Sans popping that super now on the defensive end just to try to deter a little bit of a goal. Using this wall really well. Evex is going to go for a crazy play, but Chino is there to catch it. Diego has to teleport back out, and that is going to be the SSG defense holding pretty strong. Grass control still firmly with Elevate, though.
Sans going in right hand side, gets killed on Diego. Patchy gets addressed as well. The ball is safely nestled in the corner by SSG. The SK Classic, as it's called now. Evex on the left hand side, with the grass completely infested by these members from Stamina, from SSG. Oh my god.
Yeah, they're not going to be in any rush to get that ball out of here. They've got to play a pretty safe brand of Brawl Stars for the rest of this, but Evex is having none of it. He's going crazy with the hypercharge. Patchy might be able to de-corner this ball, but he is going to end up burning down right before that. Sans is using the hypercharge to its fullest extent. Likely going to be able to clean up Diego Gamer, but not indeed, actually. He's going to be a little bit slow on the reload side. Bobby is having a difficult time locating Diego, but surely he gets this kill. Indeed he does, but Patchy's hypercharge is online. Absolutely runs down Chino. That is going to be a pretty fair trade out this, so Evex is likely going to have to chill out for the time being.
Slow and steady wins the race, and I don't think that Elevate are in any rush, despite the fact that they have won so many games in the trot. Big hypercharge from Chino, managed to miss every single person. So unfortunately for them, Bobby getting taken out. Diego on the left-hand flank. Oh, Evex misses the stun. He's going to be taken out by Sans as well, who is going to push back Patchy just by existing on that right lane.
Yeah, Sans isn't going to get much more aggressive than this 2x2 wall right here. He does not need a goal at this point. He just wants to play some defense. He's going to clean up Patchy very easily. And now with only 10 seconds left, it's going to have to be doing the impossible for Elevate to walk away with this. Evex misses yet again another hook. Sans is going to clean up that final kill, and that is going to be the first win for SSG in this bout right here. Tied up at 1-1 in Brawl Ball, but still going to be match point for Elevate.
Yeah, it's match point for Elevate, but I gotta say, like, we see SSG fighting. They aren't taking it lying down. They're giving it their all. We saw how crazy Sans was on that Shade. Bobby, though, was missing in action, unfortunately, for the team. Let's see if they're able to rectify that in game number 3 here off the 3rd set. 1 game away, and Elevate are gonna be moving on in the lower bracket. Otherwise, SSG are down, and they're dead. First goal within 11 seconds. Dude just held W. He just walked it in. That was crazy.
Yeah, we saw Bobby and Chino both taking the right lane to try and get an early kill, but what that meant is that there was nobody there to address Patchy. Not nearly enough damage coming out from Shade and Jaeyong, and that's a brutal mistake for them to make. SSG is bouncing back relatively well, though. Sans does have his Hyper and his Super online, and Evex is going to be getting pinched out of here, not going to be able to survive with the Jaeyong damage gadget coming in hot. So bush control is on the side of SSG, especially if they're able to eliminate Diego here. That would be pretty good for their positioning.
Hypercharge by Sans. He's going to go in and Patchy. Should be able to find the kill. No has pushed him back, but Diego was down as well. FX doing the same that he's done in Sans so many times over and over again, which is stun him, take him out. Now Bobby is going to be the next victim as this, complete capitulation by Space Station as Elevate have control of the grass. They have a goal and they have all the time in the world.
Yeah, this looks like a really tough spot to be. This is not where you want to be if you're rooting for Space Station Gaming right now, but Sans does have his super. Bobby's giving him a little bit of Jaeyong assistance as well. They're going to collapse on Patchy right here, but he does have the hypercharged robotic rats. Sans clearing out as much room as he can, surviving on very low HP, but now Bobby is going to go down. That's going to be all members eliminated, and surely that is going to do it.
Whoa.
Elevate is going to sweep Space Station Gaming 3-0 in round 2 of the losers bracket, and this is where we're going to have to say goodbye to SSG. Unfortunately for Space Station and their fans, they're going to be exiting GKR pretty early.
That was crazy from Elevate. I mean, they were speedrunning through Space Station. They blitzed them. It felt like a pro team playing against rank amateurs, and I don't know how I'd feel if I was a Space Station fan today, but congratulations to Elevate. Now they have the long task of waiting for who is going to be facing them in the lower bracket semifinals, but kudos to them for that victory, because honestly, I expected them to win, but not this dominantly.
Definitely. I mean, they've got their work cut out for them in the lower bracket still. Only 1 life remaining for them, and they are going to have to play the winner of our next match, which is Tribe Gaming and Code OG. So we might be getting the NA Monthly Finals El Clasico Elevate versus Space Station in a lower bracket, which feels crazy to even say, but Tribe's going to have to get through Code OG first. So now that we focus our attention onto this game, we're going to be playing on the same maps, just so you guys know. So we're going to have to start it off with Gold Arm Gulch.
Yep, we have Gold Arm Gulch, Hot Potato, Sneaky Fields, Crystal Arcade, and Ring of Fire. And right now, we have caught up, chat, so we are not behind anymore. It's going to be the same as it is in game, so sorry for the issues earlier on, but we're back. Anyway, ever since the Brawl Cup, Tribe Gaming has been fed their humble pie, from being untouchable in NA to losing a grand finals in the monthly finals in a sweep, and now they're in an elimination game after being summarily thrashed by Pioneers in the upper bracket. While that may have been humbling, Code OG, knowing their chances at Worlds have vanished, have bowed out of the BSC. But knowing that they don't have any pressure to perform, they've been performing much better now than they have before, and are still in our top 6. While these squads have been at the BSC and GKR only once, they both ended with a Tribe victory, and with Code OG taking only a single game both of these times. Now with their backs against the wall, will the old guard prevail, or will the torch be handed over to the young guns?
That's a fantastic way to phrase it, Panda. I cannot wait to see how this one goes, but something that we have to take note of that we did notice yesterday, Luffy is indeed playing from the beach, and I did see on Twitter as well that he's playing on 60 hertz device compared to the 120 that all of these pro players typically use. So a little bit of a device diff coming in for Tribe that might be able to explain a couple of their mistakes that were made last time. Not the best Wi-Fi, not the best refresh rate going down there for Luffy. So probably unlikely that they've had enough time to practice all of these new hypercharges as well. It's a pretty hectic meta overall, so any of those minor setbacks are gonna feel a little bit more major when you're in a situation like this, but Tribe Gaming is built for moments like this. We'll have to see if they're able to bounce back and maintain their last life in this lower bracket against a team like Code OG that has a lot of experience in tournaments like this.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, just look at the ensemble that we have here, right? With Code OG, of Charles OG in second best. All of them have been to multiple world finals. Charles himself has faced off against Prime Zeta, the EU variety, which was known for their amazing draft and stellar mechanics as well, and they took them to a double match point there. Unfortunately, it didn't work out for them, but all that to say that these guys have demonstrated success in the past, and they have a wealth of experience that even the Tribe Gaming members do not have just now. So that's something to think about going forward.
Yeah, absolutely. Gold Arm Gulch is going to be a pretty fun map to start us off on as well. One of the classic maps as far as knockout goes. And it's really all about that team play, choosing when to go in and when to stay back, and then just making sure that you're ready for that final push once that smoke starts closing in. So the communication is going to be key. Hopefully Luffy at least has comms with his team throughout this the rest of this tournament right here. But I feel like Tribe Gaming, it looks like that they're usually a team that's pretty fundamental when it comes to stuff like that. A couple of mistakes that we saw yesterday, so we're going to have to see if they can clean that up.
Dude, Duncan, can you mute for chat? Because a lot of people are asking you to mute.
Everyone just says I'm always muting. I'm just existing, guys. I'm sorry.
Chat, wait, Duncan, let's both mute at the same time.
All right, bet.
Okay. I can't do it. I have only fat. There's only there is no there. Where's the bone? I don't feel okay. Wait, I have this beard line. Yeah, look at that. That's like so straight.
I gotta get myself a beard someday, man. But we'll stick with the jawline for now.
Okay, but Gold Arm Gulch, like we mentioned, it's gonna be a very, very passive map. Passivity is the name of the game, and it's all about being passive till you're not. When the smoke starts billowing in, that's when you make your stance known. That's when you go in. But obviously, it really depends on how fast people charge their abilities and their stats and whatnot. But then we have another map, which is going to be Hot Potato up next, which is a heist map. And you have these walls, you have the grass in the mid, and a lot of different strategies being employed as of late. We saw some Bonnie in Gold Arm Gulch from Chino, but it didn't work out. I feel like Space Station were trying to embrace the new hyper meta, but it wasn't as, I guess, impactful as people thought it might be. And I think that is probably what we're going to see a lot in the next few days of leading up to the monthly qualifiers and leading up to the monthly finals. Just people trying to figure out what works because it's not enough time.
Yeah, it's most certainly the biggest thing that's going to be impacting the game is these 5 new hypercharges. In case you guys weren't aware, the brawlers that did receive hypers today are Shade, Bonnie, Doug, Lumi, and Draco. So 3 of those are going to be some of the more aggressive options, being the Shade, Doug, and the Draco. So on some of these closed off maps, including like Hot Zone and Brawl Ball, I'm definitely expecting to see some of these picks be very, very impactful. Not really too sure how willing these teams are going to be to risk their entire draft on a brawler that they haven't got that much practice in, but it's really all going to be about limit testing some of these new hypercharges. Also, Bonnie and Lumi obviously going to have a little bit more range in their hand, but they have some pretty strong hypercharges. I haven't really got to see the best out of them yet, but we did get to see the Shade one in that last set, and even though SSG did lose, it seems like all the good motion that they had was on the back of Sans popping off with those hypers.
Oh yeah, for sure. We were just waiting for some of the teams to get ready and into the game, and we're just waiting for the draft to happen, and that's why we're, I guess, delayed, I guess? I'm not sure.
Yeah, it looks like we thought we had caught up, and I guess that we did catch up a little bit too early somehow, even though we did get a little bit late into that Elevate game. I guess people expected Space Station to maybe take a set off of them, so unfortunate that we didn't get to see a set number 4 or 5. But just in case you guys aren't aware, we are going to be playing on the same maps for this, but those 4th and 5th maps that we didn't get to see for Elevate SSG are indeed Crystal Arcade and Ring of Fire.
Mm-hmm. And in Crystal Arcade, Ring of Fire, we haven't seen Crystal Arcade in a long time, in fact, so it is an interesting map. You have those 2 island walls on either side, you have the grass around them, and then you have those unbreakable walls with a little bit of grass, a little bit of sneakiness, a lot of tank aggression and aggressive brawlers. Assassins are really good on a map such as that one, and I think it's conducive to different strategies all around. The question is which team is going to have a consensus of what works and what doesn't, and I don't know if experience is going to be trumping, you know, the new teams, but I think it's going to be an exercise in figuring out what works.
Yeah, it's got to be a little bit tough for Kodo G as well. Like we said, they did announce their that they are going to be leaving the BSC scene right here, so They're a team that's kind of on the way out right there, but they still have made it this far, so they might as well keep on trying to keep it pushing as far as they can go. Tribe Gaming, on the other hand, obviously, they're going to make a push for the World Finals this year. They are still sitting atop of the North American region as far as the BSC leaderboards go. Elevate is hot on their tail indeed, but those two teams have been very dominant throughout the beginning of the year. We've talked about it before, but since the Brawl Cup, it does seem like Tribe has had a little bit of a fall off right there, so they're going to be trying to bounce back, prove to everybody that they are still the Titan of this region, and winning this NA GKR tournament from the losers bracket would definitely be a way to kind of start that agenda.
Yeah, apparently there is a little bit more of a delay. I believe teams are still trying to get together in the lobby. So we've been instructed that it's going to take us about like 3.5 minutes to come back. So we'll see you in 3.5 minutes. Apologies for the delay, chat. Hey everybody, welcome back. It's time for Tribe Gaming versus Code OG. We are in the draft phase. Gold Arm Gulch is the name of the map, and the name of the game is beat your opponent in the draft, and then I think everything should work out. Gene, Angelo, Gus, Gray, J Young, and Kit are the band's first pick for Code OG.
Yeah, we're going to see if they choose to go for a little bit of range, a little bit of aggression, or a mix-up of the two, but we're actually going to get absolute cinema with the draft already. It's going to be the Mandy coming in first pick. Not something that is as common in competitive gameplay, especially when compared to lower levels of ranked, where people like myself, and I'm sure a lot of you in the chat tend to stay, but it's a tough brawler. If you're able to hit those shots and get those supers lined up, it can easily solo win a round for your team. But at the same time, if you miss out on that utility, then the Mandy's not going to have much to offer, especially in the face of aggression. Tribe Gaming going to be taking a brawler that's a little bit of a mix of range and aggression with that Bonnie pick. We saw Chino manning it on the SSG set as well, and didn't really get the most value out of that stun, mostly because of the existence of the Hank bubble to immediately counter it out. But we'll see if Code OG doesn't choose to go with the fish, then it might be a pretty valiant counter right now. The final pick of this turn coming in as well, and it's going to be a Lumi. So Tribe Gaming going straight with the new hypercharges. Both of these brawlers now have hypers, so definitely going to be pretty interesting to see how it pans out.
What's out? What's out?
Use code PAN in the shop. Ah!
Nice. With next pick for Code OG, they have range, but the thing is they are facing two new hypercharges. Lumi's hypercharge specifically is quite wide, and you might get stunned with multiple teammates along with you. So that is a concern. Daryl coming out for Code OG. I like this because they don't have anything specifically right now. Like if a Daryl rolls into the Lumi, the range is going to be pretty long for that Lumi super, right? It's probably not going to stun. So I like this Daryl pick so far, but Tribe Gaming still have this last one to counter it out. Let's see what they go for this last pick here. They go for Charlie Code OG, and I like Charlie because the range is massive. You can get your spiders more often. The cocoons are amazing, and it's going to be able to take down any kind of assassin brawler that comes to your mark, even other brawlers with that cocoon, so to speak.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty smart pick into the Bonnie jump as well, because you're going to be able to cocoon the Bonnie the second that she lands here. We're going to see an interesting pick coming last for Tribe, though, and it's going to be the Willow. Obviously, there's a lot of walls on this map that throwers are able to use, but it's pretty difficult to get consistent value with one of those thrower picks until the end of the round, so we'll see how passive Tribe Gaming chooses to play it. But I think that the Willow is a pretty good answer into the aggression that the Daryl has to offer. So pretty interesting comp coming out from Tribe. Definitely putting a lot of trust into these new hypercharges. It also looks like Luffy managed to actually find a home to play in. So he's not going to be aura farming on the beach any longer. Locking in a little bit harder for day 2.
Yeah, yesterday wasn't the best day for Tribe. And I feel like the beach might have been a little bit... it might have contributed a little bit towards this, but anyway, we're gonna go for Tribe versus Code OG in this lower bracket match here, and the loser of this is gonna be exiting the GKR following Stamina today, SSG today, sorry, and I'm still gonna keep making that mistake. We are underway with round 1. You're not gonna see much happening in the early onset of the match. It's just about, you know, farming your supers and pinching and poking the opponents, trying to maintain a little bit of control, not too much where you have to push back the opponent completely, but just enough that you know where everybody is at all times.
Yeah, both of these teams are playing incredibly passively right now. Just look how far away Luffy is from his projectiles. He is not going to be taking those back into the pocket anytime soon. Just wants to deny that space to Code OG, and he'll pop a gadget once that smoke starts coming in. But Charles does have his Mandy super online. That is definitely the hardest one, or one of the harder ones to get, but definitely the most important one to have. He's going to go straight for Luffy too, a little bit early right there, but second is using the long dash to go straight onto RBM. That is going to be a very, very clean combination coming out from Code OG.
Wow.
Surely they're able to take this first round, but Charles took a risk with that super and it paid off dividends.
Yeah, Charles is that clutch player. You see him do a lot of clutch things, but sometimes it doesn't work out. If you remember 2023, specifically that goal, you have to trust Charles, but sometimes, you know, you got to be a little bit careful.
Yeah, that's... Oh, he's going for another one too. Almost able to take down Luffy right there. That would have indeed been a kill, but now he's going to have to start from scratch charging up that super. But the next time he does get that super, it will likely be a hypercharge. So really well played by Charles to cycle out that value. Once he does get that Mandy hyper, it is going to be a very terrifying prospect for Tribe to push into. But they are going to be trying to gain back a little bit of positioning. Once again, Luffy leaving his attacks on the field as they wait for the smoke to push Code OG in.
Daddy Second has that hypercharge button ready. Let's see if he's gonna be playing spoil sport for Tribe Gaming. Tribe already lost the first round, so they need this win. And it's not looking like it's going to be an easy one. Hypercharge is coming all around. Misses the shot there, Charles. But, ooh, big super. A Cocoon is on point. Zeus going to fall as well. But no, there is a Hex there. It doesn't matter. Too late for Tribe Gaming as the first game claimed by Code OG.
They just gave too much value to Charles. Once he got that hypercharge super, he didn't even hit the guy that he was really aiming for, but he did catch Luffy with one of the split shots right there, eliminating him. That is just absolutely massive for the momentum right there. I have to think that Tribe cannot feed him as much going into this next round. There's really no incentive for them to be pushing into the Mandy because that was really their lose condition, and Charles just executed it so incredibly well. We'll have to see how Tribe switches up the strategy going into game 2, and indeed they are going to be pushing up this right-hand lane. An early ice gadget as well is going to allow RBM to get a lot of value right there. Already hit 3 shots, and they have Code OG completely trapped in the corner. If RBM wants to go in, he can.
Yeah, this is a pretty good idea from the side of Tribe. I felt like they lost so much of control that it was a really bad spot. Big super! Oh no, Zeus with the Captain crazy, but he gets taken out. Now second going in onto Luffy. Daddy second getting the goal. It's going to be Code OG versus RBM, and that's a 2v1 situation. What? RBM gets a kill, but he's going to be cocooned and surely taken out after he emerges. That's going to be round 1. Going to Code OG. That is crazy.
Yeah, Code OG had a couple of moments where it looked like they might have let that round slip, but that cocoon connecting was the final nail in the coffin right there. Tribe looks like they are pretty outdrafted and getting outplayed so far. We'll have to see how it goes as the entire roster of Code OG is going to be grouping up on this left-hand side. We see another spawn trap taking place here, but last time that just did not pay off for them since Charles was able to get that super back.
Ooh, once more, second going in, but he gets one. Wow. He is able to get another one. Zeus is going to be taken out. That is crazy. RBM is the last one alive on Tribe, and he's going to be surely marked down by OG. Jump coming in, but it's a desperate attempt. First set going the way of Code OG. Tribe in shambles.
What an insane win from Code OG. All the second glazers in the chat rejoice because, oh my goodness, did he carry that last game. He went absolutely crazy on the Daryl. Lumi had no answer for him at close range, and the knockback, all of that stuff combined, it was just going to be too much to handle. Really clean set from Code OG. I think that they had a pretty solid draft, but just the gameplay was on point from them.
I'm actually surprised with the way they played this and executed this one. It also shows that Bonnie isn't nearly as good as people rate her to be. Yes, the stun matters, but I mentioned that it's a double-edged sword. If there was a reclaim mechanic for Bonnie to get out of there, it's okay. But the problem with Bonnie is that you need to get those double stuns or you're not going to get the value that you need from the hypercharge. So you have to play Bonnie as you would play Bonnie any other time, or use it specifically to go onto an assassin or something which can take out your entire team. So I feel like Bonnie is a great brawler, but not utilized the optimal way by Tribe Gaming, at least in that set.
Yeah, that's the second time that we've seen Bonnie take the L and knockout right here. It seems like she is a strong brawler in certain situations. I still don't really know if knockout is the best mode for her. We've seen it happen before, but not today at all. So, I mean, might be something that the future teams want to take a look into, but we are going to be moving into Hot Potato, which might be a little bit of a better Bonnie map. I mean, considering it is Heist, Bonnie's storied, famous game mode, but there's a lot that you can go on this map, especially with the new hypercharges being released. Shade could definitely make a use case on this map, Draco as well, and then of course Lumi and Bonnie are going to be pretty main brawlers on this situation as well. So looking forward to getting into this draft and seeing what the bans are going to be.
It's going to be a Hot Potato. I'm eating right now, sorry. I need to eat a banana.
All good. I'll keep yapping for a sec. Some other brawlers that we could see coming into the play on Hot Potato. Daryl's definitely one of them, and we just saw Second go absolutely crazy on the Daryl, so could be another option, as well as Chuck, Lily, Miko, of course, are going to be some of the more aggressive heist safe damage brawlers that you can see. For the defensive end, it's typically going to be Cordelius and Charlie are going to be the most common options. And then if you want to go something that's kind of a mix of that, you've got Lumi, you've got Bonnie, you've got Rico, you've got Amber. A couple of those options could be in the mix as well. I also forgot about Bull.
Yeah, I mean, I got to mention that Charlie, the only thing that changed with Charlie was the range, right? And with the change in range, she becomes so meta. In every single map and mode, she's almost invaluable. So this is a pretty interesting way to balance out a brawler. I feel like if they reduce the range a little bit, I feel like she'd probably be the right sort of brawler that she needs to be. But right now she satisfies every single niche, which is a problem, which is why you see Charlie being banned out time and time again. And in Hot Potato, we have the same situation. Charlie's being banned out along with Cordelius. Similar function. Melody for a lot of safe damage. Barry for sustain and those hypercharges, which he runs through. Lumi for those stuns. And Kaze is especially one of the best duelist brawlers to ever exist. First pick from Tribe Gaming, going to be that Chuck. And we saw some spicy Chuck coming in from Face Station yesterday. I believe specifically Sans was running it with those double post shots there. You could get 2 hits on the safe with your super with that. So that might be a strategy that Tribe Gaming opt for, but Code OG have the next pick.
Yeah, I think that the Chuck pick is pretty solid here, and they definitely use their bans with that Chuck pick in mind, I would have to assume. Charlie and Cordelius being banned is definitely a pretty perfect situation to take that Chuck in. There is one defensive brawler, though, that I didn't mention and that Tribe didn't mention as far as the bans go, and that is RT. Fantastic brawler to deal with the Chuck. You can leave your legs on the safe and get that double damage, and you can get a little bit of extra work done on the offensive end as well. They're also going to pair that up with the Buzz for a little bit of guaranteed safe damage, especially once he gets that hypercharge. He can move up the map so quickly, getting those stuns off and just kind of clearing the path for himself or his teammates to get some safe damage. So pretty balanced comp from Code OG, and we're going to see an off-meta Maisie pick coming in from Tribe. Interesting.
That is an interesting pick. Obviously, Maisie with the hypercharge on the safe is a huge concern, but I think that Maisie, if she has her super or if she has her gadget, which gets his stuns off, might be a pretty good counter into the Buzz hypercharge where he tries to, bliss everybody and get to the safe as fast as possible. Though I still don't think Maisie is a great pick right now. I think that might be the rationale, right? Griff is going to be coming out. Yeah. So they're pairing up the Maisie with the Griff, and Griff is going to be opening up the map completely. Maisie and Griff should do pretty decently in an open map, and Chuck is just going to go chugga choo choo right down the line to that safe there.
Yeah, it's a pretty interesting strategy coming out from Tribe. I mean, it is going to be nice to have the wall breaks as far as the Griff and the Maisie go, but it does take time to get that fully set up right here. So we'll see how long they're able to drag this game off, but the longer it does go, the more guaranteed damage they get with the Chuck as well. So maybe they just want to be stalling with those 2 brawlers and allow the Chuck to do a majority of the work. Code OG is going to be taking a defensive brawler with their last pick of the draft, though. It's going to be a Spike, which honestly, I'm usually a pretty big hater of the Spike pick, but the Cactus gadget should be decent enough into Maisie and Griff if that's what they choose to rock with. And besides that, it's going to be some pretty good guaranteed defense onto the Chuck. Going to be able to charge up those supers and hypers a little bit quicker. So not a bad place to bring out the Spike if you got to bring out the Spike anywhere.
Yeah, I feel like every 20 seconds that go by, you're going to see a little bit more assertion of the map by Tribe Gaming. That means that Griff is going to be breaking open the walls repeatedly in those segments. We're going to go into game number 1 of the second set between Tribe Gaming and Code OG in this lower bracket fixture. And Code OG took the first set. Tribe Gaming need to pull up their socks right now.
Yeah, not a position that most of us expected Tribe to be in, but nonetheless, it is the reality of the situation. Charles is going to have a free walk up to the safe right here. Zeus is going to finally address that. But Maisie shots are a little bit difficult to hit at that mid-range. We see Charles getting a lot of value juking out of there. He is eventually going to be taken out, but Zeus had to use an entire super for that. We see the RT getting a ton of damage in the middle. That's going to be second playing that brawler. But RBM has got the post pretty much set up right now. Obviously not in the lead quite yet, but once he gets those posts set up, it's just a matter of time before he gets that damage in.
Ooh, nice double stun. Charles gets a double kill. That's huge. And now we can see Code OG assert a little bit of control on the map here. Obviously, we have Charles going in. He gets to stun off on a loopy. He gets a kill as well. He's still on the safe finally, though. Zeus gets the address. And here we have second on the safe. A little bit more damage. RBM also peppering that high safe as well with his super.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that second isn't playing a little bit more on the defensive end right here. We haven't seen him really split into his double leg form either yet. OG is going to be peppering the safe on the offensive side, but Code OG does have a pretty big deficit to make up now. Definitely, Tribe is pretty close to knocking down that final shield on the safe, but Charles is going to be there with a well-timed stun to let them last a little bit longer, but they are still down by pretty much an entire shield. Not the best look for Code OG.
Yeah, with all of these abilities, Spike is probably falling off a little bit. OG, one of the best Spikes in the world, classically the best in the world, in fact, and unfortunately for him, it's not going to be as effective as it was in the past. Now, Charles, not sure what he's doing there, buddy. Not sure what you're doing there, buddy. But that's going to be game number 1 for Tribe Game. That Chuck is spelling doom for Code OG. They need to be more aggressive. Otherwise, they're going to be completely caught in an awkward situation.
Yeah, once the team with the Chuck gets that lead, it's really hard to bring it back if
Hmm.
he has that post set up. That's exactly what we saw right there, but you have to get off to an early lead against Chuck before he gets this entire setup going. So we're going to have to see how Kodo G does this time around. Charles is once again going to be moving up the left-hand side, but this is looking like it's a good bounce back for Tribe Gaming so far. OG is doing some good work in the middle of the map, but RBM is just going to be able to set up these posts pretty much untouched.
Hmm. That's great for Tribe Gaming, but now Kodoji need to be aggressive. They need to go on the safe here. Second going in on the safe. He's going to get so much of damage. Just look at that save being obliterated. Just like that. In fact, Kodoji are almost at parity. Though that legs have been moved off to the point there. Second's done a great job of keeping Kodoji in this one.
Yeah, OG is doing a good job surviving around this wall as well. The wall break is finally going to come in from Luffy, and the damage or the healing from the fertilize is not going to be quite enough to keep OG alive. Charles has the super waiting if he's going to go in, and he just chose a bad time to do so. Luffy's going to be able to clean that up. Second surely next to fall, but he does end up getting a trade out of there. So well played by Second to get the most value as possible in that situation.
That's a crazy trade. You don't expect that at all. I thought he was dead. I think even Luffy didn't expect that. Oh, it's kind of crazy now. OG going with his hyperdrive, but so does Luffy. That catchback pierces walls of the hyperdrive. He has a second one. He cycles it, not getting value from the second, but got the value from the first.
Yeah, and we are going to see Tribe Gaming continue to extend on their lead right here. The Chuck post setup is complete. Second does a decent job cleaning up on defense pretty quickly, but they've got to get some offense of their own. And with that wall being broken up right here, it's just going to be difficult for them to move up. Zeus playing some good defense, distracting as much as he can to allow RBM to get that damage. And he's just one more go in away from knocking out the last shield tier, but Kodo G has got it below 50.
OG in an awkward situation here. Zeus has a super. Luffy doesn't have a hypercharge just yet, but he is trying. Zeus pops his hypercharge, trying to get a little bit more damage on the safe. They're trying to close this one out. They don't want to take another set loss here, and it's going to be Tribe Gaming taking this win and equalizing the set score at 1 apiece.
Yeah, it just looked like Kodo G didn't have the draft to be able to contend with the guaranteed damage that the Chuck has to offer. They tried doing all they could with the buzz stuns mid train ride, but we just saw so many times that he was just able to get that train back again and just blast through the buzz, even with the stun existing. So pretty good draft to Tribe Gaming. Not as good of a draft for Kodo G. Still not a big fan of the spike pick, even though it is a classic OG option right there. But we're gonna have to see if they can pull out some better drafts as we move into set number 3. Sneaky Fields, we're tied up at 1 apiece.
Oh yeah, for sure. And it seems like Tribe Gaming are slightly cooking once more. That was a very good hot potato set. Gold Arm Ghost didn't go their way. I felt like the Gold Arm Ghost draft wasn't all that bad. It was just Code OG kind of popping off. They tried their best. Fundamentals made sense, but the utilization wasn't optimal. Hot potato, though, on the other hand, worked out much better for them. I didn't like the Maisie pick, but you know, it paid dividends for them, and a win is a win. So that's something to look at. But you know, considering it's so off meta right now and Maisie's not even in the minds of people, the fact that they had the wherewithal, or rather the recall to remember Maisie in this specific scenario is, I guess, commendable.
Yeah, definitely a brawler that doesn't cross my mind all that often when I'm drafting right here. But these guys, they know the use case for every single brawler in the game, even though we're pushing 100 at this point. Kind of ridiculous that how many brawlers have been added in the past year of gameplay. But it's these pros' jobs to know exactly what use cases are for each of them, what the counters are for each of them, when you can pick it, when you shouldn't be picking it, how early to pick it, what modes to pick it on. It's a lot that goes into being a good drafter in Brawl Stars Esports, and that's why we see a lot of the teams that have been dominating international competitions are the ones with those well-respected story drafters on the roster.
Yeah, what I see from time to time from the peanut gallery is a lot of people are like, oh yeah, these guys are draft merchants. Those guys just don't know how to play draft. They don't know how to do anything else. But the thing is, right, we are, what, 3 years in a draft? I don't think you can make excuses about draft anymore. I feel like it is a skill that you have to have as a pro player and as a pro team. And a lot of teams do have that capability. It's just that some teams decide that they can't do it. So unfortunately, it's not time to make excuses. Draft is here. Draft is here to stay. You have to learn how to draft. You have to wisen up, and excuses aren't going to help you win titles, right?
Definitely. And with the amount of brawlers that we have in the game too, it's not even like it's quite as much of a rock paper scissors meta as it once was. So many different unique abilities that counter out different unique abilities. So as we move into a map like Sneaky Fields, like typically people think of this as like a tank map, a speed gear map, but there's a lot of different strategies you can go for. There's wall breaks like we saw with the Griff in the last set. There's some throwers that are pretty fantastic here. Willow is definitely one that is on the top of my mind. She has been a pretty frequent early pick on some of these KG or Brawl Ball maps, so just something to keep in the back of the mind as we move into our set number 3 draft coming up soon.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, you expect a wall break or some kind of way to get goals being scored, but the wall breaks right now aren't as guaranteed, and you would rather use the wall breaking ability on, possibly an assassination or something. We're gonna go into our draft here. Charlie, Gus, Lumi, Buzz, Ash, and Lou are gonna be banned out. Code OG with that first pick. But as you were mentioning, Willow is great for ensuring that you hex a person and get those goals. So it obviates the need for the wall break. But obviously a wall break would be much easier to, work with. But wall break brawlers aren't as great. I feel like Primo is the only viable option on this map, but it really depends on how the teams draft if you want to pick Primo. So it's going to be a late pick, if at all.
Yeah, I'm with you there. Griff is the one that could be an earlier pick that I think if they want to go for a wall break strategy, I think he's your guy. Chester does have that ability, but only a 1 in 5 chance he gets it. So definitely a little bit of RNG coming into play with that Chester pick. He is a little bit weaker since his supercharge rate was nerfed, but still relatively strong as a tank counter option. So Code OG trying to cover their bases here. Tribe Gaming is not going to do that though. They're going to go all aggro off rip with that Shade pick that we saw Sands do so much work on in our first game of the day. So I do really like this option. I feel like RBM might be able to go absolutely crazy with that new hypercharge that Shade has. And in case you guys weren't aware, it's going to make it so he gets 4,000 damage per hit, no matter whether he lands it up in the middle of his shot or not. Definitely makes Shade a better brawler.
I mean, Shade is great right now, right? And we saw how good Chino was on that Shade. Or was it Sands? Sands was on that Shade, and he kind of kept back Elevate repeatedly just with that Shade alone. So if you pair it up with two competent brawlers on this map, it can pay you dividends. So Chester is that first pick, but I feel like in the Shade in the Chester is not the best pick, but obviously that's not going to be the specific brawler that goes up against Chester. Otis to mute out is an interesting choice. It's certainly not as meta, but the stun from that hypercharge might be a consideration.
Yeah, I don't dislike the Otis pick because I think that if they wanted to go like for a straight up tank counter, it probably would have been Griff, but they don't want to break the walls because they already have that Shade. So Otis is going to be a tank counter that can thrive without breaking up the map. I think that's what they're going for here. And I also think that they might be a little bit scared of the Doug pick coming in. So that's why they wanted a strong tank counter like that. Code OG is not going to be going with the Doug quite yet, but they are going to take the Bull that we saw do so much work, especially when Elevate, specifically Evex, was manning him yesterday. So really strong brawler since the balance change and the rework. They're going to add a Hank to the mix as well. So a very beefy comp coming in from Code OG. This Otis is going to have his work cut out for him as far as tank countering goes.
The amount of damage and the amount of HP on Code OG is kind of insane. Otis is great for addressing one tank. If you have two, it's kind of game over. Shade is also a great brawler, but it's good into squishy or mid tanks, not that great into out and out tanks like we're seeing here. Chester as well is a huge counter to the Shade. I feel like this draft is already kind of getting away from Tribe Gaming a little bit, but let's see how they go for this last one. Griff, I like this Griff a lot. That cashback is going to cycle crazily.
Yeah, I think that they threw out the whole let's leave the wall up for the Shade idea, and now they're just like, okay, they went Hank, they went Bull. We got to have something to answer that. Griff is definitely going to be one of the stronger tank counters in the game. Going to be able to cycle those cards out very easily if he's able to line them up onto multiple opponents. And I mean, Code OG, the moral of the story right here is that they have no choice but to really play very aggressive. They're going to have to get some crazy pop-off plays with the Hank, with the Bull, and then eventually with the Chester hypercharge if they're able to get that. So a lot of aggro coming in from Code OG. Tribe Gaming is going to have to try to control the pace of this game, but the map is already being broken up, and it looks like Code OG is off to a pretty hot start.
Great stuff for Code OG here, and Luffy broke up the left-hand wall. Now we're going to see a little bit of resurgence in Tribe in terms of control. OG gets the ball. I don't think he really wanted that in this situation, and he is going to go up against RBM, but I feel like RBM has his number. He gets the kill there. Ball's going to be moved out. Silence is going to be on second, gets taken out by RBM, cornered by Charles, and this is going to give a little bit of moderation for Tribe Gaming, as they are not going to be able to get the ball easily enough.
Yeah, definitely a pretty early corner coming through from Code OG, especially when they have two tanks. It's not going to be the greatest defense. Zeus going in hot with his hypercharge, but he is going to miss it. Well played by Code OG to dodge out, but OG is the last remaining member on defense, and he is going to fall down there. So that is going to be a quick goal for Tribe. They pretty much, since that first push, had complete control of the map. Even with Code OG cornering it, they really were never at risk of not scoring there. The hypercharge cards are coming in too, and I don't know if they're going to be able to make it back in time. That is going to be a very quick turnaround. Tribe Gaming taking game number 1 of Brawl Ball.
Yeah, that hypercharge came online at the right time. Such an opportune moment for Tribe Gaming. That cashback just completely destroyed the Bull. They couldn't really do anything in that situation. So it feels bad for Code OG because I don't think they expected the Bull to go down, and they didn't expect the speed at which they were coming in. We're going to go into game number 2 here. Tribe Gaming took the first one quite comfortably.
Yeah, OG is going to be falling immediately in this one too, so already not a great start. Charles has really no choice but to try and hide in this grass for as long as possible. Obviously going to be working to try to charge his super. Indeed he does, but he does not get the wall break that I think he was going for. That is going to be a very strong defense from Tribe. Now they'll push the ball up.
Man, that was crazy. OG going down. Ball is going to be placed in an okay situation for Tribe Gaming. RBM with a hypercharge gets one. He gets the second as well. And OG, the low member in his team, he has a super. Is not going to be able to do anything. Zeus can just walk this one in. That's going to be first goal for Tribe Gaming. 50 seconds in, 40 seconds in.
Yeah, it seems like the double tank counters are paying dividends for the side of Tribe Gaming. OG thought they might be able to just run him down, but it is not working out quite yet. They should have RBM dealt with right here, but now they have their 2 tanks going into the 2 tank counters that Tribe has to offer. OG does get a nice kill there, and a double, in fact, with the Hank hypercharge. So now this is the best chance that they've had to score all day. Charles is going to clear out the path, and surely OG is going to have the equalizer.
Oh, beautiful stuff from Charles. That rush was exactly what they needed. Kodoji getting that is going to be great here. It's going to be equalizing, but the map's breaking up even more. And every time that happens, it favors Tribe Gaming even more. Luffy especially. It doesn't matter though if Luffy gets his hypercharge, but up to that point, it is going to be a problem.
Definitely. Charles has the hypercharge, but he's going to get stunned out by the Otis and immediately deleted with the power of teamwork from Zeus and Luffy. The pass is coming up there, but RBM does fall. They still might be able to force this through, though. Zeus is going to give it a shot, and he's going to shoot it a bit too early, so maybe a missed opportunity. Not positive if he was going to be able to score that, but Luffy is on a one-man tear, and I don't know if Second's going to have the defense for this. It looks like he should be able to defend, but the pass is there to RBM. Really well defended by Second Best.
Daddy Second making sure that he keeps Tribe Gaming out of it. Charles gets the kill as well on RBM. Luffy tries. That was a bit too desperate. Now Zeus as well, just pushing the ball up, cornered by OG while he gets taken down. And Code OG are still very much alive.
Yeah, I don't know if the overtime strategy is going to pay dividends for the side of Code OG, though. I mean, they have the double tank. Obviously, Luffy and Zeus are going to thrive once this overtime hits and these walls go down. OG does get muted out here, so RBM is going to be capitalizing. Indeed, he does. Full positioning for the side of Tribe. And now Charles is going to be considering getting this ball, but I don't really see a way he can get out of the corner right now.
Indeed, now Charles going in with a desperate hypercharge. Doesn't matter. Zeus with his own hypercharge. Ball is going to be passed to RBM or maybe even Luffy. They aren't going to take any risks here. And it is perhaps passed to RBM. That's going to be gold. That's going to be set. And now Tribe Gaming are up 2-1 in terms of the set score. The confidence on Luffy's face right now tells stories.
Yeah, that game kind of felt like it was a matter of time as far as how the drafts went right there. It looked like Code OG had a fun idea, but it just really was never going to get the job done into double tank counters. Tribe Gaming did a great job immediately identifying what strategy Code OG wanted to go for and countering it out and just playing some solid defense so they didn't get caught lacking by any of the hyper-aggressive plays from Code OG. So really well played to Tribe, getting back to the fundamentals, and they're looking like the strong team that we were expecting them to be today.
Oh yeah, what a set from Tribe. When we had 5 brawlers on the screen, it looked like they were out. It didn't look like they were going to be able to come back from it. But that Griff pick was crazy. It just goes to show that if you have like multiple tanks, that Griff is just going to get value upon value upon value. It's just going to be insane amount of stonks, and you know that's what Griff likes. He likes that money. He likes the stonks, and that's what Tribe Gaming showed us.
Yeah, we saw him cycle out that hypercharge, I think on 2 separate occasions, which is absolutely ridiculous. It's got to be like upwards of 15,000 damage if you're able to hit all of those cards onto the same opponent. So absolutely ridiculous DPS coming in from the side of Tribe. OG tried to get a little bit of positioning, but they were really at the mercy of a crazy bull play and a crazy Hank play. We did see them get 1 goal like that, but a little bit harder to sustain than the strategy that Tribe had.
And now we finished 3 sets. We're going to go to our 4th. It's Crystal Arcade. As you can see, there are those 2 little islands on the side where you have enough grass. And that is going to be an interesting area because you're going to have a lot of the plays coming in from either side. Expect lopsided lane assignments. You're going to have teams not going up and down, but rather diagonally top, like to the left or diagonally to the right. So it plays a little bit differently than other standard gem grab maps, maybe a little bit like double swoosh, but not exactly. We go into our draft here. Jay Young, Gus, Lumi, Buzz, Ash, and Bull are being banned out. Code OG have their first pick.
Yeah, it looks like Code OG does not want any of that tank action coming in from RBM or from any other member of Tribe Gaming. They're going to ban out 3 of them. Very interesting right there. But Tribe, on the other hand, banning out some of the more first pickable brawlers with Jay, Gus, and Lumi. Pretty smart picks coming in right there. And OG is going to go with an aggro of their own. Now that they've banned out some aggro for the other team to take, they're going to go with that Kaze, a little bit of an assassin DPS hybrid. So definitely really easy. I wouldn't say easy, but it's definitely can be pretty dominant if played well. And I think that second best is a pretty cracked Kaze. So definitely excited to see him on that brawler.
Oh yeah, Kaze is very scary, especially once you get her super. You can either use it in her geisha form where you can blind opponents, or use it very scarily in the ninja form where you mark opponents who die thereafter, or you can use your hypercharge and immediately get the damage that you need. So she's such a great duelist, she's such a great assassin, and it's always a scary proposition to go up against Kaze, especially if you are the gem carrier and you have all the gems and the Kaze has a super. Draco coming out for Tribe Gaming, it's an interesting pick. Draco has fallen off a little bit, but the grass around the map here and the walls allow it to be a little bit sneakier, a little bit more viable, and Charlie coming out makes a lot of sense because we know that it's a great mid option. Also, with your Cocoon, you can drop the gems coming in from the other gem carrier on the other side. So a lot of different risks which Kodoji have to really account for against this Charlie draft in Tribe Gaming.
Yeah, Charlie pick is really smart into the Kaze, and like you said, it is extra impactful in gem grab because of that mechanic where the gem carrier drops the gems. Also, Draco does have a hypercharge now, so definitely going to be something to look out for. A lot of people, even before the update came out, were guessing that Draco was going to have the strongest out of all of the new hypercharges, so definitely going to be pretty menacing. I have yet to see it played, so I am super excited to see it in action. Kodoji is going to be putting some respect on the Draco's name as well. They're going to be playing a very strong tank counter with that Lu right there, so pretty decent brawler as long as you're able to line up those shots, but it really does come down to accuracy with him.
That Lu is going to be a very interesting pick. Obviously, the stuns are going to be online here for them, especially with that hypercharge. It's a very scary proposition. Doug coming out, and this is the first time I've seen Doug in competitive in GKR. It has a very different super. It homes right into your teammates, and you're going to be able to hit those more consistently, and the fact that your damage is going to be crazy as well is going to be an added benefit. You also heal, you also charge your super with healing too, so Doug is much more viable a brawler. Even if Charlie goes in or Draco goes in and kills or tries to kill multiple people, Doug is going to be there as a savior of your team.
I'm super excited to see the Doug gameplay coming in. We're going to get the first look at the Draco hyper. We're going to get our first look at the Doug hyper. And I'm just here to learn and take notes, man. I'm super excited for this matchup, though. We're going to see Tribe Gaming finishing up the draft with a Stu, a brawler who has definitely fallen out of favor in the meta, but he still has a lot of mobility. And being able to charge those dashes off of the Doug and the Kaze is definitely going to give him a lot of flexibility with how he wants to play this. He can choose to go a little bit aggro once he gets that hyper charge as well, but not really a bad matchup for Stu. It's just that he doesn't really have the best damage to be able to kill somebody by himself.
We're gonna go game number 1 of set number 4. Tribe Gaming took the last 2 in the trot. They definitely had the momentum, but Kodoji are gonna try to put a stop to that.
Yeah, we're going to see how it goes, but so far, no teams are really opting to go into the mid and pick up all of these gems laying out there. Charles already has a Lu super online that is going to completely block off that left side, and now OG and Charles are going to be moving up together to collect some of these gems. It looks like it's actually going to be a hot dog gem carrier, but he's going to get cocooned immediately, and that is going to be short-lived right there. Luckily, back in time to heal up Charles, and they do escape with these 4 gems, but positioning does not look like it's on their side.
Yeah, Luffy goes up, gets a kill onto second. OG is going to be the next to fall. Unfortunately, no hot dogs there for the revival for his team. There are hypercharges. Zeus does have one. Luffy has a super as well. The super from second is going to allow him to get onto the point here. He's in the ninja form instead of the geisha form, and I think that it might be a little bit more adaptable considering the opposition that they're facing right now.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for him to dash onto a Draco and get enough damage to be able to take him out, especially with the use of that last stand gadget. We've seen Kodoji is grouping up so incredibly well so far, just trying to get that value with the OG heals coming in on the Doug. But just as quickly as the hot dog kicks into effect for second, he is going to be cocooned once more. Ooh. Luffy is going insane with the Draco hyper as of right now, but second gets a kill of his own. And it's a little bit of a transfer of gems going down right now. Luffy is going to walk out on top of that, but there's still a bunch of gems in the top left corner.
Man, second with that hypercharge, went in, got that kill. Unfortunate for him, but RBM Rao popping his own hypercharge, 10 gems, split between 2 people. 1 kill is what Code OG needs. Zeus is going to be there to ensure that that does not happen. OG with his super ready, but the problem is that they need to get onto the point, and it's going to be very difficult considering what they're up against. Super's coming in. Luffy might be low. He's still very much alive. OG respawns, but it's too late. Tribe Gaming get the win and are now on match point.
I like the Kaze pick. The aggression that it has is fantastic, but we just haven't seen Second be able to really confirm any of these kills. I mean, RBM is going to be able to dash away from that Geisha form pretty easily. Luffy's going to be able to outlast it, especially with the Last Stand gadget. So Second's having a little bit of a difficult time. We did see him almost get away with a pretty nasty play, but moving into game number 2, it is match point, and KodoG needs to find an answer right now. It seems like the Doug pick, while very fun, is not really working out the greatest.
Indeed. I feel like also they don't know how to play this composition that they're playing right now specifically. Second is trying, but he's not able to get any value towards his super. There is that Doug super, though, which keeps him alive. Now he's going to go up against Luffy. He doesn't have the damage. He gets a kill, though, on Zeus, which is crazy. But again, nobody to capitalize on those gems which have fallen. Luffy's still on a tear against Charles, but managing to survive here. He is going to be going back. So this is looking much better for Tribe, getting 5 gems to 0, and they're not being pressured at all.
Yeah, Tribe definitely has the safer comp right here. If KodoG is going to walk away with this set, it's going to have to be on the backs of some crazy plays, likely with Second leading the helm here. So, I mean, they're going to have to start getting pretty aggressive and going for some Hail Marys pretty soon now. Second is doing what he can right now. He does have Hypercharge online, so it might be about time to make the play. He is, in fact, going to throw up that super. And now he's going in onto Luffy and RBM, getting some good damage in. He has super, but the OG Hot Dog is going to be able to revive him. That being said, though, Luffy has his Dragon Hypercharge, and he's going to get 2 kills. Might even be able to get 3. The range on that thing is absolutely ridiculous. Tribe Gaming with full position and gem control.
That was crazy. The amount of value that you can get with Draco Hypercharge. I forgot that he had the Hypercharge, so it's crazy to see that in action, and that is going to pay them dividends. 11 seconds left. Code OG need to get the reset. Remember, it has to be either Luffy or Zeus. They get the kill on RBM, but that is not the mark. A Cocoon is there. Luffy gets a super. He tries. It's not going to be enough. And Code OG are out of this competition, with Tribe Gaming winning this set at 3-1 in terms of the fixture score.
I gotta respect KodoG for giving the people what they wanted and playing the hot dog. Even though it didn't work out, it was still pretty enjoyable to watch, but probably not the greatest of all time as far as the draft went for set number 3 and set number 4. Tribe Gaming gonna capitalize on those mistakes, and that was a clean brand of Brawl Stars from Tribe today. Definitely more along the lines of what we expect from them, and they're gonna need to keep that up because we are gonna be moving into our next round of the lower bracket, which is gonna be Tribe versus Elevate, the NA Classico.
Ooh, that is going to be interesting. There isn't, I mean, people talk about beef, but there isn't that much beef. But regardless, what I do know about is that we're going to be taking a small break till these teams regroup and rejoin and show us what they're made of here. But I have to mention that Tribe Gaming and Elevate have faced off against each other a few times. Elevate, they beat Tribe Gaming 3-0 in the June grand finals, where Tribe only won 1 single game. Before that, Elevate were lost to Tribe and GKR. They won once against Tribe and GKR, and then BC Gaming lost against Tribe in the April Grand Finals, where only 1 game was taken by BC Gaming, and then again BC Gaming lost in the March monthly finals to Tribe Gaming at a 1-3 scoreline. So it hasn't been favoring Elevate at all, but you know, in terms of history, we see Elevate improving against Tribe repeatedly, and now they're at a point where they can take down Tribe with only losing 1 single game. But before we go more into that, we're going to take a short break of about 4 to 5 minutes.
Ready.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are in our round 3 loser finals, apparently. It's going to be time for Elevate versus Tribe Gaming. Hank, Ashberry, Lumi, Lou, and Charlie are the bands. Shade going to be the first pick. The map is Triple Dribble. And the other maps that we have are Layer Cake, Hard Rock Mine, Hits Up, and Bell's Rock are going to be possibilities depending on how the first 3 sets go. And the next pick is from Tribe Gaming.
I think that this Shade first pick is about consistent with what we've seen today. Teams are definitely thinking pretty highly of these new hypercharges, and Shade is one of them where it's not really all that much of a difference as far as how you're going to play the brawler. It's the same thing, you're just going to do a lot more damage, so it doesn't take too long to get to wrap your head around, to get used to. I think it's a pretty solid pick from Elevate. Tribe Gaming is going to go with that Willow. That's a brawler we've seen so frequently on this map as an early pick. A lot safer into tanks than other throwers in the game, and it's going to make it a little bit more difficult for Shade to get directly onto that thrower matchup, so relatively safe. They're going to add the Griff as well for a little bit of wall break action, and that should make it a bit easier for them to secure a goal eventually.
Yeah, indeed. And we have Griff coming out. I like the Griff. The wall breaks are going to be available when it's required. Willow as well is great if you don't use the wall breaks at all. So I think they're trying to cover their bases. They don't want to be caught off guard like they were with Kodoji. And then they're like, oh yeah, Griff.
Yeah, now the Griff pick is always pretty solid in this meta right here, especially with the cashback hypercharge. He's just able to get so much damage on these tank brawlers. Should dissuade Elevate from going tank, and that is exactly what we're going to see. They're going to go with the Stew right here. Patchy is well known as one of the better stews in the world right here, the zero ping stew specialty, so it's a little bit more of a comfort pick than an on meta pick, but I still think that it could definitely pay dividends. It's got a decent enough matchup into Willow and Griff. They're going to add the Finks with their final pick as well. Kind of similar to that. It's relatively safe. It's good enough into aggro. It's good enough into like other tank counter brawlers. So not my favorite draft in the world, but I think it should get the job done as we see Tribe Gaming go with a very aggro Jackie last pick.
Yeah, and just looking at Patchy's cam, you can see that jawline, right? I'm afraid. Like, I touched my screen and I almost cut myself on that. Damn. I'm going to be very afraid for Tribe Gaming because obviously you have that lethal weapon and Patchy right there in Triple Dribble as we go into our first set. Looking to see who is going to be taking the dub here. Just looking at the draft, I feel like I like Tribe Gaming's draft, but I don't think that Elevate's draft is bad either. I think that both these drafts have their merit. It really just comes down to how they play in the crunch situations.
Yep, and now we are into game number 1. This is still loser's bracket, so the loser of this is going to be out for good. The winner will play the loser of our winner's bracket game, KCP and STMN, but so far Elevate is very aggressive right here. Luffy is very weak as well. RBM doing as much as he can on defense. He does secure the trade, but Diego is going to be potentially trying to force this in here. It's not going to happen though. Somehow Luffy and Zeus both surviving on such low HP. That feels like an opportunity wasted from Elevate.
I feel like that was also desperation from Diego, right? Like, there was no way he was going to win that, right? So he probably should have gone back and held a little bit of control. Now they've completely lost it. They've regained that control. But Patchy connecting those shots with that long zero drag dash. Kind of crazy. RBM has a pull. He goes in. He gets the kill on FX for sure. No! FX outdoes him instead. Patchy passing the ball up here to Diego Gamer. Lots of control coming in. Diego also puts down his super. And that is going to be Luffy being taken out. Nope. There is... finally a kill on Luffy. FX going absolutely crazy, but he does get hexed, and that is unfortunate for Elevate, but it doesn't matter. Just death rattles from Tribe Gaming. Elevate, first goal, completely in control.
She is playing so well on this dude right now, just wiggling around all of these shots. That pass to Evex was fantastic as well, knowing exactly when he's going to get out of there. Now we're going to see Patchy going with a little bit of reverse cornering strategy, getting it into Tribe's corner, but hey man, a corner is a corner, and it's still going to be benefiting Elevate, but RBM is going in on Evex. It's going to be a 1v1 right there that nobody's going to quite come out on top of yet, but Diego does best his matchup with Luffy on the left-hand side, so now it's going to be a 2v1 versus RBM. Zeus does go all the way back for the ball, but a big waste of time right there. And Tribe Gaming is on the back wall. They have less than a minute to score.
Ooh, Diego puts the super down and still takes a brunt of that damage. Coming in from RBM does absolutely nobody there. Zeus also misses a super cash back from Luffy. He's trying to get a little bit of value, gets 2 kills. Now FX has to be there to take Luffy down. He does manage to get the kill and has cleared a line for his teammates to walk back up. 32 seconds left. And I feel like FX's play right there was enough probably for Elevate to get a win, but you know, 25 seconds, anything can happen.
Yeah, Tribe's gonna have to make this push quickly, and it's gonna have to come right now, but Evex is just playing this tank brawler so incredibly well. But RBM gets the double kill. He's got a hypercharge as well if that speed boost is necessary. He is indeed gonna pop it with 12 seconds left. He certainly is gonna be able to equalize this, but Evex with the full damage tap right there to save the game for Elevate. I thought for sure he was going to be able to slot that in, but through the wall, Evex saves the day, and that's going to be Elevate taking game number 1.
Why did he not use the super? Why did he waste the super?
I don't know.
What? That super would have 100% got them the goal. That was, I don't even know. Why did they want to save that? A goal is better than having a super in hand.
I think they forgot that Evex can shoot through the wall right there. That is an absolutely devastating mistake, but you are correct. That goal was open if he was going to use that super shot. Getting a little bit greedy with saving that value for OT, and that's going to bite them in the butt right now. Game 1 going to Elevate, but we are into game number 2 right now. Going to see more of the same. Patchy getting super wiggly up on the offensive end, but he's kind of leaving his teammates out to dry on defense. Now it's just Evex left. He is going to be able to clean up RBM though, and now he's going for Zeus. Evex has been just playing so incredibly well throughout this tournament.
Dude, Evex is basically what Zemp wants to be and aspires to be. That was crazy. He was just going through them with his hypercharge. He has another hypercharge that he can use, opting not to use it just yet. He goes for it now, gets so much value, gets pulled by an RBM, almost getting taken out, but can find the mark on an RBM.
Yeah, it's a difficult matchup for the Shade versus the Jack. You really have to play that range incredibly well, and RBM is going to walk out on top of that on only 100 HP, but surviving nonetheless. The control is not really there for either team quite yet. Patchy is choosing to re-corner the ball. They are not opting to play any type of offense quite yet. Evex is going to be in the middle with his super, choosing to go in now onto RBM, not really able to get too much value, and the pull is there as well. That's going to be a great kill from RBM, and now they might have a chance to get a little bit done on the offensive end.
Ooh, Patchy with that zero ping does make a quick work of RBM with the help of Diego Gamer. Right hand side though, he does take a little bit of damage by Zeus. Now the ball is being moved up by Evex and a lot more control being exerted by Elevate. I think the Elevate are trying to make something happen. There is a cashback from Luffy, a big pull from RBM, another cashback connects, and Patchy also is Hex, but RBM going down is huge. Patchy does dispatch Luffy, goes for the super key. That's how you do it, Tribe.
That's actually crazy. Patchy would have died to the cashback, but he was mind controlled by Zeus, so he missed out on all of that damage, and that is going to allow Elevate to get the goal. So a little bit of miscommunication perhaps from Tribe, or just a stroke of luck from Patchy, but either way, another goal going into the pocket of Elevate. Now it's once again on Tribe to try to get the equalizer. Luffy is getting a ton of damage up here, but not quite enough to clear out a goal yet. Diego Gamer gets back to get a little bit of damage. Patchy is going to re-corner this ball though, and it's really just going to be all about Zeus and RBM. Can they get a mind control here and force open the goal?
Ooh, RBM going in. He knows Evex is a mark, but Evex able to trade despite that. And Zeus finally going for that gadget. Now it might be a goal scoring opportunity here. He has a super that he could use. There doesn't matter. Evex here in full force. The purple button pop. It is basically over for Tribe Gaming in this first set. This is going to go the way of Elevate. There is nothing that Tribe can do here.
It was a really close set, but at the end of the day, all of these small mistakes ended up being in Elevate's favor right there. Whether it was the mind control saving Patchy's life or RBM trying to hold on to that super for overtime in game number 1, a couple of minor misplays definitely came back to bite Tribe right there. And in a matchup with these two teams that are so evenly matched, you just cannot afford a mistake like that.
Yeah, beautiful stuff coming in from Elevate there. Tribe Gaming, a lot of small little minor mistakes here and there, which kind of cost them. And like at this level, you have two teams I feel like arguably are at the same level of competitiveness. They've both been at the Brawl Cup. They are both representatives of NA. And at this level, you can't afford to make those kind of mistakes. That was the best. Okay, I say do not auto aim most of the time in Brawl Stars. That was a situation where you can auto aim. Auto aim the yellow button. You get the goal. You are able to equalize your opponents and then, you know, go for the next engage. So I feel like Tribe Gaming really dropped the ball on that one, and I feel like that might cost them dearly.
Yeah, they're going to have to really focus to hold that mental together right now. It can be very easy to get in your own head after making some mistakes that cost you such an important set. They're going to have to remain focused. They're going to have to keep that communication clean, and they're going to have to make sure that they don't get into their own minds right now. But they're going to have a chance to set the record straight on Layer Cake. It's not like it's an unsurmountable deficit. Only one set to Elevate, but moving into Layer Cake, going down 0-2 would be devastating for Tribe. Cannot afford that to happen. They've got to be on point in this draft and in the gameplay, of course.
Oh, we got Ducky in chat. I'm sorry, Ducky, that you aren't drafting anymore. It feels really sad, but hopefully you get into a situation where you're picked up by maybe a tier C team in CESA or something. That might help you out a lot. So best of luck with that, Ducky. You really need that luck. Unlike Tribe Gaming and Elevate, who are here on set number 4 and are going to be playing Pit Stop.
Yeah. Oh, wait, now we're in set number 2, brother. We've got Layer Cake Draft pulled up here, guys. The bans are in. Elevate's going to ban out Ash, Buzz, and Hank. Tribe Gaming opting for Lumi, Lou, and Gus. So you see Elevate tailoring their bans for the last pick, as they should, considering they have the first option here. Gus is typically the first pick that we see the most often on this map. He is going to be banned out, so they're going to have to look in a different direction for that. And they're just going to go with the aggro immediately off the rip right here with the Shade first pick. And after seeing how much work Evex was able to do last game, I don't see why not.
Indeed, I like the Shade pick. We saw Avex completely running through Tribe Gaming, and honestly, I think that Tribe Gaming might have a little bit of a whiplash, but they go for Gene. Gene, classically a great brawler here. The pulls are going to be great. Obviously, Gray is another contended brawler for that specific role as well, but I think that Gene classically does satisfy that. You pair that with unfriendly spirits, and then you get even more value. Bull's coming out for Tribe Gaming. I like this Bull pick a lot. It can pay dividends, but you have to be very conservative with the way you're playing this. I think that it's going to be used in the last engages where you go in with the Bull super and completely ruin the Elevate squad. I feel like that is the idea there. Also, with a Gene, you know, Gene Shelly was classically one of the best combinations. Why can't you do that with the Bull? It's a shotgunner as well, right?
100%. It's definitely going to be there for the Gene pull assistance if necessary. Also, I like the Gene into the Shade because you're able to pull him out of those walls, which is where Shade is going to be when he's using that super near the end engage. So I think that the Gene's a great answer into that, as well as the Bull. But I just got to say something, man. It's crazy how the bounty meta has changed in front of our eyes. We see a Shade first pick and a Bull third pick right there. Absolutely insane stuff going down right there. So now a Charlie is going to be coming out for Elevate. Makes sense to counter out the Bull right there. I mean, if the Bull is going to be going in, they're going to have the Cocoon ready for him. So I think it's a pretty solid pick. They have one more on the draft board, though.
Mr. P for the Gene, beautiful. Charlie for the Bull, beautiful. Shade all around. Evex, amazing. I like this draft from Elevate. Tribe Gaming had to have this last one, but what do they conceivably go here? I'm not 100% sure I know what to do.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to see what they go with here. I mean, they probably don't want a single shot brawler that's going to get countered out by the Mr. P, but there are still a ton of snipers that could be in play. Angela with the Pierce shot is one that does come to mind. Also, we did see a little bit of Mandy earlier today, not her best map, but she could be relatively useful. They are going to stay a little bit on the safer end, though. Get a little bit of a beefier brawler with that Carl, and I like that. It does well into the Mr. P porters, and you have that extra speed from that super that you're going to be able to maneuver around the Charlie Cocoons and the Shade. So I think it's a pretty solid draft from both teams coming in here. I think it's going to come down to which team is going to be able to play that last engage better with their aggro picks being the Shade and the Bull.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, Carl can do a lot, right? When you get your when you use your gadget, the fiery flaming one, you're able to do a lot of damage, especially during the dying seconds of the game. So that is something to think about. But there are utilities all around which help both of the teams. It really comes down to how you use them for your advantage. Elevate took the first set here, and Tribe Gaming claimed the blue star right off the bat. Then you get the set win though.
Yeah, Evex is going to be doing what he can to charge up that super so far, but Patchy got hit with the initial fire gadget, so he's going to be quite weak so far. Evex gets himself in a bad spot and gets caught out as well. Zeus already has pull online, and Diego has no answer for this Luffy super now, so 5 stars sitting on the head of Tribe, a very hot start for this team, and with the Gene pull online as well, it's going to be very difficult for Elevate to push into this.
Wow, what a pull! He's able to pull Patchy, take him out of contention. That was crazy. That was an insane pull from Zeus. He didn't even know that Patchy was there. Exactly. Got that pull, got the kill, and the star lead is going to be extending to 7 stars along with that blue star.
This is definitely the start that Tribe Gaming needed right here. After a pretty tough loss in the first set, they are looking dominant so far. They have a decent spawn trap going on the side of Elevate here. Might be able to catch out RBM here. FX using that super to its fullest extent, but wow. RBM survives on very low HP. Patchy is there for the cleanup, though. Zeus is pretty weak as well, and if they're able to kill him in the spawn trap, then the start lead is going to be looking a lot less menacing for Elevate.
My question is, why didn't Tribe ban out Shade? This is the Shade map in Bounty. You have so many walls, right? You're going to be hiding behind the walls, but guess what? what? Shade can charge up the super, charge up the hypercharge, and you can't do anything about it. He has a hypercharge right now, but it's going to be 34 seconds, and it's now or never, really, for Elevate to go in. A team wipe is what they need. Now FX going to go in, forcing the issue. He goes up against RBM, gets one, gets two. Luffy gets another kill on the other side to keep it up for Tribe Gaming. They are in the lead by 2 stars. 20 seconds left. Again, FX is going to be the linchpin.
Yeah, not really the best of trades out there for Tribe Gaming. They did let Evex get the double kill, and now it's all going to come down to this final push. Evex stacks up those supers. RBM is going to use his, but to no avail. That is going to be a tie-up as far as the stars go, but Evex once more. That's going to be the lead, switching back over to Elevate with 2 seconds left. Surely they're not going to have any answer for that. Elevate walks away after stealing that game.
If people do not ban Shade on maps such as this one, after seeing what we're seeing these 2 sets, they have something wrong with them. They need to go to a doctor. That Shade was crazy from Avex. He completely eviscerated Tribe Gaming one after the other. It felt like dominoes. Beautiful stuff.
Yeah, even after getting off to one of the worst starts that they could have asked for, they just had to stay down so they could come up at that last engage. Patchy is going to be falling quite weak, but so is Luffy, and the kill is going to be confirmed by Diego Gamer, so the lead is going to be back on the hands of Elevate, but that is very short-lived. RBM is there for the trade out with Evex.
It's a little bit of a lead for Tribe, but we saw what happened last time around. FX is going to be the biggest problem here. Now RBM going in, he gets a stun with the Stomper. He's trying to get the kill on FX. FX managing to miss the mark against RBM, and it's going to extend the lead a little bit more. Zeus is going to be there against Patchy. There's a super. It doesn't matter. There are kills all around, but it favors Tribe by 3 stars.
Yeah, not a horrible trade for Elevate, though. They do still have Diego with this blue star, so only 3 stars away from being able to take that lead. Evex has his hypercharge, so does Patchy, and there is no Gene Pull online right now, so it might be a good time to capitalize. That's exactly what Evex is thinking. Woo! Getting so much value out of that gadget. That's going to be 1 kill, so they are still down, but I mean, this cocoon on the left-hand side should surely be Luffy's doom. Indeed it is, and there is still a 1-star lead, but Diego is in a very tough spot. RBM should be able to get this, and he might even be able to get Evex as well, and just like that, a surprising 20 stars for the side of Tribe. They're going to equalize this bounty set.
We are seeing a tag off between RBM and Avex. Avex did disgusting things to Tribe Gaming in the first game, and the second one RBM was like, oh, hold my beer, I am peak of Brawl Stars, and he goes completely insane. We're gonna go in a game number 3 to decide who's gonna be winning the set. Is Elevate gonna go up 2-0, or is it gonna be tied at 1 apiece?
This is definitely a great question. I cannot wait to find out the answer here, but Elevate winning this would be so huge for their momentum. It's a pretty solid start for Tribe as they're able to get that blue star, but Zeus is going to be falling quite weak. The cocoon is there from Patchy as well, and Evex is going to be moving into position to maybe capitalize. They do get a kill on Zeus, and RBM barely able to get out with that blue star right there. Evex going to be charging up that super, but surely Diego Gamer is going to fall if Luffy chooses the super, but it looks like he's going to be chilling for now. Still gets the kill regardless. Actually, a double coming in from Luffy. Fantastic value for Tribe.
RBM going into the Stomper, finds 1. He's going to jump out of there with his super. And that's going to be 6-star lead for Tribe Game. That's exactly what they need. The problem here, though, is that there is no bull counter player right now. Neither is there for Avex, but he can just charge the super just by being close by. That's what he gets. He has this hypercharger. He gets pulled as well. What a pull from Zeus to get the kill on to Avex. Now, Patchy going in with his hypercharge. He does cocoon on the left-hand side. There isn't going to be a kill, though, on RBM just yet. Oh, hypercharge from Avex. He goes in. There is a pull from Patchy. Doesn't matter. MX getting taken out by Luffy. Another kill, though, from Diego Gamer, who gets taken out by Luffy. And it is Tribe Gaming up 9 stars.
This game is all over the place, but after all of that chaos, Tribe clearly coming out on top. Only 1 kill away from wrapping up this set on Layer Cake, so Elevate has to be very careful with how they attack this. Certainly not out of it yet, especially with Evex going in with super right now, trying to get some value off of RBM. Uses that gadget for the extra range, and although RBM is quite weak, he is still going to have that shield. Evex dashes out of the bull dash, though. Surely he's going to be able to kill RBM at this point. The Gene Pull is missed, and now that is the opportunity that Elevate was looking for. One final push to see if they can take back this game, Panda.
With 17 seconds, they're down 7 stars. They need to do something. Hypercharge from FX is online once more. He gets a kill on RBM. Zeus is going to be the next to fall. Luffy has to survive here. He's going to the left-hand side. He has all the stars. That is the mark.
Oh my God.
Now we see Elevate going in. No, unfortunately, a kill on Diego Gamer is what gives Tribe Gaming the win there. It's going to be tied at 1 set apiece.
That was almost an insane comeback, but while Evex is going up there doing all of that work, there's going to be nobody to defend Diego from the bull. Not anything that a Mr. P can do in that 1v1 matchup. So well played by Tribe to take advantage of their chance to end that game once and for all, but it looked like they were up against the wall right there. That being said, it is going to be one set apiece for both of these two titans of the region. Obviously, this is loser's bracket, so the loser will be going home for good, but we've got set number 3 coming up next. It's Hard Rock Mine, and we are all evened out.
I never thought I would say that Tribe and Elevate aren't at a grand finals. I never thought I would say that they were at an elimination game, even not in the last round of the elimination round. So it is interesting that both Tribe Gaming and Elevate are in this situation. Unfortunately for them, there is no recourse. The recourse here is you either win or you lose. And I'm not sure about who's going to be winning this one here. It looks so close. Both these teams are firing off on all cylinders right now.
Yeah, it is certainly anybody's game. I mean, so much of it's going to come down to the draft, but at the same time, it's just like these players are very capable of making just absolutely shining moments and carrying their teams to victory. We've seen Evex do it. We've seen RBM do it on their tankier brawlers, but all 6 of these players are fantastic at the game. So I cannot wait to see how this next draft unfolds. It is going to be Hard Rock Mine, which means that we're likely going to be seeing a lot more tanks here. Ash is fantastic on this map. Hank is fantastic on this map. And I would be surprised if we don't see Shade get either picked or banned as well with how dominant he's been so far.
Dude, he needs to be banned. Bro, have you seen how good he was at triple-double and layer kick? If they don't ban him, I mean, you either ban him if you're gonna get the second pick, or you take him if you get the first pick. Otherwise, you're gonna be in a world of hurt. And if you forget that Shade exists, expect a lot of retribution because it's gonna be divinely delicious.
Yeah, somebody in the chat said this is a Shade map again, but looking at all of these maps, I don't really know what isn't a Shade map. Yeah, we've got Pit Stop, we've got Bell's Rock, certainly can make a use case for Shade on any of these. We also could probably see Lumi, we could probably see Draco as well, 2 of the new hypercharges that are going to be relatively solid picks on Hard Rock Mine. So I think that we could see the meta being shaken up quite a fair amount, as we always do when there's new hypercharges dropped. So very excited to see what's going to happen here. The gray strategy is one that maybe is a little bit more washed than it used to be, but the gray Jackie, obviously you can pair that up with pretty much any tank in this situation, and it could be a pretty solid option. So a lot of different paths that these teams can go as far as the draft is.
Yeah, I feel like the aggressiveness of the compositions that we're seeing as of late really lend itself to not picking up gray. Yes, gray is great. You can get into the mix of things, but I feel like specifically now, because of how the meta is evolving, Gray's become more of a hot zone specialist. I don't see him being picked up as much in Bell's Rock or even Pit Stop, or Pit Stop, forget Pit Stop, but I'm talking about mostly Bounty and Knockout, even in Hard Rock Mine as well. So I don't expect Gray to be brought out as much recently, but we're going to be going into our draft, and yeah, we see the Shade ban, this time from Elevate, and even Tribe Gaming, so double Shade ban. The respect is there. Ash is going to be picked up, Draco, so a lot of the tanks are out of the situation. They want to go for a lot of control, and specifically aggro without the tank portion off it. So Elevate opting for the Terra first pick, but Amber isn't available. Tribe Gaming could go for Amber.
Yeah, we see the meta kind of taking form in front of our very eyes right now, Panda, with Shade being double banned out, also Draco and Lumi, so a lot of the new hypercharges, these teams are very, very scared of them, putting that respect on these new hypers. I like the Tara first pick. It feels relatively safe, although it is countered out by brawlers that do not have single shots. It still is going to get that super eventually, and you can definitely use that to make a game-winning play. Tribe Gaming is going to go with the Hank, which although it does feed Tara a little bit, it's not going to be affected by those Tara pets, and you're going to have a recourse if you do get pulled. You'll be able to pop that super to stay alive, so I think that Hank is pretty much always a good pick, definitely in this specific situation. Tribe is going to have one more pick before sending it back over to Elevate, and it is going to be the Gray that we were talking about earlier, so pretty solid combination with these two brawlers. If you didn't know, Hank can charge up a bubble before entering that Gray portal, use that Gray portal, and still have that full bubble charged up, so you can definitely catch your opponents lacking with that tech.
Oh yeah, for sure. That is one of the reasons why you want to run the Gray Hank. I still don't think that the Gray is as useful, but when you pair it with the Hank, it makes Hank a little bit more, you know, I guess viable, because you don't have to do the charge up again because, you know, you got knocked back or changed your area or whatever. But Charlie is a great brawler all around, shuts down brawlers that can come in your face. Also, taking the gems away from the opposing gem carrier is always a certain thing that you could do. Additionally, Gray, if he tries to teleport on any of these enemies. Not going to really fare well. Charlie got the cocoon. She has the spiders. Tara has her shadows. So, you know, I don't think that the Great is going to be great in any of the specific compositions that we're going to be seeing. It's only going to be used for the portal and, you know, peppering and supporting. Otis is going to be coming out here. It's going to mute out the bull, but I think it's only going to be on bull duty. I think that Tribe Gaming have a way forward. I like the elevate draft a lot more. There's turnaround potential. There is assassin like dive abilities with bull, and Charlie is a great moderating influence all around.
Yeah, I definitely like this draft coming in from Elevate here. I think I agree with your point about the Gray. It's definitely going to be a little bit of a portal slave, not really going to be used for that much outside of that. But a lot of this game is going to come down to how quickly Gray can get that portal set up. So the first engage is going to be extremely important. I assume that we'll have Charlie on the gems as well. So those spiders are going to be so fantastic for tanking on the side of Elevate. And now we are into set number 3, guys. This is going to be huge for momentum. The loser of this entire game is going to be leaving the tournament. Obviously a best out of 5, so we won't get a winner quite yet. But Evex is going to be falling quite weak on the right-hand side right now. He's got his work cut out for him with RBM and Zeus, but he's going to be charging up that first super already. And we've seen what he can do on this bull. Not going to get too much done quite yet, but Patchy gets a kill on the left-hand side.
Yeah, great for Patchy, and it also allows Diego Gamer to be on the mid a little bit more. RBM is going to be on the right-hand side. You're going to see a tank mano a mano, but now with the kill on Patchy, Diego has to go back, otherwise he's going to be in a difficult situation. He also gets muted out, and he gets taken out too. That's going to add insult to injury, as Luffy's going to go in, pick up at least 1 gem, not go for the brace because it's a little too risky there. He has a hypercharge to boot. That is a stun as well as a cancellation, mute, and a anti-heal.
Yeah, things are looking very good for Tribe Gaming so far, but you have to keep in mind that if Diego is able to hit that cocoon onto the gem carrier, those will all fall, whether or not they get a kill. So Gray's going to have to make sure that he's keeping his distance, playing this incredibly safely. RBM is starting to utilize these portals, but Evex is going to take that chance to go for the gem carrier. Not going to come out on top of that interaction.
Oh, no.
Patchy with the pull, but he barely misses all of them. Maybe got a little bit too greedy trying to get too much value there, Pan.
I think that he was, you know, channeling Tom Terra from way back in the day, unfortunately for him. Now Evex popping his hypercharge. Not going to get too much value. He gets a super at the end, but, you know, it's not going to matter. I feel like this game is more or less cooked. Patchy doesn't even have a gravity, and, you know, RBM is just stalking that wall there. Not really a way forward for them, but Evex going to go in. He's going to try. He might get the kill. No, the silence is finally on the line at the right time. That's going to go to Tribe Gaming. I feel like that one switch of the gems was enough for them to get that dub.
Yeah, they were close to getting a reset at the end. They only needed 1 kill onto any single member, but the Hank healing is going to be too much coming out from that super. So really well played to Tribe. Kind of a dominant win in that first game of Gem Grab. We're going to have to see if they can repeat that, but that would be huge for momentum as we see Elevate and Tribe queuing it back up for game number 2 on Hard Rock Mine. RBM is going to be on the right, and we see Elevate going with a little bit of a lane switch. Patchy's still going to get caught out by that first hook, and that's going to be great for Zeus, charging up that super a bit quicker.
Ooh, a little bit of a lag there. Nice kill from RBM. Gets Patchy down. Now this time around, Patchy needs to hit that gravity. Even if you miss 1 gravity, it's basically going to be game over. Nice stun onto Diego Gamer, mute rather. And that kill is going to be huge. Now Evex going to go in. He tries to get RBM down. Finally, RBM has been addressed, but the pull is there. That walking cane finds his mark. Evex going to go 6 feet under.
Fantastic kill right there. Patchy does have his gravity ready to go, and he's going to have to connect it this time around. Wouldn't be the worst idea just to pull it on RBM, because he'll cycle a good majority of that back. We see Evex absolutely camping this teleporter right here, waiting for RBM to make the move, but he gets tired of waiting. He says he's going to do it himself. He has a hypercharge too, and he gets a lot of damage done there. Not going to be able to get a kill, and Patchy dies before he's able to connect that super. Unlucky for him, but that's going to be a bad look for Elevate, even though it is tied up as far as the gems go.
Ooh, a nice pull though. Oh, unfortunately, he wasn't able to get the super off to pull Diego away. Evex is going to go up against Zeus, gets the kill. I don't know why Zeus went in with his hypercharge. He thought he could take down Evex. Luffy does pick him out there, and that is going to remove that horrible situation that Tribe were in. It was a difficult predicament to be in.
Yeah, that was pretty questionable, but they get away with it nonetheless. Evex going on to Zeus as well. Really good timing with the cocoon right there, but RBM might be able to pop off here. Diego is a little bit lost up here, but he gets the cocoon in time. That is going to be so clutch. And now both teammates are going to just absolutely clap RBM once he gets out of there. So things look good for Elevate. He jukes out of that walking cane as well, and the pull connects from Patchy. They just need to hold control a little bit longer.
Wow.
Evex gets that kill, and that might be enough to start off this first countdown, but Evex does have to survive as it stands.
Woo! He takes it. He goes for the kill. He gets all the gems. Jumps out. RBM has to do something. Gets a kill on Patchy. Uses super absolutely on a nobody there. There is Evex. He has his hypercharge. He is going to pop it. Not going to be anything here as Elevate completely out play their opponents and outclass them. It's going to be tied at 1 game apiece. It is so back and forth here, Duncan, and I'm not sure who's going to come out on top.
I know, man. We've seen so many more questionable plays than we're used to seeing with these two teams. These are at the top of the region because of how consistent they're able to play, but we've seen a bunch of mistakes so far. Both teams capitalizing whenever the opponent slips up, but this is a huge game. Both teams have won once. Whoever wins this is going to be taking the set lead as we queue it back up for game 3. Evek's going to be trying to charge his initial super, but the damage is going to be coming down. Zeus pulls that walking cane as well, clearing up a little bit of the walls there, which is probably going to be beneficial for them in the long run.
2-2. It's a little bit of a dead heat right now. Evex has a super, could make something happen. He's gonna go in here on a Zeus, finds the slow as well. Manages to jump out if he needs. Nope, he decides not to go for that. I think that he wants to keep cycling his super on the gem carrier on the other side. Luffy is gonna be there picking up the slack for Zeus a little bit, and there is finally that super. Once more, Patchy gets the pull, gets taken out once again. RBM going in, but the cocoon is there to address him. Evex has a super, goes in, but gets pulled out of that by Zeus, but it doesn't matter. Evex has that the crazy amount of damage that he can do with his shotgunner right there.
Yeah, Patchy's going to use the hypercharge pull to completely break up all of the cover that Tribe Gaming has on this back left, but Zeus is teleporting in with the hypercharge. Diego is there with the cocoon to answer. Surely Patchy is going to be able to provide some damage once he gets out. Indeed, he does, securing the kill. Patchy's got to be close to his next tower pull, and that could be the final nail in the coffin that Elevate needs right here, but they're going to be playing pretty far back. Patchy with the double pull. He connects. He gets all 3 members, and that is going to be absolutely massive. Not able to walk away with the gems, but the lead is going to be very briefly on the side of Elevate now.
They use all of their utility under their belt, and they were still punished for it. That's crazy. Evex has a super that he could go for. He tries to get taken out. Tribe are kind of executing unforeseen destruction on Elevate right now.
Yeah, but Patchy has hypercharge. If he can charge up this next super, he could be able to go for a game-winning play, but not going to be yet. RBM is there with the answer. 9 gems on Tribe Gaming side. RBM's going to go in with the super here, and the hypercharge mute is there for Evex as well, so now Elevate has to answer. No pull online quite yet from Patchy, but he does have that hypercharge. They're going to have to make their move very soon here. Their team is sitting pretty far back, but now Patchy and Evex moving up. The dash is in, and they're going to be able to get the reset, so now they can play a more passive brand as they wait for these gems to drop in the mid.
Indeed, Patchy gonna pick up the gems here. He should be close to the super. He has a hyper as well. He didn't have that last game or the one before that. Now hyper coming in from Evex. He's gonna go in on RBM. Tries to find a little bit more. Not able to do this. Hyper super from Patchy. The gravity marks. Oh no, Zeus with his own hyper. He's trying to go on a Patchy, but they're playing a ring around the Rosie with the shadow. Patchy comes out on top. Everybody from Tribe address all of the gems on the side of Elevate here as they are able to take the kill on RBM with that gravity. 3 seconds left. Not gonna matter. Tribe Gamer will be losing the set. Elevate up 2-1.
After some questionable tower pulls, Patchy really pulled it together at the end of that game, clutching up so hard for his team. Obviously, Evex doing his thing as we expect, but Patchy also used his Taro pet to tank for him so incredibly well against that Gray matchup. That was just really textbook from Elevate at the end of the game. They knew exactly what they had to do to get the reset, and then they just played the middle game, and it was just textbook execution from them. A well-earned set 3 victory, and now they just need one more set to knock Tribe Gaming out of GKR for good.
Dude, I gotta say, Patchy, he can make one specific content piece, and I think that everybody in chat would agree. Terra only to pro rank Terra only to pro rank, because he's gonna be missing so many pulls. It's just gonna be comedic content. But when the chips were placed down and when it was required, Patchy hit that hypercharged gravity, pulling 2 people together, getting them down, getting all of their gems, and that was basically what they needed. Patchy was missing the entire game, the entire set, but when he was needed, he was there. The beautiful stuff from Patchy, but like beautiful in that it was just a comedy of errors.
It's hard not to love it, man. That was a really fun game, back and forth all across the board, and we've got some absolute cinema between these two teams. Obviously, it's one of the matchups that we were looking forward to the hardest. I mean, it's the NAL Classico for 2025, and it is not disappointing so far. Moving into set number 4, it's a map that a lot of you guys might love. A lot of you guys are probably more likely going to hate it, but it's Pit Stop. Probably the most hectic map in the current competitive rotation, but it's going to be a movie either way. There's going to be a lot of aggressive picks, a lot of defensive picks, and it's really just going to come down to who is able to execute the base race better.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm just looking to see how this one does play out at the end. It's just, I don't even know what to say. Every single set has been back and forth. Both of these teams not really relenting. It is, I guess, Elevate coming out on top, but In the last set, it didn't look that confident from Elevate. I felt like Tribe Gaming were more in control for the majority of the game, and that's just a testament to Patsy's Terra.
Yeah, I mean, Patchy locked in when it was time to lock in, man, and that's just the type of stuff that we love to see from him. Obviously, he was not even starting this season in competitive gameplay. He retired after their Worlds run last year, but just like that, he unretired. He came back when this team needed him, and he has been such a fantastic player for them since then. I believe he also runs their draft, so the brains behind the organization as well as the team captain, he's just played so well so far, and he's really been a little bit of an energy boost that Elevate needed to kind of bring them into the top tier of this region.
Oh, 100% agree. Like, I don't know if you guys have seen Avatar: The Last Bender, Aang. He was the avatar he was missing for 100 years, but when the world needed him most, he came back, and that's what Patchy's doing right now. And then he's in the most, he's back, and he's dominating all of the top NA teams, and it's crazy. Last year, he just, you know, he signed his own death warrant, but now he's back, and he's taking out a Tribe.
Yeah, it's really fun to watch him. I've always been a Apache fan since the beginning, so it's awesome to see him unretired. Gone for 100 years or 100 days, nonetheless, the Avatar is back. But we've got our pit stop draft, guys, and if Elevate is able to win this, then Tribe Gaming will be knocked out of GKR, but our bans are Shade, Barry, Miko, Hank, Buzz, and Bull. So a lot of these tankier, high safe damage brawlers have been banned out of the picture, as well as Barry, who is probably the best thrower for getting that safe damage. First pick from Tribe Gaming is going to be Charlie. What are the safest options on the defensive side?
Oh, 100%. I mean, you can't go wrong with Charlie. Any aggressive option comes in, you cocoon them. If there are single target brawlers which are harassing you, use your spiders. Your hypercharge as well does that. The Nita on the other side from Elevate is a great brawler. We've seen it being picked up only on maps such as this one and in Hot Potato, specifically because of the bans that we see. It's still a really great option because of the hyper bear, and Lily coming out from Elevate just adds a little bit more fury because Lily can go directly on the save, it can jump on opponents, take them out, so there's a lot of different ideas that you could go for, but Lily has to be very careful about the Charlie on the other side. Expect Elevate to go for a very aggressive option as their last pick as well. Edgar coming out for Tribe Gaming, beautiful because they've picked up the Charlie, which basically counters out the Edgar's jump, so I like this a lot from Tribe Gaming.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty solid pick, and it might be enough to force out the Cordelia's last pick from Elevate, which is not what they're going to be wanting. They probably want a little bit more safe damage than that, but Tribe still has one more pick. Are they going to choose to go with aggro? Are they going to choose to go with defense? It pretty much is going to come down to this next one, and it looks like it's going to be the Draco, so they're going very aggressive with this. They are going to be employing that new Draco hypercharge as well, which seems like it's one of the better ones that has been dropped into the game. Obviously going to have to wait a little bit of time to see how the meta shakes out, but I really do like this pick from Tribe Gaming. I also think that the Edgar is going to be a great answer into the Nita Bears.
Yeah, I felt like Draco had fallen off a little bit, and then I saw them be picking it up earlier, and I'm like, why? Then I forgot the hypercharge exists. The cone is so massive. The range is so long. The amount of damage that you can do with Draco is crazy. Blue comes out here, not a classical heist pick, but what are the options, right? They don't have anything that can really counter out both the Draco and the Edgar. I feel like our team might have been a pretty decent shout for the Edgar, but then again, they don't have guaranteed damage on the objective. I like this draft from Tribe. Elevates is a little bit reactionary, but I'm not 100% unconvinced by it.
Yeah, I mean, the Lu is going to be good for defense. He's going to be able to clip up that Draco, get those freezes off, as well as the Edgar, but I do kind of agree with yourself and with chat here that RT would have been a pretty solid option, so we'll see if they end up regretting that choice. So far, Evex is just going to be initiating the aggression, going on to Zeus, but the quick reload of the Charlie is going to be enough to take him down. RBM is going to get a free kill on Patchy as well, and there's really not much of an answer they have into this Edgar unless Diego is able to line up his clips exceptionally well.
Oh yeah, this is uncharacteristically a negative draft for Elevate because they've been drafting really well all year long, and now jump coming in from RBM, but he is going to be bamboozled by Bruce over there. It still is alive here, and the super from Diego Gamer is available, but this is the amount of damage all three members of Tribe went in, and now we have so much damage, 46% on the Elevate save. On the other side, we have I guess Evex just doing 19%.
Yeah, not the greatest of starts for Elevate. They were a little bit weak to that full aggro push, and I just think that they don't really have what it takes to deal with RBM on the Edgar right here. He's going to be making quick work of Patchy once again. Now Evex is going to be going straight up for the safe,
Oh
but
my
RBM
God.
is following him. Not going to be the best choice for him. He does have his hypercharge online, and he's going to choose to go for some offense. Patchy throwing out this Bruce Bear to tank these Zeus shots, but he is going to quickly fall again. RBM absolutely bullying Patchy through the beginning of this game. Diego's got to choose who to stun with this hypercharge, and he is going to get RBM, but Zeus is going to be there with that stun. Now 2 members of Tribe Gaming still remain up on the safe.
But just look at the difference. I mean, wow, it's actually gonna be FX just doing a lot of damage. In fact, it's Elevate who take the lead here. The last sheet has also been popped. He's still alive. Patchy going in. He puts down the Hyper Bear. It's gonna be on the safe, but unfortunately, it has been addressed almost immediately. That was a great opportunity for Elevate. A super coming in from FX. Now he's gonna go in. He knows what he needs to do. He needs to use that sneak. He needs to get onto the safe, and that's what he's doing. Tribe cannot afford any more damage, but FX does not care. They are now on match point.
I don't even know how Evex got that much damage in that game. I was just watching the Elevate defense unfold, and then somehow, some way, he's able to get 80% pretty much by himself. Crazy stuff right there to stay alive for as long as he did, but that aggression that Evex was able to offer was enough to end up getting that W right there. Some fantastic jukes to stay alive and secure that win at the end. We're gonna have to see some beautiful defense coming in from Tribe this time around. They are on match point. If they lose this, they're out of the tournament pin.
Indeed, another another bear coming in, and they are able to address it. I'm not sure why he used that bear in that scenario. It wasn't going to help them out at all. Now Patchy gets to go on the right-hand side, but on the left-hand side, we have Luffy with his super Avex doing a number on the safe, and as a result, you actually see RBM going on to defensive.
Yeah, it looks like the defense from Elevate is going to be relatively good as well. Zeus is going to be left alone with that damage gear and the spiders as well. Going to waste a lot of Diego's time now, but Evex is just continuing to absolutely demolish the safe all by himself. That is 70% that he was able to do up there on his own. Solo dolo. I have no idea how he's finessing them this hard, but he is responsible for all of the safe damage coming in. Luffy does have his super though, so getting some good work done, but Evex is just going to go straight back for that safe.
Dude, I remember 2023, 2022, Avex was just like a ladder player. People used to joke about him being like, you know, a pro player or whatever. But now he's showing us why people shouldn't really count him out. Now Luffy going in with a hypercharge jump coming in from RBM, Patchy, Dispatch, all 3 members of Tribe in an aggro position. Avex, though, has a super. Good goal for it. He goes for it, gets a kill on his Zeus. He should be able to use his invisibility to go into the other realm. But understand that RBM is going to be on the other side. Beautiful stuff from Avex and bamboozling the opponents. Another hyper bear coming in from Patchy. He is able to get it on the safe. It's going to do a lot of damage. Avex is there stalking them. He could go in for the safe. He gets a little bit more damage. 9%. He has a super on defensive, but it doesn't matter. Diego holding the line, keeping them back as long as possible. Hypercharge coming in from RBM. He uses it, not able to get too much value out of it. There are some supers as well. RBM once more tries. Luffy as well. It's a desperate attempt. It is known Elevate are going to be able to win this one. Just one more hit. Avex is able to take down Tribe once more. Elevate beating Tribe Gaming at a 3-1 scoreline.
What an absolute dominant performance coming out from Elevate right there. I'm not sure if anybody else except for Evex touched the safe in that entire set right there. He was able to get so much of that damage up by himself, just doing such a good job sliming behind the defensive line of Tribe Gaming and getting all of that safe damage on the Lily pick. Typically, you see teams going with 2 aggressive brawlers, but Elevate said no, they're going to play double defense. They know that Evex can do it all himself, and oh boy, did he put the team on his back for that heist victory. Very well-earned victory for Elevate. They're going to progress through our losers bracket, and they will face off next against the loser of our winners bracket match, KCP and STMN. And unfortunately, we're going to have to say goodbye to Tribe Gaming here, eliminated from GKR.
That is crazy. Not only were they eliminated from GKR, they didn't even get to the lower bracket finals. So it is a very early exit for Tribe Gaming, considering how prolific and dominant that they've been in this region. Congratulations to Elevate, because they really earned that victory. I feel like Tribe Gaming were outclassed. There were moments of brilliance, but you know, it's been Avex showing us how dominant he can be on these aggressive brawlers, these assassins. And I think, honestly, I might be called out for this, but I think I can talk about him in the same breath as somebody like Linane right now, because he was going kind of crazy.
Yeah, I think he's definitely making a name for himself as one of the best tank players, if not the best tank player in this region. Him and RBM definitely competing for that title. But yeah, even worldwide, I don't know who's playing tanks at the level that EVX is playing tanks on right now. He has been so dominant throughout BSC, so dominant throughout these third-party tournaments, and Elevate is definitely looking like the team to watch coming out of this losers bracket right here. Still going to need to get one more win to make it to the grand finals against the loser of KCP STMN, which is going to be our next matchup.
Yeah, we're gonna take a small break of about 5 minutes or 3 minutes till we come back for that match. So thank you for sticking by. We'll see you then. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to GKRNA. We are the final stages of this tournament here. We're going to go to the upper bracket finals. So we had some amazing matches today already. We had Elevate versus, not Elevate versus, well, Tribe Gaming versus Kodoji. I'm sorry, Tribe Gaming versus Kodoji. We're Tribe Gaming to the dub in a 3-1 scoreline. Kodoji played phenomenal in that. Then we had Elevate versus Tribe Gaming next, which went the way of Elevate, and Tribe Gaming were kind of caught off guard. I mean, they played really well. They drafted, I guess, according to the fundamentals, and I can't really fault a lot of their drafts, but Elevate just came out and talked. It was the EVX show, and everybody else were just like participants on the map, and we saw some signs of life from RBM, and unfortunately that wasn't the case. This is the second time in, I guess, what, 2 weeks that Elevate has beaten Tribe Gaming in a major tournament. That is kind of crazy to me. Now though, we have another match, and it's going to be KCB versus STM and Esports, and Kansas City Pioneers have Tyrant, Zula, and Fade, and STM and Esports have Pain, Juan Carlos, and Tacos. This Kansas City Pioneer squad has a championship DNA, which a lot of other teams don't. They play many titles as the first seed in NA, were multiple World Finals appearances, and they were a part of the previous Tribe roster. 2025, however, hasn't been a great year for them. They've had 2 semis and 2 quarterfinals appearances, but none in the grand finals. Surprisingly enough, they haven't faced Stamina in the BSC, and this will be their first fixture between these two titans in the GKR.
Yes, it is indeed going to be their first fixture against each other, and I cannot wait to see how it goes. This is certainly not the upper bracket final that a lot of you guys probably would have bet on, but both of these teams have played fantastic. Something else to note is that STMN actually was granted a spot in the playoffs because Motomami's had to drop out, so didn't even expect to be playing in this. Nonetheless, went 2-0 yesterday, making quick work of LLC and then actually beating Elevate as well. So they've had a pretty interesting run into our upper bracket finals, but they're going to be facing off against Pioneers, who beat Space Station Gaming 3-1 and Tribe Gaming 3-1. So both of these teams have kind of been through the gauntlet so far, and the winner of this is going to be in the fantastic position to take home the grand final. But we are already into our first draft, which is going to be on New Horizons. Pioneers banning out Gene, Hank, Lumi, STMN banning out Bell, Gus, and Hank.
Nice. Juan Carlos just making sure his camera captures his beautiful face, and we are going to be going to draft. Payne is still sleeping, and we still have Tyrant Bakery Cam, so you know everything's all right. Jay Young's going to be the first pick for Stamina. And just talking about Stamina, you mentioned they were a surprise addition to the playoff phase, and you know they have performed spectacularly. You give this team an inch, and obviously they've taken a mile, and they're going to take as many miles as they have. They've made full use of this opportunity so far. They beat LC 3-1 and then managed to destroy Elevate in the upper bracket. And you know that same scoreline, it was kind of crazy, right? The job doesn't seem like it's done for this electric ensemble, who is very storied, but you know they're going up against KCP right now, and KCP decided to draft this Angelo. I feel like KCP are a very strong team. I think you can talk about them in the same breath as Tribe and Elevate, and I feel like even Stamina, with their display of performance in the last 2 days without any preparation, are also in that same conversation, at least for me.
Yeah, 100%. I think that a lot of people would probably have their top four teams in NA being Tribe, Elevate, SSG, and Pioneers. Pioneers are sitting in the fourth spot as far as BSC goes, so still a lot to prove for them as we progress into the second split of the season. But if they can wrap things up in GKR, qualifying from the upper bracket, that would be a great start for them. They're going to take the gray to pair up with the Angelo here, so two sharpshooters coming off the board, and it does make me fear that they might be a little bit weak into the aggression that STMN might have to offer. They are indeed going to go with the Kit, one of Juan Carlos's favorite little buddies right there on the game. There is still Daryl on the board as well. I do think that the Kit Hank has kind of overtaken the Kit Daryl, but that is a classic combination that I feel like Pioneers would be pretty weak into.
Yep, and Daryl's going to be coming out here. I like the Daryl along with the Kit. It's such a great combination, right? So the gray is a pretty decent option, but obviously those pulls are going to be a little scary, but Pioneers need more damage. I don't think that they have enough, but this Cordelius might actually address the Daryl if you're going to be able to take him to the other zone, and it's a far enough area that you can, you know, safely run away and kite the Daryl, doing no damage from the Daryl and doing a lot of damage for the Cordelius. So I think that makes sense, but I like this Stamina draft a little bit more than the Pioneer one.
I think I agree as well. I mean, it's going to have to be a very reactive gameplay coming out from Tyrant on this Cordelius pick right here. We do see the initial hook being missed by Fade as well. So some of those wall breaks are not going to be coming in quite as quickly as KCP would have liked to see. Zulon is trying to get some taps off, but Juan Carlos just too fast to get touched so far. Just getting so overly aggressive right there on the Jae Young. But that's the type of risk you can afford to take when you have a brawler that can heal himself and has that movement speed.
Payne with his super, Juan Carlos with his own here, just speeding up Lucy. Payne gonna go in. He's gonna get 1, 2, 3 swipes. Jump coming in from Tyrant. There is Fade going down. Unfortunately for him, Tyrant going into Payne to get the kill here. He's on to Juan Carlos. Tyrant is able to get the kill on Juan Carlos, and that is gonna be round number 1 for KCP. All of the aggression for Stamina stymied by KCP's beautiful synergy and gameplay.
Yeah, really well played by Tyrant to hit that realm on the Daryl mid-roll right there. That would have been probably doomed for his teammates if he was not able to connect that Shadow Realm. So well played to Tyrant, saving his teammates so far. And we're already going to see the Cat Daryl combination coming in hot right here. Taco's deciding whether or not he wants to roll in, but either way, it looks like they are going to finally make that move now. Tacos is taken to the Shadow Realm, and Tyrant's going to be able to come out on top of that, but Juan Carlos is there for the trade. So now we're left in a 2v2, but the Kid might be a little bit less useless, a little bit more useless without that Daryl teammate.
Fade needs to go in on Juan Carlos when Juan Carlos has already used his gadget and doesn't have any more value for it. So that is probably what you have as a winning condition for KCP. Pain is also another winning condition. So if it goes in, Pain knows that he needs to jump in. That's where Zulan comes in. So I feel like that's how this is going to be played now. We see Juan Carlos jumping in and he goes on to Pain. There's going to be a lot more survivability. Jae Young is going to be very, very healed up. So much damage coming in. Now it's only Zulan, but it doesn't matter. Beautiful stuff from Cat Stamina to execute that level of gameplay.
Yeah, that Jae-Young kit combination is even stronger than I expected it to be, but Juan is just able to use that speed mode and speed himself up while still getting the heals coming in from Pain. A lot of aggression coming down here. Tyrant is forced to jump away from Pain's jump. So a little bit even after all of that utility is burnt right there, but STMN is in a pretty pinched off positioning right now. Tyrant is charging his super for free, but Juan is going to be giving his teammates speed to try to break out of the spawn trap. Nonetheless, the pull is there in combination with Zulan. That's going to be a quick kill. Now STMN have their back up against the wall. This is our final round right here. Taco's going to try to make something happen, and he gets the kill onto his counter, but he is going to have to back off now. Fade there for the kill, and now it's just Juan Carlos in a 1v2.
Ooh, Juan Carlos needs to get that clutch, but Zulan and Fade are pretty seasoned veterans. They're not going to let that happen, obviously, and the dodges are going to be there. But Juan Carlos is going to try. What other option does he have, right?
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty insane comeback if he's able to somehow pull this off, especially with the existence of those teleporters. Indeed, he's not going to be able to pull off the impossible, and that's going to be Kansas City Pioneers getting off to a pretty hot start, taking game number 1. It went from Tyrant Bakery Cam to Tyrant Foot Cam. What are we doing over there, Tyrant? Come on, bro.
He got them dogs out, buddy.
Showing us anything except his face, but respect where it's due, man. He played fantastically on the Cordelius, helping his team secure that first round.
We're gonna go to round number 2 here. It is still the first set between these two titans right now. Zulan is trying to connect those shots, as is Juan Carlos. Not sure why Lucy is up so high. Obviously, he's not gonna get too much of value with his attacks, but trying nonetheless. And on the right hand side, Pain trying to get his super, as he does manage to finally get it. I feel like the conditions have more or less been met for an aggressive stance coming from Stamina, and that's exactly what they do. Stance change from Juan Carlos. He pops his gadget as well. There is a lot of shots coming in from Kid. Ooh, dash in, but Fades dashes out with his portal, and now we have a role reversal in terms of the position.
Yeah, somehow Juan is able to barely survive that Angelo poison, but massive for him that he doesn't go down. Pain is moving up pretty aggressively, but gonna have to back off now. The smoke is gonna start to push STMN out of this cage, but they're having a difficult time breaking out of the opponent's spawn. They do get the Cat Daryl synergy, but the Cord super is quick to follow. Tacos is gonna be in a very tough situation right here, trying to get the trade, but it's not gonna happen yet. 2v3 for STMN. Are Pain and Juan going to be able to close this gap right here? It looks unlikely, but the damage gadget almost able to connect. Nonetheless, no members of Pioneers are going to fall, and they are in a prime position to take this first set.
Yeah, beautiful stuff from Kansas City Pioneers. Stamina have something that they can do here. Obviously, Kid already has a super. Seems like Lucy Tacos isn't that far away from it. So obviously, you need the Kid to jump on Lucy. Lucy needs to roll in and not go on a Fade or Tyrant, but Zulan. But the problem is that these two brawlers are going to be there playing interference, especially Tyrant. He wants to ensure that Zulan's alive.
Yeah, Juan is going to pop this damage gadget, trying to get a little bit aggressive right here, but he's not going to find too much value out of that. Zulan is going to be facing off against him in the mid, but it's so hard to hit those Angela projectiles onto a brawler that gets speed every single time he shoots. Juan is definitely taking full advantage of that, but the Kit Daryl combination is ready to go whenever Pain and the Tacos choose to let it rip right now. The Tacos hypercharge as well as there, but they're going to actually go for Tyrant this time around, and it's not going to pay off. And now we see Tacos getting taken to the realm. Juan Carlos does get that trade-off, though. Maybe a ill-advised pull coming in from Fade. If Tacos is able to get out, then it's going to be a very different game, but Zulan is there with the trade. Juan is going to be left in another 1v2.
Oh, it feels bad for one, but that is how the cookie crumbles, and crumbles it does, as Kansas City Pioneers are going to be taking this game as well.
Yeah, that was definitely, it seems like the Cordelius was enough of an answer for the Kit Daryl strategy. It looks like Tyrant put his camera up a little bit more. Thank you for that, buddy. But, either way, I think that the draft was definitely there for Pioneers. They left the Kit Daryl open by going with the double sharpshooter, but they trusted Tyrant to be able to man that Cordelius and take that option away. So, well played to them. Definitely a little bit of a risk in the draft, but it ended up paying dividends, and they're going to take set number 1. But now we're going to be moving into Brawl Ball, Pinball Dreams.
Yeah. Kansas City Pioneers really showing us their prowess with the brawlers that they are bringing to the table. I saw the way forward for Stamina, but I feel like, it's reached a point now where if you have one, just don't go for the Kid. Not saying that one is bad on the Kid. It's just bad luck. It's just bad luck at this point.
It might just be bad luck. Luckily, he didn't have to man it himself, and he did play a great Jae Young, but did not end up working out, even though there was a couple of chances that he had to make some crazy comebacks, but didn't end up working out for them. I'm excited to see how this Pinball Dreams draft goes. We've seen how diabolical Shade can be on some of these KG Brawl Ball maps. Pinball Dreams clearly no exception, so Shade is a brawler I'm expecting to be banned or picked here, as well as Willow is a brawler that we've seen definitely make her impact known on a map like this. Can be picked early, can be picked late, but overall just pretty solid option and can open up some goal scoring opportunities for your team.
Indeed. Willow is great, like you mentioned, for the Hex as well. You can go for wall breaks also, but you know, I haven't seen a specific brawler in the first set, and I am very, very sad that we didn't see that. Obviously, it was banned out, but maybe this time it wouldn't be banned out. Pinball Dreams, we might just see the Shade. Avex was crazy on the Shade. I feel like you can have maybe Tyrant or maybe Fade more likely, and you know, anybody from Stamina really could pilot that Shade and do wonders for either team. So might be banned out or it might be picked up.
I would definitely assume it's going to be one of those two options. I have a hard time imagining these teams letting it slide completely. Another brawler that did get a hypercharged Lumi, we have not seen picked up nearly as much as expected. She was played a fair amount by Space Station Gaming, but didn't end up working out the best for them more often than not. So maybe it fell off a little bit, even with the addition of the hypercharge. We could see Draco here as well, although it's a little bit less likely, probably more likely to see that in set 4 Dueling Beetles, but lots of different options that we could go here. And I think always with Pinball Dreams, the draft kind of comes down to wall break versus throwers. So we could see Griff coming out, whether he's going to be banned or picked. And then the existence of that wall break is going to be enough to deter most thrower matchups.
We're gonna go to our draft. We have our bans: Barley, Hank, Jackie, Willow, Shade, and Lumi. Shade being banned, Hank being banned. So a lot of the very annoying options out of the situation. Willow as well being out is great because you don't have the hexes, and you know, there are lots of different bugs and glitches and mechanics also with the Willow's hex, which might give a lot more questions rather than answers. So Pioneers deciding to go for Jae Young as their first pick here.
Jae Young has been one of the safest first picks throughout our entire tournament. I mean, he's got the speed, he's got the heals, he's got a decent amount of HP, and that damage gadget is so impactful in the meta as well. Gus is another brawler who really doesn't have many weaknesses, so I like that pick coming out from STMN. A little bit less common in Brawl Ball than other modes, but paired up with the Draco, it definitely could make its impact known, and I am excited that we're going to get to see that Draco hyper take place one more time.
Ash coming out. Draco great, obviously, but Ash with the Jae Young, I think a really great, you know, Slambulance composition here. You have the Slam, and then you have the Ambulance as well on the other side. We have double tag with Jae Young. That's a little bit of a problem for Stamina, I would feel, but they have the Gus, which gets the support. Draco also has a hypercharge, but they need something else really to address what they're going up against, and right now they don't have it.
Yeah, you're correct. That is a ton of aggression coming out from Pioneers. Griff is open. I feel like that could be one of the better picks that they could have. Opens up the map a little bit more for Gus to be able to cycle. I mean, Gus should be able to land a lot of shots, charge up that hypercharge, but it's just going to be confirming kills. That is the tough call for him. Instead of going with the Griff, they are going to go with another wall break. It's going to be in the form of a tank, though. So we have 2 tanks per team and 1 support brawler. Should be a pretty action-packed matchup, if nothing else, man.
Oh yeah, but that one tech that you see, which is a potato BS strat, we saw that yesterday, right down the mid brick wall past the ball goal. So that is a concern for Stamina. That is a very easy classical goal to get. So you have to be worried about it, especially with the fact that Bull is so aggressive right now. You have to be worried about this if you're Pioneers. But I think that they have a very tanky composition with a lot of sustain.
Yeah, it's going to be the battle of the tanks as we move into set number 2. Pioneers up 1 set so far, but it's going to be Fade and Tacos beefing over on this left-hand side. And I believe that we already saw Juan Carlos dying. Where is Juan Carlos at? Is he coming back? Oh, okay. No, it's Zulan, actually. So Payne's going in on Tyrant, getting some good kills right there, but Fade is there with the stun. But the heal coming in from the Gus shield, that's going to be maybe enough to force the goal. Somehow, after all of that action, Tacos is the last man standing, and they're going to be able to get a quick goal on the board for STMN.
That was crazy. I didn't expect that. He got this super at the right time. Such an opportune moment to do so. Going in with a little saucy super there, just to add a little bit of spice here. Hypercharge from Zulan is going to hit a lot of the robotic rats. The stun is confirmed on Tacos, who pops his gadget, gets his super back, is alive, but does finally get addressed by Zulan. So great defensive spot from KCP, but they are trailing already, and there is only a minute 40 to spare.
Yeah, they've got a lot of brawlers that can kind of force this goal wide open, though, and Fade is definitely going to be one of them. He's going in with the hypercharge, going to be able to cycle out stuns. Not going to be able to get a single kill quite yet, but Pain is going to be falling weak. Tyrant and Fade staying alive for Kansas City Pioneers. They're just going to hold down this positioning for now. The ball is not in the greatest spot for them, but nonetheless, if they're able to get a squad wipe, then they should be able to force the ball through here. Fade is going to fall, though, to the last stand coming out from Draco. Tyrant's choosing to go for the ball, but Pain is there to reject that idea completely. Even though he is going to fall, he is buying some time for his team.
I feel like Pain's use of the bowl is very classical rather than what we currently have as bowl, so he needs to change that strategy going forward. But lots of hypercharge coming in. Misses? What? He misses the shield, but it doesn't matter, as once more he's going to get another hypercharge super coming off, and Zulan in a very bad spot. He's trying to defend, but Pain has so much of HP, and that is going to be Stamina taking game number 1.
That tough guy star power coming in clutch for Pain right there. The bull is just going to be too tanky to stop, and he's just going to be able to force that ball through for the second time. It looks like STMN, once they just get all 3 of their team just up in front of that goal, they're just able to blast it through the defensive line. So well played to them. It seems like they do have the comp diff so far, but Kansas City Pioneers is going to have to try to find a way to outplay this. Taco's already falling weak and using that gadget immediately. No. He doesn't waste that super, though, so this might be the saving grace that Pioneers need. Fade has the super going in on Juan, but the timing with the shield is there.
That was something muy caliente from Juan Carlos. That super right at the right time, gets the knockback and stays alive, gets a kill as well. Now Pain on the right hand side, he's already popped his super, so you know the intention is there. He's going to be rolling in. It's just a matter of time. He goes in and gets those stuns, so they need to make that known. They need to obviate a little bit of the pressure, but it's not going to matter. Pain goes in, not getting any of the stuns. He tries to find something on the Zulan. There is a little bit of desperation. Taco is once more a bit desperate. He had the speed. He could have got the clear. It's not going to be enough. Now Juan Carlos has the ball. He could pass it to Lucy, but Lucy has no HP, and that is certainly going to be a goal. Nope, it's not, as Fade gets the stun as the ball wasn't transferred fast enough. So what a defensive effort from KCB to stay alive.
I mean, it was good defense, but also bad offense. I think Taco's choked that a couple of times. He had 2 opportunities to walk it in, but the auto-aim spamming of the ball kind of doomed him, but now he's got hypercharge. He goes in, gets 1, gets 2, gets 3, and if Juan is able to swing him the ball, certainly they get the goal, and he gets it right before Zulan is able to walk in right there. RBM, take notes. That is how you score on an open net with the super.
Tribe Gaming, that's what you do. You just auto-aim the yellow button. You have ball, auto-aim the yellow button. You get the goal, you get the win. That's what you need to do. Anyway, now we're going to go back here. Hypercharge being popped by Juan. Also by Pain. He gets a stun with a Stomper, but Zulan was there with his rats, able to get the defensive effort off. Once more, KCB, flawless defensive effort, but how many times can they do that? It's just a matter of time from Stamina as they just keep on battering this KCP side.
Yeah, they're just kind of outlasting them right now. Juan Carlos with a well-timed shield as well. Going to be able to keep Tacos alive. He has that shield online as well, but Pain is going to be getting ran down by the robotic rats. Nonetheless, there does still need to be an equalizer coming in from KCP with less than 30 seconds on the clock. That Draco hypercharge is just so menacing. It's absolutely shredding through the entire roster. Nonetheless, they do still have positioning with this Fade hypercharge, but Pain is there on the defensive end. He takes out the Jae-Young, but Fade might have a chance to maybe find an opening here. It's a 2v1 with Juan Carlos left by himself, but KCP is hesitating a bit. Tacos gets the ball, and he's going to be able to corner it with 10 seconds.
What? How is Tacos doing that? I know hypercharges are crazy, but he has been making these micro plays, micro adjustments in real time and completely putting KCP on their back. And as a result, Stamina win this second game and win this second set. Their first is tied at 1 set apiece, which means effectively Dueling Beetles is going to be coming out today.
Yeah, they're absolutely abusing this Draco hypercharge, and oh boy did Tacos make it look fantastic. Might be the most broken hyper in the game. I'm willing to put my money on that after what we just saw Tacos accomplish in game number 2 right there. But crazy stuff coming out from STMN, a very dominant comp, run it down straight in their face, and it's going to work out extremely well. But now we're going to probably see a little bit of a switch up in the strategy as we move from a very aggressive game mode being Brawl Ball to a much more passive game mode on Hideout Bounty.
Yeah, I mean, today has just been, I guess, what's the word I'm looking for here? Today has been an instruction on how to get used to the draft, right? We have hypercharge coming in today. The meta has changed today. It's not going to be the same as it was yesterday. And teams are learning on the fly. I feel like this is the only competition where we've seen teams actively adapting on the fly and have no other option to do so. This is the only way they can, cope with what they have.
Yeah, I mean, these hypercharges, they're gonna change the meta every single time they come in. There's always bound to be a couple, if not all of them, that are extremely broken. And so far, from what I've learned today, I'm saying that the Shade one is really good. I'm saying that the Draco one is really good. Bonnie, Doug, Lumi, not as convinced as far as those two go, but especially I feel like tankier brawlers, when they do get those hypercharges introduced, are frequently broken. That's kind of exactly what we've seen take place so far. The Shade has been dominant, the Draco has been dominant, and we haven't even seen the Draco used as much as it probably could be. So curious to see if it comes out in a little bit more off meta situations, but Hideout, not really expecting it, but I don't even know what to expect anymore, Pan. This has been insane.
Every single match, one after the other, has showed us new things, and I'm here for it. It is very exciting to be a part of this today. So, you know, I'm looking to see what these teams decide to concoct for Hideout. Obviously, Hideout is a map which has a lot of walls, some grass as well, but I feel like the usual strategies aren't really working out anymore, and you're gonna have a lot more aggression and a lot more tanks, and as a result we are gonna see some of these tank counters and tanks being removed from the bans. I mean, in the bans, including the bans. We have Bell, J Young, Buster, J Young, Lumi, and Kaze. Double J Young bans because they don't want to deal with that, but this just opens up a lot of different ideas. Jean is available, Great is available, Charlie is such a good idea here as well. Bonnie can do numbers for you as well because the hypercharge can stun, and you can find stragglers a lot in bounties, so that could be a specific use case, as Angela's being picked up first for Kansas City Pioneers.
Yeah, I think that the Angelo pick is pretty safe. The Pierce gadget is definitely going to come into play as well, as long as the STMN comp isn't too aggressive. That could be definitely get a little bit of motion rolling as far as the kills get. If somebody's weak behind that wall, you can use that Master Fletcher gadget and just pick them off like easy right there. I'm a little bit surprised of the lack of tank bans that we're seeing. Only Buster out of the picture, so I feel like Hank could definitely be a pick coming up here. We do see the Gray come online as well, which does have great synergy with Hank. Wouldn't be surprised if STMN does choose to pick that up, but Gray, just like I said with Angelo, has the ability to shoot through that wall to secure any kills on opponents who are weak hiding behind there, and then the teleporter is just going to be such good value as well to TP onto any opponent who is weak, and then your teammates can use it for the rest of the game. Instead of going for the Hank though, they are going to be going for the Charlie, so playing a little bit more on the defensive end.
Oh yeah, Charlie, great, especially after you got the longer range. Those shots hit more consistently and you can get your cocoons, so I think this is not only good for the objective of the mode itself, but great for aggressive brawlers that try to jump into your face. Obviously, Carl, the fire gadget is the meta gadget. You're not going to go in with your flying hook to jump in the opponent, so the Charlie is not going to get as much value there, but it's still a great brawler to have. You can't go wrong with it.
Yeah, I do like the Carl pick a lot. It's also, you got to take into account that blue star is going to be so important for the pacing of this game. And if Carl chooses to go with that flying hook gadget, then he is basically going to be able to collect that for free. So I think that might be the strategy behind that Carl draft pick. STMN has the final pick of the draft though, and they're going to have to address a Gus as well. So two of the best sharpshooters coming off the board for Pioneers. I wouldn't be surprised if it's a Hank. I'm not going to lie. That's probably what I would bet on if I was a gambling man. But instead, it's going to be a different aggro coming out. It's going to be the Kenji, who has definitely fallen off since his hypercharge nerf, but still pretty strong nonetheless.
Oh yeah, for sure, he has fallen off. But one thing about Kenji, the mechanics that you have, the dash in and slash, that slash has so much range that you can hit people around walls, and I think that Kenji is going to be able to get his super much easier than you probably expect, because a lot of times Angelo, Carl, Gus are going to be hiding around the walls, so Kenji kind of make sure that that's not going to be the situation. So Charlie and Gray have a clear line of sight to take down the opponents. We're going to go into our first game off this third set. Both of these teams have taken a set each, with the blue star being collected by Lucy right at the bat.
Yep, and they're just going to be holding that positioning for now. Pain does pop the gadget over on the left-hand side. It's going to be very difficult for Fade or Zulan to get taps when he has that gadget online. Even with the lead, though, STMN is still keeping up the aggression. A little bit uncharacteristic for what we've seen in typical bounty games, but Tacos is going to have to back off now. Fade is getting a solid pinch angle out here, and STMN looks a little bit concentrated over on this left-hand side.
I still get whiplash every time I see Charlie on the map from that meta when Charlie was kind of broken and abrasive. Now, though, we see her on the left-hand side. Lucy trying to bait out the super. He does bait out the super, gets a lot of value with that super, but not able to die in that situation. Fade understood that would have been the assignment, but unfortunately for him, that wasn't the case. He gets picked off with that super from Juan Carlos. Now, Taco's going in, but he gets taken out as he walks right into Tyrant and Zulan. The super from Tyrant is there. He gets a kill onto Juan Carlos, and 5 stars to 3 is the scoreline right now.
Very comical looking teleporter that they have up there. I feel like STMN had so many chances to really take a unsurmountable, not unsurmountable, but a really difficult to come back from lead, but they just weren't able to get some of those kills when KCP was on low HP. The Kenji Super's coming in now though, and KCP looks pretty trapped back here. Great teleport from Juan Carlos to secure that kill. Zulon surely next to fall. Indeed he does to Pain, but he's going to teleport up on accident, still gets that cocoon to save his life, and now Tacos is going up. Maybe wants to get some damage up on Tyrant, but they're going to be content with this 2-star lead, and they're going to fall back, but Zulon with a crazy tap.
Insane. Now Tyrant pops his hypercharge and he's going in for the kill. He's pushing back Juan Carlos. Juan Carlos getting taken down as well. 17 seconds left. Kenji doesn't have a hypercharge. Pain does though, but he isn't the person who can get those multiple kills. Now it's up to Tacos to get his hypercharge. He's going to be pretty close to it. Hypercharge is there for Juan Carlos. He pops it. Hypercharge from Pain as well. Pain is going to be very... Okay, I guess they won. KCP won.
I don't think that STMN really had a way to get back into that. They were gonna have to kill Tyrant, who did have a Gush Shield and full HP and Super. So unfortunately, we didn't get to watch the last 2 seconds. But I feel confident saying that KCP won that one. But it's definitely not over yet as far as the set goes. STMN had so many chances to bring that one back and just were like hundreds of HP away from getting a couple of important kills. So going into game number 2, we're gonna have to see if they can be a little bit cleaner with some of those attacks. Once again, Tacos is going to be grabbing that blue star. So we're gonna see STMN continuing to keep up a little bit more aggression even with the lead.
Yep, Lucy gonna go in. Wow, that snipe on a Tyrant is crazy. He goes in once more, gets taken out, punished for over-aggressing on the right-hand side, though. Fade is very low. Oh, nice stun coming in from Juan Carlos. A portal, a kill. Zulon goes down 6-5. It is gonna be favoring STMN.
Yeah, lots of action offer up here. I like how these teams aren't just getting the lead and then playing back and waiting for the final engage like we've seen so often. Both of these guys are wanting to play some fun bounty, and I love to see it. But we're going to have Juan versus Fade on the right-hand side. Juan is going to back off a little bit. Even though Fade was a bit weak, he does have that shield in his pocket if he needs it. We're going to see Tacos coming back out of the spawn a little bit to try to get some pinching going off. But we see KCP is going to be pushing up on the aggressive now as they do have a 1-star deficit.
Awkward position for Stamina to be in. I feel like Tacos needs to be a little bit more aggro to try to get that super, but KCP are maintaining that range and making it almost impossible for Tacos to be as effective as he was in game number 1. Now super coming in from, Flying Hook coming in from Tired. He has a hypercharge as well. Hypercharge being popped by Juan Carlos on a defensive effort here. I think that's also going to be their exit strategy towards the end.
Yeah, very defensive teleporter from Juan there. He is 1-tap though to Zulon, so he's gonna have to make sure he's able to survive this. Pain on 20 HP, and Juan is actually there to get the kill. That is a huge swing in favor of STMN right there. And now they just have to hold out for the last 30 seconds of this game to be able to secure this.
Juan Carlos is the mark there. Fade is going to go in. He has a hypercharge. He is hitting a lot of these shots on Juan Carlos. It doesn't matter though. He can run away. A kill is confirmed on Tacos. Pain is very low. Finds the kill. Gets taken out himself. The blue star is still on Stamina's side. They have a 11-second buffer here. It is now or never. Tyrant. He has a hypercharge. He has a flying hook as well. He's going to be going in for the hypercharge. The pull is there. The cocoon is there as well. Now Lucy gets the kill as well. And that is crazy. As Stamina cap this one off. Get the dub.
Really solid defense from Stamina right there. It looked like KCP had a couple of chances to take back that lead, but this is basically the opposite of game number 1. I mean, we saw last game Stamina was able to get a couple of those kills that just could not have the last 100 HP. This time it was the same story, but the other way around. So game number 3, it's definitely anybody's game. Once again, Tacos is going to be grabbing that blue star, securing that lead, but we've seen Stamina likes to still keep it a little bit aggressive. They're going to pull Zulon, and certainly he's going to be the first one to fall.
Ooh, that was unfortunate for the side of STMN. They are, for the side of KCP as STMN take the lead here 3-0. And right now, they need to make a way back. Zulon and Tyrant are going to be trying to charge their super, but Pain with his range is going to keep them back a little bit here. Obviously, Lucy needs to get a little bit work done. He hasn't really got any value towards the hypercharge just yet, trying to do so. And on the right-hand side, we have Fade versus Juan Carlos mano y mano. Now we see Lucy being a little bit aggressive, but might not have been the right situation as he bit off more than he could chew.
Little bit, but we just see Pain is absolutely abusing this Charlie range to keep his opponents weak. He does get tapped by Zulon, though that poison damage is going to be significant. Pain is going to have to fall back a little bit as well as Juan, so Tacos needs to buy some space for his team. That's exactly what he does. Going up on Fade, he's going to force that shield out. So definitely a little bit of a waste of Fade's utility, not the way that he would have liked to have to use that. And we see STMN pushing back up on the aggressive, still with the 3-star lead though, so Tacos has to make sure that he doesn't die.
Yeah, I mean, still, it is a lead for Stamina, so they don't really need to force the issue. On the other side, those KCP surely need to, as now he's going to go in. Ooh, Oh, Lucy goes in, immediately punished. There is a Cocoon Kyron, still very much alive, shielded up by his teammates. It's a blue star as well for KCP. What a beautiful mark. They need to get Lucy for the lead, and they did exactly that. Now 28 seconds left for Stamina to get a role reversal.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate with the aggression biting STMN in the butt right there, but Stamina is pushing up pretty hard. Tyron's going to be able to get that kill with the use of the hypercharge. Juan is there to get that pick, though. So Zulon and Juan are going to be trying to fight in this quarter here. There's no way Juan gets out of this. Indeed not. That hypercharge from Fade is going to be online, and it is a 1-star lead for KCP. Tacos is going to fall after getting no value out of the super as well, and surely that should be all she wrote. That is going to be Kansas City Pioneers clutching up in set number 3 to take a 2-1 lead over Stamina.
Man, Tacos went to Taco Bell and decided to sell some of his tacos because that was a sell coming in from Stamina. Pioneers took that dub because, you know, it was just handed to them. They're ready to take that. So a lot of small mini misplays coming in for Stamina Esports in that third set. Hopefully the fourth would be better for them, but Pioneers kind of holding true to what they needed to do to get that dub.
Definitely. It was a little bit unfortunate. I think that the aggressive brand of bounty that they were playing worked out decently well in the first 2 games, but that's the risk that you take when you play so aggressive, especially when you have a 3-star Kenji and you're just going to sell the lead like that. Super unfortunate for STMN, but they've got to keep the mental together. Moving into set number 4, it is going to be dueling Beetles, and if KCP wins this one, then they are going to be our first team qualifying for Grand Finals.
Yeah, I mean, I still feel bad for STMN. Tacos was the only person who shouldn't have died, and he was the only person that died in that situation. And it was even an unforced situation. Like, he didn't even have to go up there, and immediately you saw them pounce. They knew that, okay, this is the moment. This is where we get our advantage, and that's what they did. But now we're going to be going into Dueling Beetles, which is going to be set number 4. It is Hot Zone, a very difficult map, and considering the fact that Stamina is down 1 set, having Dueling Beetles to play next is maybe not the best situation for them to be in.
It's going to be a fun one, though. I mean, looking at the hypers that we got, this is already a pretty good map for Shade, already a pretty good map for Draco. Maybe you can make a use case for Doug, but Chad, I wouldn't get too excited about that. But definitely Draco is one of the brawlers who was already pretty meta on this map, and with that hypercharge, we saw how dominant it was in our Brawl Ball set. So expecting that to be picked or banned out, one of those 2 options. Same goes for Shade. And we have seen some Bull gameplay as well, but the Charlie and the Cordelius are going to exist to counter that out. So I'm curious what type of tank counters and tanks are going to be banned out in this draft. I feel like it's really going to come down to the tanks as far as the draft strategy goes.
I completely agree. Obviously, the Gray tactic can work on a map such as this, but I really feel that Gray kind of has fallen off a little bit. The Esther teleporters do make it easier, but I feel like this is the only map where I would conceivably run Gray in right now. Could run it in some gem grab maps, but I feel like this is the map for Gray. But at the same time, look at the number of walls that exist. I feel like throwers are also going to be very good on this map here.
Yeah, certainly could see the Willow come out. We have definitely seen a lot of Barry and Barley as well on this map, since they do have that healing ability to pair well with tanks. Besides that, I mean, this is also a pretty good map for Griff if you want to break open your own walls to allow your team to get back into the zone a little bit quicker. That can be kind of like a similar strategy to the Gray teleport, but just allowing your team ease of access into that zone. We've also seen Meg make her way back into the meta a little bit in Hot Zone nowadays. With that underrated hypercharge, you get a very, very, very high damage, high range swipe attack. So wouldn't be shocked if that came back into the picks here, but again, it's a little bit of a less picked brawler, so not really expecting that, but it could be something to keep your eye out for.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that is a major consideration going forward. I have to mention that Shade is an option that you could go for as well. Obviously, the speed of the Shade is unmatched, especially when you start using your hypercharge. You can't cycle your supers so fast that it doesn't stack as it used to anymore. But still, we saw Avex on that Shade. He was completely running through a lot of the people there. But the map specifically where he was really the breakout player was, I guess, a bounty map. So this is Dueling Beetles. You should expect a little bit more squishies, but you know, you have the occasional throwers coming in, like say what, Juju, or maybe even a Barry coming in. So those might be the marks for Shade as well.
Yeah, one of the most diabolical combos that I run into a lot playing ranked on Dueling Beetles is the Barry Draco combination. One of the stinkiest things in the game, pretty impossible to deal with. And then when you add a Draco hypercharge into the mix, I'm sure it's going to be even grosser. So we'll see what the bans are going to be looking like. Hopefully we'll get this draft pulled up soon. I am itching to see how this winners bracket matchup is going to end off. Obviously, Stamina is against the wall here. They need to take this set to force a set number 5 on Double Swoosh. If KCP walks away with this, then they will be our first team representing in the grand finals.
Indeed. Just waiting for the teams to get ready in their lobbies right now. This is going to be the decider set, right? Whoever wins Dueling Beetles, it's going to ensure that, you know, if Pioneers win, they're going to be going on to the grand finals, and if Stamina Esports wins, they're going to be facing off against Elevate in the lower bracket. Honestly, I would prefer going to the grand finals and facing Elevate in the lower bracket.
Yeah, definitely
like
a tall task there.
Yeah.
I would not personally want to face off against Elevate, even in the winner's bracket. Doing it when you have 1 life left in the tournament is definitely terrifying stuff, especially with how dominant they looked against Tribe Gaming today. And of course, who'd they beat first? Was that SSG? It was indeed SSG, but yeah, they've looked pretty dominant today so far, and they've looked dominant just in pretty much every tournament in the past couple of months, so definitely a scary team to face off against. And even if they do qualify from the lower bracket, they definitely could give a team a run for their money in a bracket reset situation, so we'll see how it goes. Obviously, both of these teams are going to have the advantage if they're able to qualify from upper bracket, because there is double elimination, so you have to lose twice. Even if it's in the grand finals, then there will be a bracket reset rather than just a best of 1 game up there. So a lot to play for these two teams trying to qualify from the most advantageous position.
Yeah, obviously you don't want to be caught in a situation where you go to the lower bracket. You get an extra life. I mean, it's not an extra life, but it feels like an extra life. In the grand finals, at least, it's an extra life. The way double elimination tournaments operate is that every single team can lose at least 1 match, but if they lose 2, they're out of the tournament. So if you qualify for the grand finals from the upper bracket, you are essentially have 1 more life than the team that comes to the grand finals from the lower bracket. So that is why we're really harping on about how this is such an important win for both of these teams here.
Yes, that's why we're talking about it, and not because the draft hasn't pulled up yet. All right, perfect. Finally, we got it here now. Our bands are going to be in. Pioneers gets Charlie, Griff, and Crow band. STMN going for Hank, Lumi, and Kaze. Definitely intrigued by these KCP bands. You don't see the Crow band out too often, but his main use case is into Jaeyong/Heals, so it makes me wonder if Pioneers are going to go with the J first pick here, since the Crow is not going to be a counter option coming out for STMN. I definitely would not dislike it if that's what KCP chooses to rock with, but their first pick is going to be in quite soon. We'll see if it's going to be the J or if they're going to go with a different strategy. It is in fact going to be the Lu pick.
This Lu pick is an interesting one. It just means that they expect Stamina to run very tanky brawlers. In the past, you used to have Juan Carlos Payne and RBM together, and RBM used to be the tank for them, but Tacos has done a phenomenal job as well, satisfying similar roles after he joined this team. So expecting that as an option considering the bans, I think that the Lu pick makes a little bit of sense.
Yeah, one thing that we have seen in the past as a Lu counter is that Poco with the, I don't remember the name of the gadget, but the one that counters out the Lu super completely. Poco outside of that, though, is pretty useless, so not going to be shocked if he goes undrafted here. STMN is going to opt for the Jaeyong. Definitely one of my favorite picks on this map. The sustain, the speed, getting your team into the zone quickly, and the initial engagement is also pretty fantastic, but they're going to pair that up with the Amber. A lot of control coming out from STMN. Pioneers are going to take the first thrower of the draft, and it's going to be the Barley, even though Barry is open.
I like this Barley pick. Of course, like you have a thrower, and on the other side you don't have any wall breaks just yet. Draco coming out, we see how good Draco can be. If you have a stun and then you have the Barley along with the Draco, it is, I think it's really good from Pioneers. On the other side, they have Jaeyoung and Amber for sustain. I like this Juju pick. Very phenomenal answer into the Barley, much longer range. You have the Grigri to slow you down. That Draco will have a little bit of a problem with that Grigri. The thing is, Draco is so bulky and so strong right now. I don't know if Stamina can really match that with the composition they have. Maybe Jaeyoung with the gadget along with Amber. You need 2 people addressing the Draco.
Yeah, I'd be pretty worried about this Draco if I am STMN. I mean, they're going to have to combine their forces to be able to take it out. But besides that, he's got the last stand gadget as well, so basically has 2 lives on that zone, especially not even factoring in the herbal tonic coming in from the Barley. So we are into this game, but I do like the chances that KCP has to close it out here. We're going to see them playing pretty passively off rip, Payne taking advantage of that additional range from the grass with the Juju shots, but now Fade is going to be making the first move onto the zone, just trying to get some positioning, but Payne doing a great job keeping his distance.
Pain wants to ensure that Fade doesn't get that value. Once you get the super, it just keeps on rolling in. Then you get your hypercharge. So the best thing you can do is treat Fade's Draco very much like how you would treat, say, a Surge. You don't want him to get that super. If he gets a super late in the game, okay, that's fine, but not this early on. So beautiful stuff from Stamina to isolate and ensure that Fade isn't as useful as he could possibly be.
Yeah, doing a really good job keeping control of the zone right now. The Jaeyong speed is just so ridiculous. Look how fast their entire comp is, and Taco's taking full advantage of that. We got Fire versus Fire in the Amber versus Draco matchup, fighting Fire with Fire, textbook definition of that saying, but now we have Juan popping that damage gear. That's going to be Fade falling, and both teams above 30% onto the zone. Pain's using his invisibility to maneuver up here. He's got the Grigri in hand as well, and he's going to lob that straight onto Tyrant. Going to be a lot of pressure, and Stamina continues to tick up their lead on the zone.
Big Barley last call, but there is a little bit of a crack there where you can dip your tippy toes on the hot zone. So Stamina still in a pretty good spot. They're up 30%. There is that fire fuel from Amber, and that's going to burn up the left side. Fade has no counterplay. There's nowhere for him to go. But now we finally get that super from Fade. That might be a big reason as to why KCP can come back, but they're so far back right now. I feel like they have to course correct for the next game.
Yeah, they're going to need a Draco hypercharge, and they're going to need it now. He does have it online, and he's going for the double kill, but the damage gadget's going to be enough to counter him out. Not like it mattered much anyway. The lead was too much to overcome at the end of the day. Really good response from Stamina right there, trying to force this set 5. Only one game away from doing so.
Beautiful stuff coming in from both the teams, in fact, but I have to say, kind of out of their depth is KCP. Stamina looking a little bit more concrete. I feel like Fade was the biggest issue for them. Rather, Stamina addressing Fade was the biggest issue. So they have to really figure out how Fade can get onto the point and actually get those supers. I saw him get one super, but the game was already done.
Yeah, the STMN roster has done such a good job keeping their distance from Fade to avoid all of that damage that he has to offer, all of that supercharge, all that hypercharge stuff. But he's going to be going way more aggressive this time, gets thoroughly dealt with by the members of STMN. That is going to be a slight damage or zone percentage lead for Kansas City Pioneers, but that's going to be short-lived. Pain trying to sneak up here, but he is quickly spotted out, so not going to get the most value out of that. And Tyrant's going to have that super to zone them off as well, so a much better start from KCP, but still not the greatest.
Ooh, Fade gets a kill. That's huge. He gets taken out, but he's done his job to ensure that nobody from Stamina is on the point. Now Iron and Zulan have to hold the line against Pain. Pain is... What is the wiggles with this man? He's still very much alive. He's going to get the super down. There is going to be the greedy slowing down Fade. Now is the time for him to get the kill on the Fade, and there is a hypercharged super coming in. Ooh, the fire connects on the Fade. He should be taken out, but he manages to get the kill on Lucy as well. Beautiful stuff for Kansas City Pioneers as they are getting the better of Stamina.
I feel like there's almost been more kills than zone percentage in this game so far. It feels like we've been playing for a while, but neither team really choosing to step onto the zone for long. We're going to see Fade trying to make this move now. He's got the Draco hypercharge. This is the moment to watch. He's going in. He's going to survive with that last stand gadget, but does eventually burn out. And it's going to be Tacos and Juan on the zone, but that loose super is going to keep them forced off. So about a 20% lead for KCP. Should be able to extend on it a little bit, but Pain is back to continue lobbing these mortar shots from the back lines.
Indeed, Pain on the right-hand side, just addressing Tyrant. Fade is also going to have that Herbal Tonic. The Herbal Tonic just makes Barley that much more viable, and it allows you to be have an aggressive brawler without really suffering from not having enough support. Now we see Juan Carlos going in with the speed as well. He's trying to find something on the Iron, but it caught in a weird position. Hypercharge on the right-hand side. It does not find its mark. There is a Grigri to hold back Fade. He should be taken out. No manages to survive. Herbal Tonic online. Pain goes down 70 to 30%. KCP are running away with this one, Duncan.
Yeah, we are seeing a completely different game in game number 2 than we did on game number 1. Tyrant is just continuing to completely zone out. Maybe a little miscommunication because Zulan already had that lane blocked. But at this point, I don't really think that there's anything STMN can do to answer this. 1 more percent, and that is going to be Kansas City Pioneers bringing themselves to a match point. If they win this next game, then they're going to be moving into the grand finals. If they lose, then it's going to be going on to set 5.
Man, I feel like maybe not having the dogs out might be the strat, but it is concerning that Tyrant is running Bake Sale Barley, and Bake Sale Barley Tyrant, not the best history, right? Obviously, Stamina are going to try to get this dub here, but I have to look out for Tyrant's Bake Sale.
Yeah, the Tyrant Bakery has just been rent-free in our heads all tournament so far. But we are into a very consequential game number 3 in our upper bracket finals. We're going to have both teams just kind of playing the poke game in the beginning of this matchup. Fade is going to be the first to make that move with Tyrant's healing coming in. But he's going to be taking a ton of damage right here. Surely he's going to fall once this gadget runs out. And it's going to be a little bit unfortunate for him. He is going to die, but no percentage picked up by STMN quite so far.
It is a pretty even keel match here. We see some possession coming in up the hot zone from Stamina, but now Fade's going to be going in. He has a roll with Tonic to stay alive. He gets burnt up. Stu's still very much alive. Does not pop his gadget there. I felt like he would have popped his gadget. Probably would have got a kill here. Now Juan Carlos going in. He has a gadget here. He's going to be forced out of the position there. He might be taken out, but no, managing to get out of that situation. With tacos going down, though, it's going to give KCP a way forward to come back to this game.
Yeah, definitely a better start from STMN, but regardless, KCP should be at least tying up the zone, if not taking a pretty significant lead here. That's going to be a ton of damage coming in onto their opponents as well. Fade is moving up with this dragon, and he is just going absolutely insane. Juan is completely trapped in the spawn, and this is the huge momentum shift for KCP. It's looking like they might be able to hold control for the rest of this one.
We need the Tyrant spin protester with a big skill bar. Please, please, please. Anyway, Hypercharge coming in here by Fade. He finally gets it. He's going to go in on Juan Carlos. He gets the trade. That's exactly what they need. 77 to 34%. Now Payne on the left-hand side. He's going in very aggressively. Doesn't have the range, obviously, because he's not in the grass here. Going to go up against Fade, keep him back. He needs to make sure that he addresses Fade as much as he possibly can, but the numbers just keep rolling up. Fade gets a super to add insult to injury. Herbal Tonic is online as well. It's going down to the wire for Stamina as they can't really compete. Hyper charges from Tyrant. There are kills all around. It is over. It is done. It is dusted. Pioneers take down SCMN and are going to the upper bracket finals. Sorry, going to the grand finals.
Dominant performance from Kansas City Pioneers to secure our first of 2 grand final spots right there. Stamina Esports, after a hard-earned fight, is unfortunately going to be dropping down to the losers bracket, where they will meet Elevate in our losers bracket finals. Winner of that is going to face off against KCP, but really well-earned win to the Kansas City Pioneers. This roster has been through an absolute gauntlet throughout this tournament so far and have yet to falter a single time. So they look like the team to beat so far. Obviously, Elevate and STMN still remain in this tournament. They're going to be trying to have an answer for them, but so far, so good for Kansas City.
Yeah, beautiful stuff for Kansas City Pioneers. I felt like, you know, Stamina Esports were looking quite indomitable. They took the first set very comfortably. Pinball Dreams and Hideout were a little testy here and there, but Dueling Beetles, I felt like Stamina had their number, right? First game was very much in their ballpark, but Pioneers were able to execute their vision to perfection.
Yeah, no, it was absolutely textbook from them. I thought that last set might be a little bit more difficult, but once they got the Lou supers, the Barley supers, it was just too much nonsense for Stamina to be able to push through. So they ended up taking the L right there. And if I'm Stamina, I got to be a little bit worried about this, because Elevate is definitely a daunting challenge for a losers bracket. And that's going to be the next match that we see here. So we're going to have to take a little bit of a break before we get into that. But we will be back with our losers bracket final, Stamina Esports versus Elevate.
We'll see you guys then. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to GKR NA. I'm your host, Petacast, joined by Duncan Brawl Stars. We've had a lot of amazing Brawl Stars action and a lot of results which we may not have expected, or maybe went according to what you guys might have expected. But honestly, I am at a loss for words for the quality of the games that we're seeing. Obviously, the drafts are going to be suspect because this is the first day with new hypercharges, so you shouldn't get that twisted. It's a lot about meta discovery, but the fact that teams are already kind of in real time understanding and analyzing the meta is, I think it's pretty cool to see unfold before our very eyes. But right now we have Stamina Esports versus Elevate. Stamina got here by beating Kansas City. Sorry, not Stamina. Is it Stamina Esports versus Elevate? Yeah, yes. It's Stamina Esports. Stamina Esports got here by losing to Kansas City Pioneers in the upper bracket finals. Elevate managed to beat managed to beat Tribe Gaming in the lower bracket semifinals, and they also beat Space Station to get there. So they had a long path forwards. And the problem with being in the lower bracket is that it's always a gauntlet. You have so many matches back to back to back that you have to beat. So the winner of this immediately starts playing against Kansas City Pioneers. And if they win that, they have to beat them again because there's going to be a grand finals reset since they're coming from the lower bracket. But right now, we're going to go into Stamina Esports versus Elevate. New Horizons, Pinball Dreams, Hideout, Dueling Beetles, and Double Swoosh are the maps.
Yeah, this is something else to take account of, is that this is a rematch of what we saw yesterday in the upper bracket semifinals, where Stamina actually won 3-1 against Elevate. That's how they ended up in the lower bracket at all. So definitely not the result we were expecting in the upper bracket semis. Elevate's going to have a chance to redeem themselves and course correct on that path to get themselves a spot in the grand finals against KCP. But Stamina going to be looking to repeat what they were able to pull off yesterday. Should be anybody's game, but I cannot wait to get into these drafts.
Yeah, as you said it, we are into our draft. It's time for some business, and it's going to be of the open variety. Lou, Griff, Gray, Hank, Lumi, and Draco being banned out. And now we're seeing Draco being understood as being one of the most impressive brawlers in Brawl Stars right now. Kazi coming out from SDMN, one of the best duelists and single target brawlers to ever exist in Brawl Stars, and it makes sense for Stamina to pick it up.
Yeah, I really do like this Kaze pick. If you're good at Kaze, she is definitely a broken brawler. So it does have its counters. Obviously, if you're able to burst through that attack, it's going to be a little bit difficult to get some of those kills and survive with your life. But I think that the Finks is a pretty solid response to that. You have that teleport to be able to dip out of any bad situation where the Kaze might be able to catch you lacking. And then also just on any single hot zone map, the Finks is going to be a pretty solid pick once he can start cycling those time warp supers, speeding up your teammates' shots, slowing down the opponent's shots. It's just pretty much a super that's built for hot zone, and they're going to pair it with the Barry, one of the most oppressive healers in the meta.
Barry, such a good brawler. We've seen how many times it can cycle the super and hypercharge as well. Luki from EMEA on Humble just makes a master class in how to play Barry with that pick there. But Barley's coming out from Stamina. I like the Barley pick because it has the herbal tonic. It heals up your aggressive brawlers around you, your teammates as well, and obviously the super, the last call, which you place on the hot zone, this makes it very difficult to stand on the hot zone, and you get damage over time if you're standing over that puddle. B is going to be the mid brawler, so they have the mid, they have Barley for one of the lanes and Kaze for the other lanes. So I like this draft from Stamina. It is very, very balanced.
I agree with that. It's also pretty common when you see a Barry, you're going to see a Barley come out for the other team. One of the more popular counters into that idea, and it has similar stuff to offer with that healing gadget, but obviously not going to be able to heal to the same extent as a Barry. I'm curious if Elevate is going to take a beefier brawler to round out this comp, considering they already do have a healer. Indeed, they are not necessarily going to be a tank, but it is going to be a tankier assassin with the Kenji pick coming in. So I think that it is a pretty solid look right here. The Barley and the Bee are definitely going to have some rough matchups into that assassination ability, but both teams have one assassin, both teams have a control brawler, both teams have a thrower / healer, so should be a pretty even matchup. It's going to be a lot predicated on this first interaction, in my opinion.
Oh, 100%. It also depends on how good Kenji is at farming that super and the hypercharge. I feel like the hypercharge is going to come at some point 3/4 of the way through the game, and that is going to be what Elevate need to capitalize on, because that is going to be the linchpin on their composition. We're going to go into game number 1 between Stamina and Elevate in our lower bracket finals. The winner of this moves on to the upper bracket finals to face off against Kansas City Pioneers.
Oh yeah, stakes are getting higher, game in and game out, but we are going to have Elevate taking initial control over the zone. Evex is going to get the first kill of the game onto Tacos. Pain is falling quite weak as well. Evex might be able to capitalize on that, and that is exactly what he's going to do with some help from Diego. And the berry heals are just absolutely stacking up on this hot zone right now. This game is quickly getting out of STMN's hands.
Ooh, Evex manages to slash, gets a kill on Pain with that dash, and that is over as Lucy also falls by the wayside. Juan Carlos picking up the slack for his teammates, but Patchy with that gadget getting out of harm's way at Pain, trying to make something happen, but unfortunately for him, it is not going to be the case, and now he gets taken out. Super from Diego Gamer, and Elevate are just... every single checklist has been checked. They've been performing so beautifully and making sure that their win conditions are met.
Oh yeah, if you win that first interaction with the berry, it's going to be so hard to bully them out of that situation. He somehow is going to be able to survive that dash forward too. Thought it might have been a little bit over aggressive, but it's not going to bite him quite yet. And that is going to be a decisive, dominating victory coming out from Elevate to start us off here. They are trying to prove that they do not belong in this lower bracket. Even though they did lose to Stamina yesterday, they are trying to course correct, right their wrongs, and get a spot in this grand finals against KCP. But they've got a lot of more work to do, but a good start.
Yeah. Surely this is a really great start for them. Obviously, they didn't get the result that they wanted in the previous one, but let's see how this one goes for Stamina. First game was won by Elevate, and the first engage is happening on the right-hand side. Mano Mano Evex versus Pain. Ooh, Pain gets the better for him, despite the fact that he missed the super. So that is going to favor Stamina, and just like that, you see them take control of the mid.
Yeah, it's a really big encounter to win right there. I mean, they should be able to hold this down a little bit. Evex almost able to get a kill with that slash right there. But, I mean, they're going to be trying to take back control of this zone. Tacos is falling quite weak as well and not going to be able to stand in his own heals as Evex is going to push him out, getting that kill. And we have control going back to Elevate. Even though STMN did win the initial interaction, once again, we just see Diego and Patchy, this duo, just healing each other, staying on the zone. And it's going to be difficult to get them out, but Pain has got a little bit of motion now. Evex is all the way in the spawn, though, so he's surely going to come back at some point.
The problem with Patchy, right, specifically the Finks, is that for Kaze, every time she tries to go in, and if she tries to use her super, Patchy can just use his own gadget to get out of the fray, right? So he's not going to be targeted as much. Now the super goes down and ensures that Stamina win back control, and you're going to see the possession take up slowly and get to parity.
Yeah, they definitely need to hold this control for the rest of the game, but that's going to great start with Juan Carlos getting that hypercharge tap, barely going to be able to survive for a bit longer, but Patchy is going to be there with the answer. Pain is the lone member of STMN staying alive, and that is going to be full zone control going back to Elevate at just the time that they need it as well. They are going to lose Evex though, so the counter push might be coming in, but the zone is ticking above 80%. Patchy is going to fall quite weak, but the berry heals are there. The Barley hypercharge is going to be huge for positioning. No, but the Kenji hyper is there as well. That is going to be a kill for Evex. He's going to be able to survive in this backline, but Pain is there to get the answer.
Indeed. A super from Patchy allowing him to stay alive, and he's just going to be on the hot zone, ensuring that he gets his team the possession that they need in a very swift 1-2 situation. We get Elevate getting the dub against Stamina Esports.
Yeah, they did a great job just staying on that zone. I think that they probably had just a better draft. I do prefer the berry to the barley there. Even though the barley has more damage, just the healing capability is so impactful, especially if you have any type of HP on your team, like a Finks, like a Kenji. So it was a solid draft, it was solid strategy, and it was very well played to the boys on Elevate right now. But I mean, it's only one set. It's definitely not over for Stamina yet, but definitely not the start that they were looking for. We're going to be moving into set 2 on Gold Arm Gulch, so it's going to be knockout, a much slower pace, more than likely, but we still could see some crazy picks coming out, especially with these tankier hypercharges that just got released into the game.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I see chat talking about how a lot of pros don't use the dash for the Kaze. I think that's wrong. You want to use Kaze according to the situation that calls for it. So one of the great things about Kaze is that the other super in the geisha form, where you put down the quote unquote, like, you know, the visibility issue that you have, right? The thing about that is that it wins you so much of control. It lets you get back onto the point. It lets you get back in a situation where you can pick up gems. It also lets you ensure that you get control, because that is such a scary proposition to go up against, so teams immediately back away. So most of the time you're going to be using it like that. The only times where you change form to ninja form and then go for the super to get those kills are 1, a desperation play, or 2, to cap off a specific game. You don't want to use that super willy-nilly. You want to use that super in opportune moments, which is why most of the time you see the shroud coming in rather than the dash.
Yep, and now we're going to be getting into our next draft here. We're not going to have to worry about the Kaze tech this time around, because she has been banned out along with Hank, Lumi, Bell, Jean, and Lou. So we see some of the more aggro options banned out by STMN. We see some of the safer picks banned out by Elevate, and they're going to go with that Jae first pick. Definitely makes sense to me. He's got the speed to be able to get that positioning off that rip with the first engage. He's got the heals to be able to survive a little bit longer. In the final engage, that damage gadget has just been so impactful in every single Jae matchup that we've seen. Draft going over to Stamina, but Elevate hasn't really revealed too much of their hand yet. They still could add tank. They still could not add tank. Stamina is going to be going with the gray with their first pick.
Oh, yeah. I've mentioned it a few times. I felt like gray has fallen off, but I would say that it's still a good brawler. It's just not as good as it used to be because the other brawlers around it have been buffed so much more. So it is a very niche pick now compared to before, which was a guaranteed pick all the time. Into the Jae, obviously, you're not going to get much value out of it from the Gray. But the Gray is going to be used in conjunction with some other brawlers to get those pulls in. So imagine an Ollie with the Gray. Ollie goes in with the Hypnosis, the Gray pulls it, and then that's how you do. You use conjunction plays, you use synergies to ensure that, you know, your brawler that you pick up gets the value that it needs to actually operate.
Yeah, if you're able to hit that gray hook into the ollie pull, then it's really no counterplay to that. You're kind of just cooked at that moment in time. So definitely a little bit intimidating for STMN. It's a high risk, high reward strategy though. If you're not able to connect on those gadgets, then you're pretty much not going to be able to do what your game plan was. Elevate has the next pick though, and it looks like they are going to be adding a Charlie into the mix. Definitely a pretty solid brawler to deal with the aggression that Ollie and Gray have to offer. If they're ever teleporting in, then Charlie can be there with the cocoon. Also, the spiders are a fantastic counter into single shot brawlers such as Gray.
Charlie also making sure that you get those cocoons off. So if Gray or Ollie try to go in, it's probably a death sentence. I mean, it's safe to say that might be the situation you're in. This last pick off Elevate is going to be interesting. They go for Kenji, and Kenji worked wonders for them in the previous set. So, you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, and I can't hate on the pick at all, man. I mean, we saw how much Evex was able to cook on the Kenji last time, and I'm expecting more of the same coming up here. The super is also good just as an escape mechanism because you are immune while you're in the air. So if the Ollie's coming in and is about to hypnotize you, you can just kind of use that just to buy yourself a little bit of time and avoid getting hypnotized. I like the strategy from Elevate. STMN has one more pick to try to counter this out, to try to find an answer with their back up against the wall in this loser's bracket. And shocker, it's going to be an 8-bit pick, not something that we're used to seeing in Knockout or Bounty or any of these more life-dependent modes, but I mean, I can see a little bit why you might want to go for it. It's definitely going to be a tankier option that's harder to take out with an assassin, but definitely interesting. Haven't seen that.
Yeah, I mean, Gray and Ollie are going to do a lot more damage as his 8-bit once that turret comes down. But I feel like this is specifically to address the fact that they don't have as much damage. So if the Kenji goes in, it might be a little bit of a problem. That could be a situation. But don't expect much from Kenji except maybe in the last round of each of the games.
Yep, and we're going to be getting into round number 1 on Knockout. We do have Elevate with a 1-0 set lead, so Stamina is going to have to answer the bell right now. But it is probably going to be a pretty passive start. We do see Tacos is running the speed star power. The first pull of the game is in. Patchy does get connected with it, but it's not going to be enough to kill him. He is falling quite weak, though. Diego is there with the heals. Evex is just going to be trying to go in to start charging his Kenji super, but knows that there's not much for him there now, and he's going to be trying to press up on Tacos, but not really too much. The damage booster is up.
Knowing the Patchy lore, it is weird seeing him not play a Mortis type brawler, but Evex has just shown us that he is that competent, right? Now Diego Gamer getting his super, ensuring that he stays alive and keeps Patchy relatively healthy. I like how Evex has been cycling his shots, trying to charge up his super. He needs to get at least one for each of the rounds that we have.
He's going to have to get that value pretty soon here, but the damage coming in from STMN is going to be super significant. If they're ever able to connect these shots, they're going to just be able to melt through their opponents. It's going to be a tall task for Diego and Patchy to deal with. They do end up getting that damage booster out of the way. The hook is dodged as well. Evex is going to be able to dash out of the super, but the gadget does connect. Nonetheless, the slices are there, and after all of that, the lone remaining member of STMN is going to fall down to the smoke. Pretty solid endgame comp there from Elevate.
Beautiful stuff from Elevate to get that dub there, especially at the end. They had all of the utilities online, the cocoons, the fact that they had Jaeyoung's gadget ready. Even though Pain had his super, it didn't matter. All of that damage in the world isn't going to matter if you can't really capitalize on a nice pull coming in. But Patchy manages to survive. Now Pain, though, gets his super, and once more, Stamina looking really, really scary. So Evex going to cower in fear behind Patchy and Diego.
Yeah, I like the placement of this damage booster a little bit more. The additional range that Charlie has since the balance changes did allow Patchy to tickle it down before the final engage of the last game. They're trying to learn from that mistake, although it does make it a little more susceptible to the smoke coming in. I still think it's smart to not give Patchy that free value. So far, both teams are just going to be playing this horizontal game of Brawl Stars. The hook is there from Juan Carlos, though, and there are not very many walls left for Elevate to hide behind. You see Evex immediately gravitating towards the final one, but so far, both teams playing it pretty passive. Stamina's got a lot of damage, though, for this last engage.
Yeah, the smoke starts billowing in. This is going to be very scary for Elevate. Now, Evex is going to go in. He gets hypnotized. He gets taken out as well. Pain is in trouble. There's a gadget from Diego Gamer. Can they find the kills here? Stuns coming in. Oh, it's going to be enough for Stamina to get that round and are able to reply. Now we're going to go to round number 3 to figure out who wins game number 1 in the second set.
Super intense finish to the round, but that is the type of break that Stamina needed right there. We're going to see a little bit more aggression. Both teams manning up this left-hand lane right now. Evex has his super online. Is he going to choose to go in? Patchy falls super weak, but is going to be able to survive with the help of the Jaeyong heals. Pretty close call there for Elevate. Almost lost one of their members, but they're going to escape with all 3 of their lives.
Indeed. It is going to be a little bit of a poke battle right now. You want to ensure that turret isn't going to be equation. Yes! Cocoon, and we might have some trouble for Stamina. Pain in a difficult spot. Lucy gets a hypnosis, is able to get the kill, and Pain popping his super just to ensure he stays alive. I think that it was definitely required, otherwise that Patchy would have probably taken him out.
Yeah, we've lost both of the tankier brawlers on the map right here. It's going to be a ranged bout for our final 2v2, Patchy and Diego versus Juan and Pain. The turret is still up, but surely Patchy's going to find the angle right here to take it out, but Diego is going to get full one clipped before that happens. Patchy in a very tough situation, but it's not over yet. He gets the hypercharge. While he's cocooned, he's going to kill his teammate. And surely Patchy is able to auto aim down Pain. What an insane clutch from Patchy on the Charlie. Just showing how strong this brawler is now. Unk has definitely still got it. That is going to be a massive win for Elevate.
That was beautiful stuff from Patchy. You can see he's locked in, not even celebrating because he knows the job is not done. And that's exactly what we expect from a team like Elevate. They are tied at 1 game apiece. We're looking to see who is going to be taking the set. Elevate winning this is going to be set number 2 for them on the board, whereas Stamina are going to be down 2, which is not what they want.
Not at all. Stamina needs this, but Patchy is going to get caught out by the Ollie gadget immediately, and after absolutely clutching up in the last round, he's going to have a little bit of a throw play this time around. Evex is next to fall. No. And surely there is not going to be any answer right here for the side of Elevate. It's going to be a little bit of time before the smoke starts coming in, and it's not even like he can charge his own super, so just going to be running away from Pain pretty much for the rest of this game. He would like to die to anybody outside of Pain.
Unfortunately for him, that is not going to be the case as Pain has his number. That's going to be round number 1 for Stamina. That was just unfortunate for Elevate. Patchy caught napping. I mean, Unk still got it, but then he did not got it last time around.
Yeah, Unk still got it, but sometimes he needs a nap, I guess. But hopefully he's awake now that we are into the next round. It's going to have to be a much cleaner bout from Elevate here, but we see Stamina already has that damage booster up. It's going to be so intimidating to push into this comp now.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they have to address that turret, but the turret is sufficiently far away that, you know, if anybody tries to make a move for it, they're probably going to get punished.
Yeah, and I don't think that Patchy's going to have the range. Even with that Charlie buff, it's definitely going to be too far away from him to touch it there. So now we just see Stamina kind of just sitting on the edge of this damage booster, waiting for the smoke to start coming in to make a move. But the booster is in a great position as well to be able to stay alive even when the smoke comes in for that final engage. Elevate is taking it pretty slow. They do juke out of Juan Carlos's hook, but now we're going to see the smoke start to close in before this final engagement.
Yep, it's now or never as both teams are really trying to force their offensive. Stamina needs this one. Now we see Lucy going in with his super. He tries to get the hypnosis. He is. Jaeyong goes down. So does Patchy. Now Evex, the only one alive. He goes for his super. He's trying his best, but it is not going to be enough. And we are tied 1 game apiece in the set here.
Yep, that is the exact type of bounce back that they needed. It is a pretty close call overall, though, and I cannot wait to see who wins this next one. Still definitely a must-win for Stamina, in my opinion. You cannot go down 2-0 to the hottest team in North America so far throughout the second half of this season. Oh, hey, I didn't mean it like that, but Patchy's a pretty handsome guy, too, nonetheless. Anyway, getting into game number 3, we're going to have Elevate kind of pushing up through all different lanes, trying to trap Stamina back into the left corner, and so far, so good for them. They are getting some decent positioning, but Patchy is going to get a little bit clipped up and have to fall back.
A difficult spot for Stamina to be in. They've been pushed back and caged, in fact, and that is not the situation they want to be in. The smoke is going to be coming in the next 20-25 seconds or so. and they don't have their utilities online. They don't have anything going for them really. So Elevate completely box them in.
Yeah, this is pretty dominant positioning so far. We're going to see Tacos trying to push up onto Patchy, but Patchy is continuing to land these Charlie shots, and it's going to be a tall task. He might be able to start taking down this damage booster, but probably a little bit more risk than it's worth so far. We see the Tacos continuing to get some of this damage. He's got to be pretty close to his Ollie super, and that could be very impactful for the final interaction.
Yeah, the final interactions are going to be coming in. As you can see, the smoke is slowly but surely billowing in. Now it is time to make that effort known. Lucy's going to go up against Avex. He tries to make something happen. Avex gets a kill there. Kills are coming in a quick flurry, and the stamina gets taken out completely. Round 1 going to Elevate.
Clean gameplay from Elevate to secure that first round, and they're single round away from taking a 2-0 lead. That might be a little bit insurmountable for Stamina, but they're going to have to lock in right here. We do have Evex already with the super online. Patchy has his hypercharge. Surely going to be pretty close to a super as well. He gets it, and it's going to fly onto Pain. Pain might be in a really tough spot, but Diego is going to get TP'd on, and Patchy's going to get TP'd on. And even though it looked like they had everything going their way, it seems like Stamina might be able to win this, but hold on, Evex still has more to say about it. He's going to get that kill. It's going to be a 1v2 for him, but if Evex manages to pull off a 1v3, that would probably be the craziest thing I've seen in esports this year.
He needs that hypercharge, and even then he needs a lot of luck. He has a super, but no hypercharge. Hypnosis is online, and that's going to be tie in terms of the round. The next round dictates who is going to be winning the set. So back and forth here, Duncan.
Oh yeah, Stamina needs this one bad, and they're going to be playing on the right-hand side here. Elevate manning up the left. That is going to be a missed hook coming in from Juan Carlos, but surely he'll get another before the pressure is too insurmountable. Evex looks like he might want to go for a super, and indeed he does. Not able to get nearly as much damage as it looks like he might be able to get, and he is going to fall, actually, to Taco's gadget. A very bad break for Elevate, and now it looks like STMN has all the cards that they need to secure this set.
Yeah, they do have it, but the thing is, Patchy has that that cocoon. I think that they could make something happen, but the thing is, it has to be split across. Patchy getting addressed here. Juan Carlos also has a super. There is going to be hypnosis, double hypnosis. In fact, a hypercharge to add insult to injury, and that is going to be Stamina equalizing the set score at 1 apiece against this Elevator side.
Yeah, definitely a really interesting draft coming out from Stamina. Have not seen the 8-bit be used too often on this map, but it seems like a pretty good use case for him, and they were able to kind of use the HP and damage that he has to offer, spreading that damage out amongst his teammates as well. So it seems like it was a pretty solid pick. Might have to keep that in mind going into the future. But well played to Stamina. They even things up in our loser bracket finals. We're going to be moving into set 3, which is Heist Kaboom Canyon.
Yeah, Kaboom Canyon is up next, but I gotta say, Patchy, right? Chat specifically, I'm talking to you. You guys were glazing Patchy. I was doing the same thing, right? Duncan too. We were glazing.
No, we would
Patchy.
never. We would never.
No, there was insane amounts of glaze. It was on the walls. It was that much glaze, okay? We were glazing Patchy. He did so well, and then the next round, he just like, who doesn't bush check, bro? It is showdown 101, Patchy. What are you doing, brother? This is the lower bracket finals. This is your chance to get to the upper bracket, the grand finals here to face off against Pioneers. What are you doing, buddy? I mean, Patchy has been cooking, but sometimes nobody's eating that. So, you know, he needs to figure that out.
Yeah, I mean, it was a little bit hot, a little bit cold throughout different moments, but they're going to have to get the gameplay dialed in for Kaboom Canyon. This should be a pretty fun one, not as ridiculous of a map as Pit Stop, but still, the base race strategies can definitely be employed by these teams. So, curious to see if we'll see some Chuck, if we'll see some Melody. Obviously, brawlers like Bull are something that we're kind of expecting from Evex at this point, but not too many walls to maneuver around. Still could be a pretty solid ego pick, though.
For sure. I mean, I think that the Kenji was gonna work. I felt like in Gold Arm Gulch Elevate, we saw a little bit of, I don't know, rust? I couldn't say it's rust, but there were lots of small micro misplays coming in here and there. And obviously the big one where Patchy just walks into people like Zemp. I don't even know what that was, but yeah.
Yeah, definitely a couple of good moments and a couple of bad moments, but they did kind of fall apart at the end of that. They've got to keep the mental straight. They definitely have the faculties to be able to exit out of this lower bracket, even though they did lose to Stamina yesterday. They're trying to correct that mistake that they made and be able to walk away out of the losers bracket to face off against KCP in our grand finals, but it's going to be a tall task.
Oh yeah, there's still a long road ahead here. 3 sets more, in fact, here. Maybe. We don't know if a set number 5 is going to be pressured, but Kaboom Canyon is what we're going to be seeing. And we've had a lot of meta changes here, especially. and it's going to be interesting to see how this one does pan out. I mean, Draco is so good. I feel like you can run him in a lot of different maps, and with a support, it could be an option here. We're going to go into our draft, Kaboom Canyon. The bans are Cordelius, Charlie, RT, Chuck, Finks, and Bonnie. It's interesting that Bonnie was banned out by Elevate. I guess they understand how good Bonnie can be now. Angelo is going to be the first pick for Stamina.
Yeah, no, there's a pretty good use case for Bonnie, even pre-hypercharge on this map. So not too shocked to see her hit the bans. The Angelo first pick from STMN is going to be used to avoid that middle wall needing to be broken, because the Angelo is going to be able to get into the middle of that map for free. We see Elevate go with a little bit of a different strategy. They're going to take the aggression of Kaze along with the control and defense that Amber has to offer. Also going to be able to burn that middle grass if necessary. So feels pretty safe coming out from Elevate. Kaze is a little bit higher risk, but if you're able to get her onto the safe, she can absolutely shred.
Oh yeah, that's how gambling goes, right? You gotta go for higher risk, higher reward. So make sure you buy all of the trophy boxes with gems in Brawl Stars using code PAN, because that's the best strategy to do. Miko is going to be coming out for Stamina, and that is an interesting pick here. We haven't seen Miko a little bit, I guess, for a month and a half now in competitive, so it coming back is interesting. It can do a lot of damage on the objective. Lily also does similar ideas. You can get straight onto the objective just bypassing the entirety of the other squad. So it's gonna be interesting it's gonna be interesting to see how this one pans out. But I'm not 100% convinced with the Miko.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the best heist map for Miko, but honestly, any heist map is a good heist map for Miko, as long as he can just keep getting onto that safe. We're going to see Pain manning that brawler. He's going to be trying to move up by himself right now, but we do have two aggros on the side of Elevate. We saw how much Evex can do to the safe on that Lily brawler. He's getting back to work, just completely shredding. Patchy not really able to get much done, though, and it seems like it's going to be pretty even damage done by both teams so far.
Kind of a stalemate, but there are a few kills coming on either side. Patchy going in quite aggressively, and he's just going straight for the damage. That's what you need to do. He's going for the objective. Yes, he is feeding, but you know, if you go in one after the other and cycle your aggros, then you might be able to get more damage than the opposing team, and that's what Patchy's going in. He's going in, beating the other team, getting his super, getting his hypercharge, using those to get kills, allowing his teammates to get position. So even though it looks superly aggressive, I think that this is the strat.
I agree with you, and Diego is doing such a good job being the last line of defense for his team, getting so many kills in the middle of this map, and that is going to allow Elevate to take a pretty significant lead, with Patchy kind of stuck in this corner here, but he's wasting Juan's time, he's wasting Taco's time, and he's going to get the kill, allowing him and Evex to get onto the safe. Below 50% now, the shield is gone, so it's going to be way more damage coming through. The Amber hypercharge is there as well. Tacos does a good job cleaning up.
Wait, he has another? Oh, never mind.
He does have another. Yeah, but Pain pops that 50% shield as well, so it's going to be a little bit close, but only one more push should be needed from Elevate here.
Ooh, Evex goes in, gets a kill. He's going to be found out by Juan Carlos. No, actually managed to dodge that shot. Juan Carlos doesn't get any value whatsoever with his hypercharge, down to 79 HP.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough finish for them. Elevate's just going to kind of hold this middle control. They don't need to be too aggressive. They have no desire to finish this, as long as they can just hold the rest of the safe. Apache goes in. That's going to be a ton of damage for him. He's going to get a little bit more, but now he's just going to hide in that corner, try to clear out some space for Evex and Diego to get onto the safe. And surely that's going to be enough to take game number 1 of Heist. Fantastic win for Elevate.
Oh yeah, they're just exerting their dominance on the map. Even though we saw a lot of damage coming in from Stamina Esports, Elevate kind of did have their number. Let's see what happens in the next game. I felt like the Miko was able to do enough damage. Just the defensive effort was not mounted enough by Stamina. We're going to go into game number 2 with Elevate taking the first one. It is tied at 1 set apiece between these two teams.
Yeah, it seems like the 2 aggros that Elevate has to offer is just able to outlast the 1 aggro that Pain is offering with that monkey pick right now. But Evex is going to get back onto the safe. Surely he's going to get melted down, but Patchy is still up and kicking. He might choose to go back into the bushes, but no, he's actually going to get a little bit more damage. Not really too much to speak of, though. Pain is going to be quickly dealt with, and he just does not seem to be having that much fun on the monkey here.
Oh, for sure. This is not the best matchup. Ooh, nice trade, actually, from Tacos. Getting the kill there is huge. Now, Patchy just going in on the objective. Pain just recognizing that he needs to just go for the safe, and he just ignores Patchy. He gets a lot of damage. On the other side, there is going to be damage in kind Juan Carlos there in the mid, but he might be pressured by Evex because of that super, which is inevitably going to be right all over his face.
Absolutely. Diego is just holding it down on defense so incredibly well so far. Pain is going to be so one-shot. He's certainly not going to be able to get up to the safe. And we do have a pretty significant, not a huge lead, but a lead nonetheless sitting on the side of Elevate. That is going to be a beautiful kill, though, coming out from Tacos. And now it's going to be a little bit of control going back into the hands of STMN, but Patchy is still staying up. Juan is going to deal with that very quickly.
Yeah, FX going in with this. Oh, nope. Actually, Juan Carlos getting the better of FX there. That hypercharge there, purple button doing a lot. It is a very even keel game, 74 to 75. Same amount of shields popped on either side, though stamina in a better position because of control.
Yeah, this is the best control that they've had this entire time, and now Pain actually might have a chance to finally jump onto the safe. Evex is not going to be able to clean him up there, and now Diego is going to be forced to pop the gadget. He does kind of quickly deal with him, but nonetheless, even with just like an attack or two, the Monkey is able to do so much damage up there. The Lumi Hypercharge is going to connect as well for another kill, and this game is looking like it should go Stamina's way as long as they can hold this final control.
Indeed, but Evex has that purple button, and that is going to be a little scary to see here. Lucy reclaiming his super there. Ooh, he goes in. Evex finds the kill. On the other side, though, Pain gets a lot of value, but now it is now or never for Elevate to really mount a counter-offensive. They need to get damage on the objective, and so far they haven't been able to do so. There is another hypercharge, or rather super. Stuns are available. Diego Gamer goes down. Patchy in an awkward position. He's going to be pinched out, and what beautiful gameplay. This synergy from Stamina into Esports. It's crazy. 11 seconds left. Evex has a super. He tries to use it, misses it, and I think that is the death knell.
Yeah, I think that he kind of had to go for that. Not really much of a choice there because there is still a whole shield separating these two teams. Not going to be enough for Elevate to be able to bring that back in. Stamina definitely needed that win, and they're going to be able to get it. So the winner of this one is going to have a massive advantage moving forward in our loser bracket finals. They're going to be able to go up 2-1, but it all comes down to this next game on Kaboom.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Miko still a decent brawler. It has kind of dropped off the meta, but I feel like the competency of the other two members from Stamina, Juan Carlos and Lucy, really did allow Miko to get as much value as possible because they shut down Evex and Patchy repeatedly, and they're doing that exactly right now. So if you shut down the aggressives and you let your aggressive do the job, then you're pretty much set.
Oh, Patchy dashing right into that arrow from Juan Carlos. A little bit unlucky there, but Diego might be able to catch him lacking.
Oh.
Not quite yet. Tacos is playing a fantastic Lumi so far, and Pain is going to be able to get a lot of damage up here. It just seems like the damage for STMN is so much more automatic because of that Miko pick. Unless they're able to completely keep him off the safe, it's like a guaranteed 10% every push.
Yeah, they have a lot of good control. I mean, Lucy, it's either Juan Carlos with the super or hypercharge, or Lucy with the stuns, or Pain just coming in, jumping in, just cleaning up people. So, wow, that was a crazy hypercharge. It looks flashy, only got one, but they were able to kill two people from the side of Elevate. I feel really terrible for Elevate considering the situation that they're in. Hypercharge being popped by Juan Carlos, and he's trying to go for some kills. He's able to get one. Patchy going in very aggressively, not able to do so. That was a desperation play, and that's usually when we see those dash supers coming in from Kaze.
Yeah, this is going to be a really tough one to bring back if you are on the side of Elevate right here. I mean, it's already 30% damage remaining on their safe. Juan is just absolutely farming kills in this middle right here, and Patchy seems like he doesn't really have a way forward. Evex is going to get onto the safe for like the second time in this game, but it might be too little too late. Only a minute left and 60% separating these two teams. 50%, my apologies.
I thought it was a little bit of a gimmick here with the Evex and Patchy coming in here, but you know, it doesn't seem to be the case. Now Patchy going in against Juan Carlos gets the kill as well as he changes his mode. Now on the top side, we also see Evex with the Lily, but now we do have the stuns coming in. Nope, it misses. Patchy with a super dash. He's able to get one kill. We might just see some damage coming in from Elevate finally. They are able to proc one of the shields, but still so far behind. 3% is all that Stamina needs.
Yeah, and killing that Miko, though, it definitely gave them a chance now. Evex is going to be going in with that hypercharge, just straight for the safe. He's actually going to take Pain into the realm to avoid him getting that free damage. Probably a smart choice, extending this game a little bit further than it would have been otherwise. But Juan is going for that final tap himself, and he somehow gets it off. Oh, it looks like, I don't even know who got it off, but either way, that is going to be a very clutch win for Stamina on Heist. They're going to be taking a 2-1 set lead against Elevate, and Elevate is looking like they're in a pretty tough spot against the team that knocked them out of the upper bracket yesterday.
We have one Kitlos. Never mind. Okay, but congratulations them for getting that dub. That was not an easy game to win. I felt like it might have gone the way of Elevate, but yeah, the Miko pick with the defensive options that were picked up with Stamina worked out wonders for them. Elevate, they tried, but you know, they were isolated every single time. Initially, they were cycling their aggressives, and it was working out, but then I think that Stamina understood the sequence of operations to address each of them one by one.
Yeah, that's one of the benefits of picking up the monkey in Heist is that you kind of acknowledge that you don't have to have another offensive brawler at that point because the Miko is pretty uncounterable, untouchable. He's going to be able to jump over those attacks. He's going to be able to suicide into the safe at some point. So you can kind of let your other teammates play more that defensive side. And even though we did see Elevate go with a very aggro comp, they were still able to shut that down with 2 defensive brawlers. And it just seemed like it worked out very well for them.
Yeah, I mean, it was a kaboom cannon indeed. Stamina Esports just beautifully playing that Lumi, especially. You didn't get as many of the double stuns or triple stuns that I thought you would with the hypercharge, but those stuns just kept them at bay a lot of the time. I felt like that was such a good pickup, and West Lumi has been nerfed, but if you play her the right way, she still is a great brawler, and this is why pros still pick her.
Absolutely, yeah. Especially with the new hypercharge, like she was nerfed a little bit where it's like, okay, maybe we'll get a break for Lumi, and then she gets a hypercharge. So yeah, I think it's safe to say that she's back in the meta, and Tacos just did a fantastic job playing her as well. He looked like an absolute professional on that Lumi pick right here, but now they're gonna have a chance to close out this another 3-1 against Elevate, which was the scoreline yesterday in the upper bracket. It's gonna be on dry season though, a very technical map. A lot of this map does revolve around who gets that blue star, so brawlers like Kaze, brawlers like Carl could definitely be employed to try to get that initial lead for your team. And then stuff like Bell, Lumi, Jean, Gray, brawlers that are pretty difficult to push into are going to be pretty important as well.
Oh yeah, for sure. With Bell specifically, I feel like a lot of teams decide to ban out the Bell on maps like Hideout or in Dry Season. It's just because if you are able to claim the blue star and you have a Bell on your side, then that team is going to have an overwhelming advantage because they're going to be able to place all of those Bell traps throughout the map. So that is something to be concerned about, which is why you see Bells being banned out. It's not inherently because the Bell is the best sniper, it's just the utility that you can get with those nest eggs.
Yep, that's exactly the case, man. If you get that blue star, you can set up so many bell traps. It's so impossible to push back into, and it's just a little bit toxic as well. That's one of the side effects of the gadget change, which honestly, I haven't really talked about this in a minute, but I do feel like people are getting used to it, and it probably was a pretty positive change in the game. But with a brawler like Bell, where you're able to stack up as many of those gadgets as the timer allows for, it can be a little bit toxic in certain situations. Dry season is definitely one of those situations.
Yeah, I feel like the efficacy of some of these gadgets need to be reworked. Not in the sense that, I mean, they're trying to make it so that gadgets are reworked based off the timing, but some of the brawlers fundamentally, it doesn't matter how long the timing is. The fact that they have multiple gadgets to use makes them viable. Like Gray is not a great brawler. It's just that that pull was kind of broken, and the fact that you can get the pull multiple times in a game is basically the reason why it's viable. So going forward, if they are able to balance it out, not just based on the timing, but based on the efficacy of it, maybe the pull isn't as good, or maybe the range of the pull isn't as long, or maybe the duration of the slow isn't as long. So those are other considerations. This is just me talking out of my hat, but you know, these are things that I've been thinking about lately.
No, those are great points. And another brawler that we've kind of seen be an example of that is Hank. He's always been pretty meta in this past couple of months, but all the pros were running that shield gadget, and then it got a 3-second cooldown added. Didn't think it was going to be that impactful, but since then, everyone has pretty much switched over to the slow bubble. So that kind of makes it a little bit easier for the devs to tweak these balance changes a little bit with the gadgets, make one of the gadgets that's a little bit less used, a little bit more commonly used. So that's our, I guess, our rant about the state of gadgets in the game. But moving into dry season coming up soon, I think that another first pick that could be pretty popular on this one is the Jae that we've seen so many times, but that speed is going to give you a huge advantage in that initial interaction. We are going to see him banned out actually, as well as Jean, Gus, Kit, Kaze, and Charlie. We have STMM with the first pick, fan.
Yeah, indeed. I like these bans here. You're gonna have a lot of shenanigans out of the situation, but one of the brawlers with shenanigans is Gray. We talked about Gray, but without Jean, I feel like Gray is really viable because, you know, you have the pull, they don't. That's a thing to think about. You also have, I feel like I was soothsayer. Maybe I should buy the lottery ticket. Maybe I will get millions.
Almost certainly you'll get millions, Panda. It's guaranteed. Nah, I'm playing, guys. Don't gamble. Okay, anyway, going back into the draft, Elevate is going to be locking in the Bell that we were yapping so thoroughly about. Pretty solid option right there, but it's going to be a lot more of a solid option if you pair it with somebody who can get the blue star. I feel like Carl is the clearest option if that is going to be the strategy, especially with the Jae and the Kaze out of the picture. So wouldn't be shocked to see Elevate take that, but at the same time, the Carl is not going to be as useful once that initial interaction is done, but the flying hook still still is a pretty solid gadget, but instead they're going to go for the Mr. P to counter out the single shot brawler that Gray has to offer. So pretty interesting right there. Should be able to charge up those porters and be very toxic into snipers.
Oh yeah, but then the counter is that right now they're very susceptible to overly aggressive mid-tank type of brawlers. Maybe something like a Kenji could be a situation. Obviously Bell is there to mark you down, but if you have a teleport there, you may be able to have a little bit more, maybe a shield from the Gray as a consideration. Penny's coming out. This is a very OG pick on a map such as this one. Yes, Penny has the walls where she can put it down, and yes, Gray is on the same side, so you're not going to get the turret which gets pulled away from the situation. So maybe that's a consideration.
Yeah, I mean, the Penny turret it seems like a little bit early for the Penny pick. We saw it work out yesterday, but it was as a last pick when there was no recourse to be able to eliminate that turret. We do have a Mr. P already for Elevate, so I mean, they should be able to take it out at least at some point. They're also going to add that Carl pick, though, so that's likely a play for that blue star if he chooses to go with the flying hook and not the heat ejector gadget. So curious to see what the loadout is for whoever's manning that Carl. One last pick coming up for Elevate. I do agree with you, Pan. I think Squeak would be a fantastic option, but I mean, they also could hypothetically go thrower here. They would probably be a little weak into the Carl aggression, so we'll see what they're going to take. And it is going to be a
red brawler.
It's going to be come on, please.
They left you on the lurch, buddy.
It's Ollie. Okay, gotcha. So they are going to go pretty aggressive with that. Not really the most common. I kind of am surprised it wasn't a Hank considering he was open, but we're into the game. It does seem like STMN was able to grab that blue star, but there's been a couple of kills on the board already.
Yep, it is 2-1 in terms of set score. One set win here is going to ensure Stamina is in the grand finals. Face off against KCP once more. A win for them also means that Elevate is out of the tournament today, so that would be unfortunate for them. So far, though, we're still just poking and prodding and trying to see which team is going to make the first move here, and it seems to be Elevate as Juan Carlos and Kane dodging a lot of these shots coming in from Patchy. Obviously, it's not going to be easy to land these shots. Juan Carlos almost getting taken out, but goes in for a super with his own and finds a kill, gets taken out though himself while Lucy goes in, tries to find the kill onto Evx. Not going to be the case here. So while Stamina had the lead, they forced the issue and I guess just handed the win to Elevate. Not the win, but the lead.
Definitely should have been able to take out Evex there, but Taco's a little bit off point. They are going to be able to eliminate this Porter station after quite some time. Payne also has his Penny turret ready to set up whenever. It is going to be in the middle right here, so a lot of pressure coming down from Stamina. Tacos has his hypercharge as well, and Evex is going to be pretty weak. He is in fact going to get that kill, so 4-star lead. Scratch that 1-star lead sitting on the side of Elevate. Patchy needs to stay safe back here.
Juan Carlos being marked up, not the best situation for them, being they are trailing as well. They have the blue star with Juan Carlos, so a kill on any member of Elevate is what they need. 15 seconds left, so it's going to be an hour and ever. Juan Carlos healing up. Hypercharge being popped by both Lucy and Juan Carlos. Oh, there are going to be enough of the fire damage coming in. Tacos might be taken out. He does get taken out. Juan Carlos gets the kill, but he gets taken out himself by Diego. And the last one alive is Payne, who gets put 6 feet under Elevate, taking game number 1 against Stamina Esports.
That Ollie tech utilized by Evex there was just so clean. The way that he used his gadget first to get that stun after waiting, or what he had that stun to allow him to get that time for the super to pop, which basically just extends the hypnosis timer for that Ollie play. It was absolute textbook, a pretty hard thing to pull off in the heat of the moment like that, but Evex is the tank goat and he pulled it off to the highest extent. So a good start for Elevate on this must-win set against Stamina Esports. They are once again going to grab that blue star and they're just going to be retreating for now. Patchy's going to be trying to charge up his borders before Payne gets that turret.
Yep. Usually you got to risk it to get the biscuit, but I think the Elevate want to play it a little bit safer here. There was a gadget pop by Evx trying to get the hypnosis, not able to do so just yet. Patchy with no turret up. That means no porters either, so it's going to be a little bit of a problem, especially as Payne has a super already here. Evx in a very difficult spot here. Patchy just going to be there to ensure that they can't get that kill and clean him up. On the right-hand side as well, Juan Carlos pressuring the bell, not getting too much out of it, but it is still a 1-star lead favoring Elevate.
Yeah, definitely a couple of scary moments there for Elevate, but not going to lose a single member quite yet. Diego is getting very set up with these bell traps as well. He's got a ton of them set up, so it's going to be scary for Juan to push up pretty far at all. If he does step on any of those, then certainly Patchy will be able to pinch on with Diego Gamer to secure that kill, so they've got to be careful. But Tacos is pushing up onto Evex on the left-hand side of the map. Pain trying to get that pinch off as well, and the hook is there. Patchy's going to be quite weak, but once again, Elevate just surviving by a hair each and every time.
A hair indeed. And what, it's like a few microns thick. Ooh, but much less thicker than Juan Carlos as he gets taken out here, unfortunately for him. And that's going to extend the lead for Elevate, but only 30 seconds left. They have a lot of utilities online. Unfortunately for them, they do not have a porter online, which would help them out greatly in the situation. Now Evix in a very bad spot. Lucy going to go in, has a hypercharge pop, but Pain getting taken out is huge. Juan Carlos gets triple tapped by Diego Gamer, and Taco is kind of alone by himself.
Yes, it's going to be an impossible comeback for Tacos. His teammates might have enough time to get one final push here, but Evex is going to get the stun off there. Certainly going to be able to get that kill. If not a trade, he's going to be able to survive, actually. Insane stuff coming out from Elevate in a very clean final game. They're going to win 9-0, and that was a very solid set on Dry Season. They definitely looked like the better bounty team right there, and they just never faltered for a single moment. So we're going to be going into set 5 in our losers bracket championship. Winner of this will face off against KCP, and they will have their work for them as they will have to beat them twice. But our last map is going to be Gem Grab Crystal Arcade. Which of these two teams is going to come out on top?
Yep, and beautiful stuff that we saw from Elevate. It felt like, they were a little bit more experimental with their drafts in Kaboom Canyon, Gold Arm Gulch, and Open Business. And Dry Season, they were held true to like their comfort picks and brawlers that significantly work in the meta, and as a result they didn't have any surprises. They don't want shenanigans, especially when you face the uncertainty where you might get kicked out of the tournament because you lose, right? So it's gonna go down to the wire. Crystal Arcade, and it's sudden death here. Whichever team loses this is out of the tournament permanently, but the team that wins is going to be there facing off against Kansas City Pioneers, and it's still not going to be an easy task because after this insane 5-set matchup, they have to face off against KCP and beat them for a grand finals reset and then beat them again. So it's going to be a best of 10, which is crazy.
Yeah, no, it's definitely going to be a really tall task to take out KCP, especially with how they've been playing throughout the first couple matches of this tournament. But they've got to get through each other first, and we're going to have it all come down to set number 5. Really happy we get to see the full extent of these matches here between these two great rosters. We saw a Stamina walk away victorious the last time these two teams met yesterday, but Elevate wants to change the script. They want to flip the script this time around and be able to make an appearance into the grand finals to face off against Kansas City Pioneers, but it's going to be a tough one. Crystal Arcade is a map that we haven't seen really in the ranked rotation at all, but it has been played competitively. It's very lane dependent though. If you're going to lose those lanes, it's going to be tough to win.
Oh yeah, for sure. Crystal Arcade, we saw second best trying to do a number against the other teams with Kaze, but he got addressed pretty effectively there. You got to be careful about how you're playing this one. Tanks are great brawlers here, especially, I mean, you're gonna run tanks on every single map now, which is, I think, probably a great change. I mean, a lot of people may not like it, but how can you have a specific brawler type which isn't in competitive, it isn't in the meta? That doesn't make sense. So now we have like a good mix of brawlers from all different classes which are at the top of the meta and are viable and competitive.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that there's a lot of different picks that we could see coming out here. I think it could be a Shade map, it could be a Draco map, but our bans are in. It's going to be Griff, Doug, Jackie, Lumi, Gus, and Jay Young. I believe that we saw Kodo G pull out the Doug on this map, and it did not work out really at all. So I'm a little surprised to see that hit the bans right here, but they don't want to take any chances with that new hypercharge, especially when the last pick of the draft is going to sit on Elevate. Stamina goes with the Hank.
I like this Hank pick. Can't go wrong with a milk tank. Obviously, you want to pair this up with a little bit of support, but if you see, Elevate's already banned 2 of them, Gus and Jay Young. Classically, you need a little bit more of the healing aspect for Hank to really operate, but Charlie's going to be coming out for Elevate on the other side. Charlie, throughout these last few days, we've seen how important Charlie is, and you can run her on any map, and she's going to give you value upon value. She needs a nerf.
Yeah, I think that Charlie, I'm already calling for it too. I don't really enjoy playing her. I feel like she's a little bit boring, and I
I
hate
hate
getting
facing
hard
it.
stuck in the cocoons. Yeah, exactly. They're also going to be adding some more aggro to their comp with the Ashe pick right here. Pretty solid option on this map. You're able to peek around these side lane walls so incredibly well with him, as well as getting that additional speed boost from the grass. I really don't think that you can go wrong with that pick. Stamina is going to have to find an answer, but the Hank and the Ashe matchup isn't horrible, so they don't need to overcorrect here. They just need to kind of stick to their strategy. I'm curious to see what they go for here.
It is alive for people on Twitch. I mistakenly put the wrong day. Yeah, somebody in YouTube chat told me that I put day 1. It's actually day 2. So yeah, it's day 2 YouTube chat, Twitch chat. It is not pre-recorded. It is live. Anyway, back into our drafter. Janet was picked up by Stamina, and they have this last pick here, but they are facing against an Ashe, right? So Hank can do decently well into an Ashe, but it's not going to be a convincing matchup. They need something which can complement the Hank, especially because otherwise the Hank's going to be kind of a sitting duck against an Ashe and Charlie. I don't really like his chances.
Yeah, the Janet is definitely a pretty strong pick once you can start cycling towards that hypercharge, but it's a little bit difficult to get there. Obviously, the Ashe pick is going to be feeding a little bit of hypercharge, so that's probably what Stamina is looking at. They pair it with the Draco, one of the most broken new hypercharges in the game. Not surprised to see him come out. Maybe, in fact, we'll actually see the other broken new hypercharge come out for Elevate with the Shade last pick, but it's double tank from STMN. Curious to see if Elevate goes with the double tank as well, or if they just try to play a tank counter brawler. Obviously, with no Griff, it's going to be a little bit harder, but Amber, I think, could be used here. Otis is a pick that we've seen a couple of times, and it looks like the Elevate comp is going to finish out with a Buzz, so it is indeed going to be a 4-tank affair with Janet and Charlie facing off in the mid. This should be absolute cinema, Panda.
Oh yeah, for sure. Draco is so oppressive right now. You get the stuns from Buzz. Ashe also can do a lot of damage, but I don't really like Elevate's chances. The Buzz is great, but it doesn't have that 1.5 second stun guaranteed anymore.
Yeah, I definitely understand the pick. I mean, it's not as great in the Hank because of the existence of a Hank super, but you can definitely use it to stall against the Draco once he gets into that dragon form, kind of waste a little bit of his time. I think that's probably what they're going for there, but we are into the game right now. We are going to have our set number 5 matchup in our lower bracket finals, and Evex is getting straight to work. He is in fact going to die to pain though, so not maybe the best start, but Patchy is doing some good work on Tacos over here on the left, and we have a lot of kills, a lot of action going down very early in this one. This is going to be fun.
Did you see the gadget that Tacos is using? Did you see it? It's a knock-up gadget. I've never seen anybody use that in competitive. That is crazy. That's my first time seeing that. It was beautiful to look at. And Juan Carlos gets taken out 4 gems to 1 is the gem line right now, elevated with complete control of this mid and both of the grass lanes. So much better situation for them. Stun coming in onto Lucy, but I feel like Evex is in trouble here as Lucy comes back, gets the grass, and I feel like now we're going to see a little bit more control being exerted on the map by Stamina Esports as Elevate have to really contend. Wow, how do you get the gadget off in time? That's crazy.
That's actually ridiculous. Juan is going to be able to survive that interaction, though. Patchy looked like he was in a tough spot, and indeed he was. Diego still has the gem lead, so all things considered, not a bad start for Elevate. Evex is going to go in and get that kill as well. He's got another super if he wants to use it. He could use it to force the fly from Pain, but he knows that he's probably not going to be able to connect that. We do have the Dragon Hypercharge coming in, though. Taco's getting so much work done. Patchy has no choice but to abandon his lane, and he is going to die regardless. A whole super cycled out there, and now the gems are looking very even, 6 apiece.
Evex went for Juan Carlos, but Juan Carlos just literally popped him like a bubble, like he didn't even matter. Now Evex has another stun. He could go for Lucy, but we saw what happened last time around. His mark should be Pain, and I think he could go for Pain. Ooh, the gadget from Lucy was immediately there, but Evex missed the mark.
Yep, and now we're going to have Pain sitting on 8 gems, Diego on 7, but Elevate needs to make a move into the middle right here. The positioning is too good from Stamina, especially if Juan is able to come out on top of this 1v1. Indeed he is. Diego is in a really tough spot as well, and the 10th gem does spawn on the STMN side, but Diego makes a very good and aggressive decision to grab that. So now we're back almost at gem parity, but Pain is going to walk away with that. He has his hypercharge fly as well, and I don't know if they're going to be able to take him out.
Uh-oh. You can put the hypercharged rats, but you know, not into a jet. It's not going to do much. It's not going to do anything. And Stamina kind of completely eviscerating Elevate. And this is, I feel, sorely because of the draft. It goes to show that Draco is that strong. If you have the opportunity, pick Draco. If you don't, make sure you ban it, because right now, Elevate are being completely destroyed by Stamina systematically.
Oh, yeah. We're learning a lot here today, Panda. We're learning that Draco is that strong. We're learning that Shade is that strong. We're learning that Bull is that strong. Maybe these players are just cracked on tanks. Maybe all of these new hypercharges are absolutely disgusting, but only one way to find out. We are into our next game, and it is going to be match point for Stamina. They need to come out on top of this one if they want to rematch against KCP, but there's going to be a lot of beef going down already. Evex and Juan both weak. Juan comes out on top of that, but Diego and Patchy clean up their business on the left-hand side of the map. Going to be another early lead for Elevate, but we saw that happen last time, and it ended up not going too well for them.
Yeah, Tacos was cooking last game around. This is a same sort of situation we saw the last time around where Elevate had the early lead. They had 4 gems, and then after that, everything kind of collapsed like a house of cards. So this time they need to do a little bit better. Evex, so there with the stun, he goes on to Lucy, and now they're completely collapsing. So you have 2 people addressing one brawler with the stun. Beautiful stuff. Evex goes in once more. He's not done yet. Juan Carlos might be, as he is taken out by Diego Gamer. Beautiful dual play coming in from these teams here, as Lucy going in on Evex. The stun is going to be there. Can they find the kill on Lucy? This time they're not going to be lucky. Twice lucky, once shy.
Yeah, but they are looking pretty dominant as far as the gems go. Diego has 7, he has hypercharge as well, and he's going to trap Juan Carlos right there, so Patchy surely is going to be able to get some rage charged up off that. Indeed he is. Juan is in an impossible situation. He is the next to fall. That's going to be 8 gems in the pocket of Diego Gamer, potentially 9. There is still that one last gem, but Payne is actually going to abandon it, and he's going to be giving that countdown to the side of Elevate. Payne has to keep up this pressure, but Evex is going to be here with the assistance. The self-cocoon is there as well, so now Diego just has 8 more seconds to stop. He's going to go with the cocoon, but he misses, and that is going to be a reset for Juan. He might be able to escape with this pin.
Stun coming in from Evex. He is invincible right now. Another stun as well. They get the kill. They're able to collect the gems. Another kill onto Lucy. That is all of the gems reclaimed back by Elevate. There was high speed robbery, but back in kind, right back at you. And just like that, we are dead with a double match point situation, unless they're able to get the reset once more. And it looks like it might be possible. No, Cocoon is going to be online. Diego Gamer comes out of the Cocoon. 1 second left. It is enough for them to secure a double match point. It's going to go down the wire all the way.
Stamina made it close at the end there. I thought there was no way they would get a reset, but they stayed down. They got the reset, almost able to steal that game, but Evex was too quick to have the back-to-back stuns to be able to keep the gems secured in their spawn. But what an absolute finish right there. We've got one more game between these two absolutely amazing teams right now. The winner will face off against KCP in the grand finals. Who is going to come out on top, Stamina or Elevate?
Ooh, Evex with a nice long-range pull. He goes in, but doesn't find the kill on a Payne. Right-hand side, doubled up is Tacos and Juan Carlos, and I think that this is a new strategy that they're trying to adopt, trying to ensure that Evex is neutralized completely, and it's up to Payne to really keep Patchy at bay. I feel like he can, considering the range advantage that he does have. So much better start from Stamina. We haven't seen them being in the lead by this much. And Evex, oh my god, those torpedo throws, buddy, that is actually just a throw.
Yeah, a great look for Evex and the side of Elevate. We've seen them go out on top of the initial interactions both times so far, but now Stamina has the gems in their name. Payne already has that super online as well, so it's going to be so difficult to kill him with those gems as long as he doesn't throw with his fly super right there. But Tacos is going to be holding it down on the left side. He's in dragon form, but Patchy is just going to be too tanky, too scary to deal with, so they are going to have to fade out of that lane a little bit. But 8 gems sitting on the side of Stamina. Elevate needs to make a move soon.
Diego Gamer makes the move instead. Oh, he gets taken out immediately. Stun though coming in from Evex. Can he hold the line? He gets taken out. Payne is finally going to go down. He gets those gems and he's going to be able to collect it. Countdown is going to start for Stamina. It's now or never for Elevate. There is a Money on the left hand side. Patchy gets the better of Lucy. Now he's going to be coming in the mid. Juan Carlos has a super, has a hypercharge as well that he can pop if he needs to. He goes for the hypercharge. Lucy is going to be holding the line. The kill is confirmed on Patchy. Elevate are going down. It's going to be Stamina making it to the grand finals, facing off against Kansas City Pioneers.
Look at how excited they are. That was an incredible matchup between these two amazing rosters right now. But Stamina, for the second time in these playoffs, are going to come out on top of Elevate. Absolutely insane stuff. But this team, who was not even in the top 8 throughout league play, has just been so consistent in this playoff fixture so far. Beating Elevate twice is a super tall task for any team, especially one that didn't even know they were going to be participating here. Stamina is the underdog story of the century, and now they're going to have a chance to pull off an absolutely insane comeback to the team that they just lost to, Kansas City Pioneers. But they have to do it twice, Pin.
I mean, I think that they can do anything at this point. They've beaten so many premier teams that seemingly are unbeatable right now. all the other teams are trying to figure out what's going on, and Salmon's like, isn't it obvious? And that's what they're doing. Now they're going to go up against Kansas City Pioneers in the grand finals. But before we do that, we're going to take a short break of about 4 to 5 minutes. You can see the brackets on your screen, and today we get to say goodbye to Elevate. We got to say goodbye to Tribe, Code OG, SSG, and now we're just down to 2 teams, KCP versus Stamina in the grand finals. We'll see you in 5 minutes. Hello, everybody, and welcome to GKR. 2 months of Brawl Stars is culminating in this electrifying grand finals we're going to be having. It's going to be Kansas City Pioneers versus Stamina Esports. We saw these teams participate just about an hour ago, where KCP managed to beat STMN Esports in a 3-1 scoreline. Now it's time for STMN to get their revenge, but it's not going to be that straightforward because Pioneers have a handicap, right? Because Pioneers qualify from the upper bracket, Stamina Esports qualify from the lower bracket. So this is a double elimination tournament. So what that means is teams have one life, and they have they have 2 opportunities basically. That was very badly explained. So let me explain it again. What you have is teams need to lose twice. They need to lose twice in order to be kicked out of the tournament, right? So Stamina Esports has already lost once. Kansas City Pioneers have not lost a single time. They qualify from the upper bracket. So if KCP loses to Stamina Esports in the grand finals, obviously that's not fair for us to crown Stamina Esports as the champions, because you know that's going to be the first loss for KCP. So if KCP loses this grand finals, unfortunately for them, that would mean that this is going to be a reset where both the teams play against each other again. And since both of the teams have lost once, there are a parity, and that's why if Stamina Esports wins, we're going to have a grand finals reset. I feel like that should probably clarify a lot of things to you. If you still have questions, you can ask in chat, and I think that other people might be able to help you out.
Yeah, I think the best way that I've had it explained to me is each team has 2 lives. KCP has both of those lives still in the pocket. Stamina has 1. So Kansas City Pioneers definitely has the simpler path towards this grand finals victory right here. But they've got to stay locked in right here, because Stamina Esports is not a team to take lightly. Not many of us expected them to be this far into the tournament, but they have continued to impress us every single opportunity they've got. They've beat some of the best teams in this competition, and they show no signs of slowing down. So it's definitely going to be a tall task for them to take home the grand finals prize. But if anybody can make us eat our words today, it's definitely Stamina Esports.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, they've been literally it's been a Cinderella story. They didn't even qualify for the playoff stage. It was actually Rafiki and his squad who managed to qualify Motomami's FA, and because Diego is playing with Elevate, Stamina Esports didn't I mean, they basically took up the spot that Motomami's had to forfeit because they didn't have enough players. So as a result, we got Stamina coming in. They had almost no preparation. They had 6 hours of knowledge that they would be participating in this event, and they summarily thrashed so many teams to get to this point. Yes, they lost once, but that was to Kansas City Pioneers, who apparently right now has no other peer. So they're trying to get their revenge, trying to get that win against Kansas City Pioneers, maybe going for that grand finals reset and winning the entire thing. That would be quite the story, wouldn't it?
That would definitely be quite the story, but Kansas City Pioneers do not want to get upset in this rematch from what we saw earlier today. And like you said, I think it was 3 sets to 1 set that we saw in that matchup, so they're going to be trying to repeat that type of action right there. But we are already into our first draft, actually, chat. It's going to be on Triple Dribble. Brawl Ball, of course, is going to be the game mode. Our bans are Kenji, Barley, Cordelius, Kaze, Shade, and Lumi. So we're seeing that Shade being banned out a lot more often nowadays with the addition of his broken new hypercharge. Draco's the other brawler with the broken new hypercharge that has been exploited a lot today. So maybe we'll get to see that. Not going to be with the first pick, though. KCP opting to go with the very safe thrower pick of Willow.
Yep, and just like that, we have Tyrant Bakery Cam right back at it. I like this Willow pick for the same reasons I've outlined multiple times. That Hex is beautiful to use. It can help you get out of situations where you're going to be pressured. You can get kills on your enemy teams, or in this map specifically, you can score goals. Jaeyoung coming out for Stamina, and one of the best adaptable support brawlers to ever exist in this game. So I'm not going to be cross with that pick at all.
No, absolutely not. And it's a great brawler to pair up with the tank, especially none other than Hank the Tank right there. Very solid draft coming in from STMN. They've got their beef, they've got their support, and now it's going to be going back to Pioneers to find a little bit of a counter, but we're actually going to see that broken Draco hypercharge come back into the fold right here. It's going to be used by Kansas City Pioneers, so they've got a tank into the mix right now. probably going to go for like a mid-range tank counter type option right here. There's still not a great option for the Hank Jaeyong synergy that STMN is bringing to the table, but I do like this draft from Pioneers. I think it's fun that they're taking a risk with that Draco with the new hyper, and it's going to be a loot for their final pick.
Griff. I need a Griff. I feel like Griff would do wonders here, but yeah, Charlie should do pretty decently well. Willow's going to be a big problem because there aren't any wall breaks for stamina, and also Willow's range is quite a lot. Lu can get you, obviously he's frozen down if you're not too careful and you feed, and I feel like Hank is going to be feeding Lu, so you're going to get those hypercharges a little bit more frequently than expected considering the competition you're going up against. And Draco, can't go wrong with Draco. I feel like actually Pioneers might have this draft unlock.
Yeah, the loot pick is definitely pretty intimidating. He's going to be able to charge those hypers so freely off of the Hank, and then that can definitely catch the Charlie and the Jaeyong lacking, but oh, thought we might be able to get into the game for a sec. Surely we will be loading it up soon, but I do think that I probably slightly prefer the draft of STMN. I'm not really sure though, so we'll see how it goes. We've got a little bit of a disagreement in the booth, but that's going to be a quick vindication for myself right there. Stamina already up a goal.
I'm not sad, not at all. But great stuff going for Stamina within 20 seconds. I mean, I think that they just held W and KCP were just caught in a very awkward position. Now Stamina has a ball on the right hand side. Pain is going to be there. He is going to have the cocoon as well. Lots of heals coming in from Lucy to keep him alive, and ooh, the ball nearly managing to not go in because Zulan collects it. And still though, it doesn't seem like Kansas City Pioneers are out of the woods.
That was close to being a really quick and decisive victory for Stamina, but barely able to save that ball was Zulan. Well played by them to hold the defensive line, but Fade is going to be next to fall. He tries to corner the rock, but Juan Carlos is pressing that purple button, and the mind control is going to be there, but Tyrant might not have enough HP, and that is indeed going to be Pain, stealing the ball out of his pocket, taking the first game for the side of Stamina Esports. They want to get this bracket reset as fast as possible.
That was a W pass because it ensured that one, if Willow's hexes was undone, she wouldn't have the ammo to be able to take out the ball from there. So I think that was a very well played situation coming in from Stamina to get that game number 1 win. Let's see how Kansas City Pioneers fares in game number 2. They are trying to force the advantage here that they have at the early game, but already Fade being slowed down with that gadget. That gadget is going to give so much value. It's always about the slows. It's always about that speed as well. Tyrant trying to hold the line. It doesn't matter as Taco is sliding this one in. And within 20 seconds, once more, Stamina destroying Kansas City Pioneers.
And it's not over yet, but this draft is looking like it might be a bit too much to overcome. That being said, the longer the game goes, the more likely it is that Fade gets his hypercharge online, and it seems like that might be a win condition for KCP right now. Haven't been able to get that utility quite yet, but now they are going to be holding strong on the defensive end. Tyrant is going to fall though, so the Jaeyong Hang synergy is going to be coming into play once again. The super is popped for the heals and the damage, but the freeze is there from Zulan. Going to be able to hold the defensive line, but we have not seen any offense come out for KCP quite yet.
Oh yeah, it definitely feels like they've been out of their depth here. I mean, we have Lucy on the left-hand side now. Finally, Fade is going to get the hypercharge, getting so much value. There's a stun as well. There is a kill. Now Zulan is going to be able to pass the ball to Tyrant. Surely there should be a goal. Zulan, Tyrant just completely destroyed through Juan Carlos, getting that goal there, and it's going to be tied at 1 apiece.
Yep, and there's a Lu hypercharge online for Zulan as well, so definitely going to be more potential for some incredible plays coming up here. He is going to get that freeze onto the Hank, trying to get the pinch off onto Tacos as well, but it's not going to be there quite yet. Fade Guts get cocooned and is going to fall down to Pain's taps right here, so Tyrant's going to be able to get some good damage. Surely he's going to be able to kill Pain at some point, but the big bubble is going to be there, not quite able to catch out Tyrant. Tacos is there for the kill confirmation, but we're still tied up at 1 apiece with less than a minute.
Tyrant caught lacking, and he does get punished for that. It's a good spot for Stamina to be in. They have control. Juan Carlos using the bulk just to keep people back. Obviously the bubble as well. Yeah, it's being popped by Lucy to keep Fade away. Fade is definitely a big problem. A thorn in the side for Kansas City Pioneers. Similar to how Juan Carlos says he gets stunned and they are able to get something going. Not able to get that kill though. Zulan does manage to cycle through his super hypercharge coming in from Pain. He goes in on a Fade, managing to get Fade cocooned, but not able to do much more than that as Fade finally, ooh, he pops a gadget, tries something, gets taken out. 11 seconds left. SEM on the ropes.
Yeah, if my eyes don't deceive me, though, I believe that Fade has his hypercharge upon respawns, and that's going to be so broken in overtime. So very much looking forward to see how this Draco hypercharge is going to look. Indeed, he has it, and he is letting it rip right there. Look at the range on that fire right there. Melting tacos and one at the same time. He fully cycles it out. Blue hyper is there, and surely Kansas City Pioneers are going to have an open net. It seems like you cannot let that Dragon hyper get into overtime. It's just going to be a free win.
Yeah, it's just crazy. Draco is so indomitable. Yes, you need to ban it out if you don't have it. Stamina might have won the first game, but I think that Kansas City Pioneers know that they have a way forward. It's all about holding as long as possible, waiting for the Draco to get that super. But you can't be passive about it. You have to be active to get that super going.
Absolutely correct. Stamina needs to finish this game before overtime, and it looks like that's what they're going to be going for this time around. They have had the better comp for the beginning interactions, but it looks like Pain is going to be dying now, so Tyrant is going to be able to hold strong on defense. The ball is going to be in the top right, or in the bottom right here, and honestly, if I'm KCP, I am not going to try to force a regulation goal. If this goes to overtime, then I'm going to be feeling pretty good about where I'm at.
Yeah, I mean, overtime, seemingly it does favor Stamina, but the problem, once again, is that purple button from Fade, and if Tyrant Zulan gets it, it's just going to add even more for problem. Then you have the Hex from Tyrant. So, I feel like there are lots of reasons why Stamina can win, but there are even more so for KCP. Now, Fade going in, pops a gadget, he's surely going to be taken out by Lucy, as he does. Juan Carlos versus Tyrant on this left-hand side. He managed to get the kill and uses the gadget to get out of that situation. The Cocoon is online, and they are trying to get the kill on Azula and managing to confirm it. That is actually going to ensure that Stamina at least hold control for the next bit.
Yeah, well played by Tyrant. They're just going to be kind of playing that defensive line right now. But like I said, KCP is under no obligation to get this goal in. Fade has a super ready to go. Not yet going to have that hypercharge online, but surely has to be getting pretty close as we move into the end of this game. Indeed, he has it now. With 1:16 left, I'm curious to see if he lets it rip right now, or if he's going to wait to hold it for a more opportune moment. Looks like he is probably going to be chilling, but Juan is pushing up very aggressively right here. They're going to re-corner the ball, but STMN wants it all right now. They're going to be able to swing it over here. Tyrant's the last line of defense. Is he going to be able to keep them off this ball? There should be no way, but he somehow gets the mind control. Zula gets and that is an insane defense right there from Tyrant. Absolute clutch on defense.
Oh, it's not going to matter as Juan Carlos is going to be walking this one in. It feels so bad, Tired with the monumental play. It was a catch me if you can situation. If you're going to peek it out, I'm going to be using my Hex on you. So, they did better than Stamina, but unfortunately, Kansas City Pioneers did take the L in that situation. Now we have a lot of purple buttons coming in, stuns as well. Fade popping his gadget, gets one kill onto Juan Carlos. Lucy's the next one to go down. That's going to be Kansas City Pioneers taking this goal here and equalizing the game score at 1 apiece.
Yeah, you can tell that he wanted to stall a little bit of time too. They do in fact want to play for this overtime right now, but Juan presses that purple button. He's going to be pretty close to getting frozen out, so has to take his time, especially when Fade is tickling him down from this right-hand lane. Fade fully cycles out of super, and with less than 10 seconds left, we should have a pretty electric overtime on our hands, but that's a bad time for Fade to die. And we're going to see Juan, STMN, is going to be in control of the middle of the map right now. And as we move into this overtime, I'm just very curious to see how close Draco is to Hyper.
Oh, he should be really close to Hyper. There we go. He hit the Hyper, and now it's going to be the KCP show. Fade going in once more. He cycles his super, finally getting taken out by Juan Carlos, but Tyrant has his hyper charge. He also could go for a mark. What? He gets popped. He gets absolutely popped. The ball being passed out by Stamina. It should be going to Pain. Maybe Juan Carlos is just going to be walking this one in. Hex is online. What? It doesn't matter. Pain collects. That is going to be goal. Stamina takes it.
What was that? Did it just hit an invisible wall? Did you see the same thing I just saw there, Pan? What happened to that super shot?
Hex. It was a Hex.
Oh my goodness, that was actually ridiculous. I cannot believe that we just witnessed that, but either way, well played to Stamina, overcoming the onslaught of that Draco purple button, and they're going to be able to win that game, but that was really exciting, and we are going to have more of that awaiting us as we move into set number 2 on Double Swoosh. Pan, that was... I'm speechless right now, man. Holy...
I thought that Pioneers had it in the bag. It seemed like that, but Stamina right now is showing us that they need to be respected, that they are a team to be feared in this region. Yes, the BSC doesn't reflect that, but the first half of the season is over. That was talks about the first chapter. Now it's time for the second chapter and onwards to them qualifying for the third chapter, which is either LCQ or Worlds at this point.
Yeah, that was... I'm just still in disbelief of what we just witnessed there. The fact that Tyrant almost clutched up that defense by hexing the player shooting the ball, so therefore it would be counted as a self-score, aka you can't slot the ball in. The ball was already mid-air, but I think that's the math that we just witnessed take place there. Absolutely ridiculous stuff, but Moving into Double Swoosh, it should be another pretty fun map, another map that Draco is relatively decent on, so curious to see if he catches a ban this time around after the absolute dominance that we saw from the Dragon Brawler. So we're going to see, I think that Jae Young could be another good pick. Charlie obviously has pretty much been a mainstay of all of these drafts that we've seen here today, so looking forward to seeing what we have to offer.
Yeah, Charlie is so annoying to face and so annoying to, I mean, obviously really great to play, but I feel like, you know, more teams should ban it out because the counterplay to Charlie is a little, like, it's a little gimmicky, right? You need to almost play perfectly to Charlie, but Charlie has a lot of different things that she can do to ensure that she rounds out a lot of her weaknesses. So she's not a fair brawler to go up against by any means. If you can pick her early, keep it. Otherwise, just, you know, just make sure the other team doesn't get it.
It's at the very least very annoying to play into. You've got the tankiness of the spider gadget. You've got obviously the cocoons just keeping you trapped for a majority of the game, but we've got our bans for Double Swoosh. KCP bans out Amber, Buster, Squeak, Stamina going with Kaze, Gray, and Lumi. So a lot of the aggressive options, I guess not really that many of the aggressive options, just Buster and Kaze are going to get banned out. No portals coming out from the Gray, no new Lumi hypercharge for anybody, but the Dragon made it through bans, so very curious to see if one of these two teams is going to select that brawler. KCP with the first pick.
Just looking how things have been going, I feel like Stamina Esports should be pretty confident, but hopefully that hubris doesn't get to them. What is Juan Carlos even doing, buddy? Tara's gonna be picked up first by Pioneers. I like this pick here, but you're gonna be in. It's probably gonna. You're gonna expect a Sandy to come in, right? For that, or Janet. Yeah, Janet makes sense as well. Satisfies the same idea. And obviously with the hypercharge, Janet is a pretty good brawler. Has fallen off a little bit because of the other brawlers have, you know, caught up to her because they've got the hypercharges and whatnot, but still a really good brawler for this map specifically. With the drop the base and the vision gear, you know exactly where people are, and that is one of the major reasons why you want to go for Janet. It also doubles down as a mid if required in certain situations, but Jae Young is going to be coming out, so I feel like this is a really good idea from Stamina Esports.
Yeah, I like how they have two answers for the Tara. They're not going to be countered out by Tara pets at all. And obviously, Janet with the gems is going to be able to fly away from any potential Tara pulls that they might go for the reset. KCP is going to be drafting the fish with their next pick of the draft, though. And the one thing that Stamina is lacking in is the damage department. So taking a tankier option like Hank makes a lot of sense to me. There is still Dragon on the board. I'm curious if they double up here. But indeed, they're just going to go with a tank counter of their own. It's going to be the Pearl. Maybe the Draco comes out for Stamina, though.
Yeah, 100%. I feel like it should be the Draco because what? They go for the M's? That is certainly a choice. I mean, Draco is open. We saw how close Pioneers were to winning the first set because of Draco. So it is interesting that they decided to go for specifically the M's. I'm not 100% sure I agree with this.
Yeah, I mean, it's a weird pick. I feel like they had more than enough answers for the Tara, but maybe they know something about Ems and the Hank that we don't. I mean, if they're able to get that connection with the super, it can definitely slow the Hank down, but the range of the Hank is like about the same as the M super, so I don't know if that's going to be the math. And it looks like we're going to have Fade playing mid actually on the fish, which is definitely a fun strategy, not something that you see too often, but it's going to be a lot of HP to take down, so it could work out.
Lucy on the left-hand side needs to ensure that he doesn't feed Zulan too much. Zulan sneaking up, and he goes in directly, despite the gadget, gets the kill, and also finds the gravity, which is the positive of all positive trades, I have to say.
Yeah, and it's going to be a lot of smoke coming out from Tyrant on this right-hand lane, likely running the vision gear, so going to know exactly where Pain is at. And I feel like Pain is just going to have such a difficult time closing this gap. Indeed, he is going to get clapped up by Tyrant. And the 5 gems are sitting on the head of the fish right now. Only 2 on the head of STMN's comp. But I mean, they have no Janet super quite yet. And that's going to be a quick kill onto Tacos as well. This is full positioning for KCP. And it's going to be really hard to get a reset once they do get 10. I mean, the fish just has so much HP.
Yeah, there's 0 sneak potential, and the win condition for Stamina is that they kept control the entire time. They haven't been able to maintain control. We have Hank mid, and it's still working out.
Yeah, it's just kind of the meta that we're in right now. Hank is absolutely broken, but we do have a hypercharge online from Zulan as well. Might be able to let that rip onto Pain at least to clear out that gap. And Juan is for some reason not going to fly out of that quite yet. He does indeed get out of it now, but it's not going to be the most value. They do end up taking out Tyrant, so the kills at least are falling for them. They are going to actually get everybody except for Fade, so Fade's in a tough spot, and they might have a little bit of the gap that they need to catch up in gems.
Yeah, I think at this point they've realized they don't need to really kill Fade. They just need to hold control, which means just push Fade, Tyrant, and Zulan back a little bit. The major issue here is that the Taco should not be feeding Zulan, and as long as he does that, we shouldn't fear the gravity. So he shouldn't try to force the issue. He gets a gadget, gets a kill, and still we don't have any gravities on Zulan just yet.
Yeah, we saw Fade getting a double fish snipe right there. Might have been on purpose, might have been on accident, but really well played either way. Pain is going crazy with the hyper now, though, just juking out of all of these shots with that additional speed, and the super is not going to get popped on time by Fade. That is certainly going to be game over. Juan Carlos can just fly out this clock, and that is going to be Stamina taking another dominant victory. They are looking like the better team so far.
Damn, they just made Fade out to be fish food, which is unfortunate for them. And still, like, I feel like Pain is slowly getting up. We see him a little bit more alert finally, and they take game number 1 here. They have the first set. Another game win is going to give them the 2-0 victory over Kansas City Pioneers, which is straight on the way for that grand finals reset that they need.
Yeah, that's exactly the type of start that they would need. If they can sweep in the initial matchup, then that grand finals reset's going to be feeling a lot better for them. But nonetheless, they do need to take care of business. And we're going to see Fade once again taking those gems, trying to run it down onto Pain right now, but he's going to be falling quite weak in the process. Zulan and Juan Carlos in a bit of a stalemate on the left side, but Zulan does seem to be coming out on top of it so far. The gadget from Pain is going to be there to push Fade back, but not really going to be able to get too much out of it. But I do like the lane switch that they have with Pain facing off against the fish in the middle and Juan facing off against the Tara on the left.
Fade on the left-hand side. Oh, Juan Carlos takes flight, so he's not going to be addressed. But Zulan putting down the vision gear, the vision gadget, ensuring that people know where everybody is. Juan Carlos taking flight once more. Fade surely going to be going down by the wayside, and he does. And I think that's a kill that they want. Also getting bested by Tacos, which is huge, and Taco is just providing the support that is required. This time, though, Pain has all of the gems, so he has swapped what he's doing in terms of the role.
Yeah, it looks like the strategy from STMN is just a little bit superior. There's going to be a Janet hypercharge coming through too. And unless Zulan is able to absolutely wiggle these mines, he's certainly going to be falling. And Juan Carlos is going to be able to survive. Momentarily, he actually fully cycles out super. So he's going to be escaping with that gem that will initiate the countdown. Both members of STMN do need to survive, though Tacos is the only one who can afford a death. But it just looks like KCP has no motion in this matchup.
I'm surprised by how well this EMS is working, but now we see Fade going in. He pops the hypercharge. He's not able to get that much of value. When Carlos takes flight, Pain is the mark. Ooh, 288 HP. It's not going to be enough, and that is Kansas City Pioneers. Sorry, was it Kansas? Stamina Esports taking set number 2.
Yeah, Stamina has been dominant in this first set of the first 2 sets of the grand finals right now. They're going to be up 2 sets against KCP. Obviously, they do need to first reset the bracket before we can get into an even matchup here, but they are definitely on pace to do so. And KCP, even if they aren't going to win in this specific match, they definitely want to get a couple of wins under their belt just to build some of the confidence as they move into the reset, if that is in fact what's going to happen. But before that, we're going to have set 3. It's going to be Ring of Fire, and Stamina is going to be on match point if they can get a single win here.
Indeed. It's just looking like a lot of teams just can't handle the smoke that Stamina Esports are bringing to the table. Kansas City Pioneers did, but I feel like those sets that they did win against them in 3-1 wasn't as convincing as it has been for Stamina Esports in this fixture here. We're going to go to map number 3. It's going to be Ring of Fire, but if Stamina Esports are able to execute a grand finals reset, we're going to be playing these set of 5 maps once more.
Yep, indeed we are, but the Ring of Fire is the next one ahead of us. It's definitely the most open out of all of the hot zone maps in the current rotation, so it does lend itself to a little bit more range brawlers. B, Gus, and Charlie come to mind off rip here. Obviously, we've seen a ton of Charlie pretty much everywhere here, but it's a little bit tougher to play some of these tanks unless you're able to get full position established, maybe with the help of a healer such as the Barry or the Jae Young. It's going to be a little bit tough to get established, though, and be able to trap the other team in the spawn, so I think that we can expect some safer picks coming out earlier, and then maybe some of those freakier tank picks coming out at the end of the draft.
Yeah, the worst thing that Stamina can do right now is change their strategy, which means just go for things that you are comfortable with and the things that you think that you can execute. If you change your strategy right now, it might just mean that KCP can get a reverse sweep. So, you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, and I hope that they hold true to that.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I feel like they have all of the momentum on their side right now. They've played so incredibly well today. And now we're going to have the Ring of Fire draft pulled up. The bans are Amber, Stu, Squeak, Kaze, Lumi, and Jae Young. So definitely not going to be seeing any of that Jae Young pick that we've seen throughout this entire setup today. Charlie is going to evade the bans, as well as Draco, which I feel like could be a pretty diabolical last pick. Something to note here, Pioneers with the first pick. So Stamina will have that last pick if they do desire to go with the tank. But the first pick's going to come out with the Lu. That should try to deter some of those picks.
Yeah, I feel like out of all the teams that we've seen in the last 2 days, Kansas City Pioneers really like this Lu pick, and I can see why Draco hasn't been banned out here. I feel like it is a very viable map for that Draco. This Charlie pick is actually very smart. You know that Lu is going to be a brawler there. You know a lot of tanks are going to be picked up as a result because, you know, if you can't run the tanks, then the tanks are going to be on the other side. So run the Charlie, make sure that whoever's going to come to your face, you just take them out of this situation with those cocoons. And I think that's why the Charlie was picked up. Carl is going to be the second pick for Stamina.
Yeah, Carl is not something that we see as often on Ring of Fire anymore, but he's just such a good balance of control and aggression, and likely going to be using that heat ejector gadget as well, which I think does fare pretty well into a matchup versus the Lu. So it's not really giving away too much of the strategy that Stamina wants to go forward with. Pioneers are going to have to kind of decide that for themselves with these next two options. They already have their control brawler with Lu, and they're going to add to that with a little bit of aggro coming out from the Kenji. And I do tend to favor the Fish over the Kenji if those are the two options, but the Kenji is going to have a little bit more maneuverability to maybe waste a couple of Charlie cocoons. I think that's probably the strat from Pioneers.
The poke and slash idea for Kenji is so important, and especially I guess maybe around like what the last dying seconds, not dying seconds, maybe 3/4 through the game, Kenji is going to get that hypercharge if they've played it aggressively enough, and Barry's going to be there as well just to give the Kenji a little bit more survivability and sustain. But I feel like the Kenji needs to be all the way at the top, just completely annoying people and the opponents. Maybe even a doubling up of lanes of with Kenji along with the Barry might be useful, but Carl is going to be there. Charlie is going to be addressing the Kenji repeatedly, so the Kenji into the Charlie is a choice. I don't know if that is going to be paying off dividends for them, but the Barry certainly helps.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one to pull off, but I think that the Barry is just going to run up the middle of the map and just kind of shoot at his feet to be able to heal himself and the Lu. Once they're able to establish position one time and Barry starts that super cycle, it's going to be difficult to bully him out of there. We see Stamina going with the Byron, so maybe a little bit of the Malay star power could come into play to make the Barry a little bit more useless, but I think that the comp of Pioneers is a little bit more straightforward, so we'll see how it goes for Stamina, but I do like KCP's chance to bring them back into this.
We should be going in set number 3 any second now. There is sustain, there is healings, anti-heals as well. We're gonna go to game number 1 of this third set in the grand finals. One set away from a grand finals reset if Stana wins. Otherwise, we might just see a reversal from KCP. Fade, one of the most prolific Kenjis, is going up on the left-hand side up against Tacos, but that wall was actually what did Fade under, because your reclaim with the Carl is so much faster when you hit your pickaxe against the wall.
Yeah, and that's a really smart play by Tacos to make use of that mechanic, but he's going to kind of waste his super here, baiting out a couple of shots from Fade. We just see the entire team of KCP grouping up, trying to get maximum value from these Barry heals. That's exactly what they're going to do, but Fade is in fact going to drop off. And we have not seen either team really collect a whole lot of zone time right now. KCP just tickling the bottom edge of it so far. Tyrant's going to be falling a little bit weak, but Zulon is right there with the heals. He's already got a hypercharge, and that is just the magic of Barry. Being able to heal or charge those supers from healing the teammates is such a broken mechanic.
Indeed. Wow, huge hypercharge coming in. Super though from Pain. Ensures that it addresses Tyrant, but Fade gets taken down. Unfortunate for him. Heals are online by Zulon and Tyrant as well. It is an even game, so to speak, in terms of the possession of the hot zone, but that super from Tyrant ensures that nobody from Stamina is going to even try to compete in the mid.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough comeback now, but I mean, the damage is coming in from Tacos right there. Well played to get that fire gadget as well. And now it's going to be a little bit scary for KCP as they do get pushed back. Juan Carlos getting some significant value with that splash. The super is going to come in from Fade, but really fantastically juked out by the players of STMN. And they're taking a decisive lead on this zone for the time being. And that is going to be a team wipe right there. They're going to be able to tick this up by at least 30%.
Great spot for Stamina to be in right now, complete control, but that huge hypercharge coming in from Fade. He's going to be going in on the hunt here. Lucy is going to be the first mark to fall, but Pain manages to get that cocoon off. Fade is trying to get the kill on Pain, but Pain, it'll not be denied. He had another hypercharge to
Oh my god.
Juan Carlos the entire time on the hot zone as well. And now we have Lucy taking out Juan Carlos as well. Fade trying his best, but it's going to be Stamina Esports on match point.
This has just been absolute domination from Stamina in this first matchup in the grand finals. They are looking like they are hungry for this bracket reset, and KCP has just not had an answer to any of this aggression so far. They are absolutely going insane so far, showed no signs of slowing down, and they only need one more win to initiate that bracket reset and get both teams on even footing. We're getting into game number 2 on Ring of Fire now, and KCP has to find an answer. They have just been getting dominated in this matchup.
Yeah, one game away from a grand finals reset. Stamina is locked in here. They're going through all of the marbles. Bade on the right-hand side, going up against Bade, but Bade, it will not be denied once more. Bade is just out of his depth here in this matchup. There are heals from Zulan, but Tyrant goes down by the wayside, and the entirety of the time we have Stamina on the point here on the hot zone.
There's been so many missed supers from Fade coming out here. It's even not even like easy to blame him for that, because Stamina just knows exactly where he's going to land and they keep on dodging out of it. It's just a good offense versus better defense from what I'm seeing so far. Juan's going to get a beautiful splash there as well, almost taking out 2 members, but Zulan is going to be there to heal up Tyrant, but they are already off to a horrible deficit, and it looks like STMN might be on the cakewalk to the grand final reset.
Yeah, great stuff coming in for Stamina. Another super from Fade. It's not going to miss the mark. I feel like at this point, KCP need to just understand that grand finals reset is inevitable. They're trying everything, but unfortunately for them, that's not going to be the case.
Yeah, it's not going to be a great vibe to have going into the reset as well. I mean, they've been thoroughly dominated throughout these 3 sets, and it looks like it's going to be more of it. They're finally getting back a little bit of positioning, but Tacos is still up, and he'll have something to say about that. He does, in fact, fall, but I mean, it's a 60% gap right here. It's looking pretty difficult for KCP to be able to climb this ladder.
Indeed, 76 to 27%. I feel like the writing is on the wall. Faye is trying to make something happen. Zulan was on the point, but this disparity in terms of the possession of the hot zone is just insurmountable to really compete against. So I think this is basically a writing on the wall. Grand Finals reset is on the way. I hope I don't eat my words.
I mean, we'll see right here. They're trying to make a valiant effort to come back here, but Zulan is surely going to fall. Pain's still somehow alive in the back of the spawn as well. He's avoided death in so many of these crazy situations. Only 5% remaining. The heals from Byron coming in, and that is going to do it. That was a clean sweep. 3-0 for STMN, and Pain is saying, let's run it back. And that is exactly what we're going to do, guys. There is no more bracket reset. It has been initiated. So it's going to be STMN versus KCP on these same maps. And the winner of this best of 5 is going to be our GKR Grand Finals champion.
Indeed, and I'm not sure exactly how long the teams are going to be taking. They might just be back in the very next second, or maybe they're going to be taking a few minutes break. But honestly, Stamina Esports right now look kind of scary. They 3-0'd Pioneers. The only other team to get 3-0'd today is Space Station Gaming. And even yesterday, we didn't have any team that went without a set win. So, you know, Stamina Esports are kind of crazy right now. They lost to the same team that they swept through. Insane.
Yeah, no, that was the exact type of bounce back that they were looking for. 3-0 is crazy in the grand finals right there. And now we're going to get our grand finals too. I'm not sure if we're going to have a break coming in before this, but both of these teams have got to be feeling ready to queue it back up. KCP needs to find an answer, though. They had nothing to offer for STMN here.
I was kind of crashing out, so I apologize to chat for that, but we're still waiting for Pioneers versus Stamina Esports for the grand finals reset. I am still at a loss for words. I didn't expect the reset to happen, and you know, it did. We're gonna take a small break, and we'll come back to you with the draft when it does happen. See you, chat.
Back to perfect timing.
Hello,
Let's get it.
everybody. We are back with the grand finals. The reset was successful for Stamina Esports despite everything. And just because of that, we are going to go back into draft on triple dribble. The bans are in. They're going to be Lumi, Shade, Kaze, J Young, Shade, and B. So a double Shade band coming out here. Willow is going to be the first pick. And yeah, we see why Willow is so good. The Hex is the reason. We saw the Hex actually doing Pioneers under.
Yeah, that Hex is absolutely insane, and some of the tech that we saw with there was a little bit confusing, but I think that we've got a hang of it now as a chat here. But we are gonna have Pioneers going with the Charlie. I'm a little bit surprised about that. Not a great pick into Willow specifically, but obviously they are anticipating that Stamina will be picking up a tank. They're also gonna go with the Barley right there, so they have a little bit of an advantage in a pure thrower v thrower matchup. But obviously what Barley has over the advantage in the Willow matchup, Willow is gonna have that advantage when it comes to defending against tanks. So it's a little bit of give and take with these thrower picks here, and we are in fact going to see the Hank coming out there, so justifying the Charlie pre-fire. And I'm liking both of these comps so far, but I think that Stamina does have a pretty solid pick so far.
Oh yeah, for sure, 100%. They have the Hank. It's so oppressive. Willow as well works really well. Barley is going to be coming out for Kansas City Pioneers. Obviously, the reason you go for the Barley is to address the Willow. The Charlie is for the Hank as well. But let's see what Stamina decide to go for this last one. Surely it's going to be something. It's just a moderating influence. And yes, you're going to be doubling up the Hank with the Byron heals. And obviously, the lateral right lane is where you're going to be running Barley most of the time. Sorry, not Barley. Byron most of the time. Byron's going to give all those heals to Hank. It's going to be very healthy as it moves across the map. So far though, Pioneers need something aggressive in their own right as they pick up Bull.
That's what I like to see, Panda. The Bull pick is coming in hot, and I really do like that from Pioneers. I'm a bit intrigued by the Byron pick. You usually see that on more open maps like Ring of Fire, but obviously this is going to be a pretty closed off map. Not really any wall breaks to speak of outside of that Bull that Pioneers just picked up. So it's going to be a lot of Byron Hank synergy coming into play for STMN, but if that falls apart, then Pioneers should have a couple of opportunities to score that goal. I think the Bull is going to be the linchpin for that, but we are into the game. This is the real grand finals now. No more lives for either of these teams, and we're going to see Stamina taking a pretty early control.
Yeah, this one is for all of the marbles. Fade kind of pushed back too much against Juan Carlos, who tries to use his super, tries to get spicy there, but wasn't going to be successful as he gets the kill though nonetheless as he cleans up. Ooh, he tries to get the goal in. There is Tyrant there. Oh man, Tyrant manages to clear the ball at the right time. Now Payne's going to be addressed, and Fade just going to keep going in, and he creates a lot of room for his team.
Yeah, that was a pretty solid defense that they were able to hold up right there. And we have Zulon with the Cocoon online already. The Byron Splash is going to be there, likely with the Malay star power, so he is going to take a very long time to heal up, as we can see here. Juan goes in with that big bubble. He's able to slow down Tyrant, but the Herbal Tonic is there to make it like nothing happened pretty much. So both teams jockeying for control. Fade goes in with the Hypercharge. Not going to be able to do too much more than that to Juan Carlos, though. It seems like that fish counter is definitely viable into the Bull.
Oh yeah, it's 100% working for them. Once more though, KCP in an awkward position, push back. That Byron's doing a number on Fade, and Zulon managing to survive with Tyrant, ensuring that the Cocoon isn't too much of a problem. Taco's getting taken out by Tyrant. It's a little bit of a stalemate in terms of the mid. There isn't really anything going on with a nice kill from Juan Carlos Pop and Tyrant.
Yeah, we haven't seen too many goal-scoring opportunities as of yet. Both throwers just kind of playing their range, but Payne has his Hex. Juan and Lucy and Tacos are going to be moving up here, but Zulon's got the Hypercharge. He is indeed going to cocoon that fish right there, and Fade should be there for the clapback. But indeed, he's going to get mind-controlled, actually, and he actually almost had a chance for Payne to be able to slot that in. Very exciting stuff right there. Tyrant's going to be trying to clear out a little bit of room, but Payne does a good job finessing around it. He is going to have to use that dive gadget, and surely will be taken out, but Juan's still in a power position with the ball up here.
Indeed. Ooh, Fade going up against Juan Carlos and Mano Mano, not really doing them all that much. Juan Carlos has this hypercharge, pushes the ball back. They want that ball control because in terms of position, we've only seen the bottom half of the map. We've never really seen the top half. Hypercharge on the right hand side to create a little bit of room, and now we see KCP in a very advantageous position.
Extremely so. They have the Bull Hypercharge online as well, but Fade did get Malaise, so it's going to be a little bit slower as far as the healing goes, and we are surely due for an overtime matchup right now. Taco's getting a little bit of damage down before these walls break open, but it's going to be tough for them to find a gap to get this ball through. It's going to have to be, oh, Zulon hits the Cocoon, and that is not what STMN needed to get into overtime. Payne drops down, but Fade is surely going to be able to get that kill. Juan is there for the trade, though, and even after all of this, we just have really not seen either of these teams have a great chance, but now it might be it. Taco's able to get that kill. Juan moving up with this massive amount of HP, and the cocoon is not going to do justice for Zulon. Gives Tacos just enough time to slot that in the bottom left, and that is going to be another STMN win. It looks like they are not done with Pioneers yet.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. I felt like, Pioneers could have done something at least in overtime, but they just kept on picking them off one by one. That Charlie is a great brawler, not really doing a whole lot much. And then Juan Carlos, who's kind of going crazy right now. Fade taking a lot of damage, and Shirley goes down. Now it's up to Tyron to corner the ball. And, I'm not that confident for Kansas City Pioneers.
It's hard to be. I mean, they're on a massive losing streak to Stamina Esports right now. Stamina is just looking like they are so dominant in this matchup right now. They're going to uncorner the ball, and certainly Payne is able to hit the Hex. Indeed, he is. Doesn't even make the guy self-score, but he is going to distract him, and that's going to be a quick goal coming down from STMN, way faster than what we saw in the last game. But certainly Payne is going to fall to this Barley super. He somehow... Oh, I thought he was going to be able to walk out of that. That would not have made very much sense to me, but Tacos is tapping. Juan is healing up, and I don't think they'll have enough room to score this.
Yeah, Juan Carlos, I don't know why he went for that super, because he was already poisoned, Tyrant, so he could have got the kill without using it. A little bit of utility has been removed from the situation now. Faye going in, he has a stomper, gets a stun. He's trying to find another super, gets taken out by Payne. I feel like that was enough actually for Faye. He relieves a lot of pressure coming in from Stamina, and now we see entirety of KCP in the mid here contending. But Juan Carlos, this beefy fish, is a very scary proposition to go up against. So neither of the players, Tyrant or Zulan, really doubling down on this right hand side.
Yeah, this might be an opportunity to score, though. Fade is going to get out of the Hex, but he is going to be peppered with damage coming in from Juan and Payne. That is indeed going to be a kill, and now Juan is going to uncorner the ball. It's just Tyron on defense, and surely he has enough HP to walk this in. The self-pass, the super for the heal, and that is going to be another set. That's 4 in a row for Stamina over KCP, but they're going to be up 1-0 in the grand final reset.
That is absolutely crazy. They got the grand finals reset. They got the first set win against Kansas City Pioneers. I feel like Kansas City Pioneers right now are in the mud. It's still not over though, because it's just the first set. There are 4 more other sets to play. The best thing that they can do is possibly win this set and force pit stop, because if they go down 2-0, it's going to be very, very hard to come back in Ring of Fire, right?
Yeah, I've got to be thinking that the mental for KCP has got to be a little bit shaken at this point too. I mean, they've just been thoroughly waxed by the Stamina roster so many sets in a row at this point, and now they're going to have to run it back on Double Swoosh, where they have already lost in the past 30 minutes. It's going to be a little bit stressful for them, but they're going to have to mix it up in the draft or something, because whatever strategy they have right now is just getting so thoroughly stomped out by Stamina Esports.
Indeed, we are going into Double Swoosh now, but like last time around, Stamina completely ran through them. I mean, all 3 sets were 3-0, right? So, Iron, Zula, and Faye need to do something different, because whatever they've been throwing at Stamina has not been sticking. They did so great in set number. I mean, in the first fixture that we had, which was the upper bracket finals, where they beat Stamina 3-1. But Stamina since then have probably analyzed and figured out how to isolate Pioneers and keep them at bay most of the time. But it obviously circles back to the draft, and I wouldn't say Stamina are known as draft merchants by any means, but they certainly have something about the pulse of the meta which other teams are failing to consider.
Yeah, definitely. I think a little bit of the extra chaos coming in with the new hypercharges is probably playing into their favor a little bit, especially since they couldn't really scrim for this specific tournament as much as some of the other teams that already knew that they were going to be in the playoffs. But we saw a fun pick coming out the last time these two teams faced off on Double Swoosh a couple minutes ago. It was actually the M's mid, the M's gem carrier, and it worked numbers with that whatever the acid gadget is that shoots through the walls. And we're going to have our bans coming up now. It's Jaeyong, Tara, Lumi, Amber, Janet, and Buster.
We're going to be waiting for Stamina to go for that first pick here. Lots of different options that you can go for. Charlie is available, Jaeyong as well. They go for Gray, which is a very interesting pick. And it might, sorry, Jaeyong is banned, sorry, but Gray is a very interesting pick. I feel like you're probably going to pair this up for the Hank, surely. Otherwise, why would you go for a Gray, right?
Yeah, I think that they probably will be going for that strategy. It's a far cry from the strategy that we saw them running the last time these two teams faced off on Double Swoosh. Pioneers are unsurprisingly going to take the Charlie, which I'm getting a little bit tired of seeing pan, but the Spiders are definitely going to be good to tank on the Gray. The Teleporters are going to be countered out a little bit by the Cocoon if a tank does choose to use that, so pretty safe pick, pretty obvious pick coming out from KCP. You got to wonder if maybe STMN was baiting that, though, and they have something in mind.
Yep. We're just waiting for the next pick to come in, and it's going to be Fink's very solid pick. I like that super. It's going to make it harder to connect shots as effectively, but more so when you have it down, Charlie and Finks can do a number on the other team.
Yeah, and it's got to be Charlie, and I think that Hank is probably the second most picked brawler today, but those two have just been absolutely so ever-present in this current meta that we have nowadays. I like the Finks pick as well, though. It should be able to hold down a decent amount of control in the mid, and that teleport gadget is so useful for getting out of a sticky situation. Unsurprisingly, though, we're going to see Stamina lock it back in with the Hank. Don't fix it if it ain't broken. And that is exactly the mentality that they're going to be rocking forward with. But the Hank Gray synergy is fantastic. And they're going to throw a Pam into the mix as well. So getting even a little bit beefier and a little bit more heals onto the board. I really do like this STMN comp.
Indeed, it has a lot of sustain. The Pam is great for bush checking, great to get onto the point. Obviously, Hank was expected after we saw the Gray pick. Finks is going to be a great brawler, but the thing is, there is a lot of bulk which is there on Stamina side with the Pam and the Hank and the healing, and the fact that Gray's hypercharged and the portals also let you heal. I feel like this is a very scary draft from Stamina. Pioneers have a pretty aggressive draft of their own, but I'm not 100% sure how this one's going to be playing out.
Me neither. I do like the Ashe pick. I think that they needed something that at least there's a little bit of a wrench into the ideas that STMN has to offer. I mean, the Ashe is fine into Pam. It's fine into Gray. I don't love it into the Hank, though. So I feel like that's really going to be the brawler to watch. We've seen Juan Carlos do numbers on this brawler so many different times today, and I think that he might as well go do it again. But I mean, we are currently on 4 sets in a row of STMN beating KCP. The Pioneers need to find an answer right now as we get into set number 2 of our grand final reset.
Yeah, I'm still surprised. Draco is open. None of the teams opted for Draco. I feel like it's so great on this map. Left-hand side, Kane going up against Tyron, gets taken out. Ooh, Lucy addressing him immediately with that walking cane and the super and the shots. And now super is available for Lucy, so you can put it out in a very aggressive position. Doesn't even have gems, so it doesn't matter if he goes in and dies. It just makes a big setup for Juan Carlos for later on to be more effective and a bit more oppressive.
Yeah, it looks like Zulon is coming a little bit different into set number 2 here, though. He's been absolutely hammering down on that Ashe so far, and him and Fade are going to be able to combine for a kill onto Juan. Pain certainly is going to be the next to fall, and this is finally a little bit of breath of fresh air that we were expecting from KCP in this matchup. That's going to be the hypercharged rats, but full domination, full control on the board for KCP right now. Fade going crazy up there, and surely Zulon's going to be able to get this kill once he pops back out.
Oh yeah, for sure. He has another one Pain falling by the wayside. The solo member alive is the Gray, but what can a little lone Gray do against what he's up against here? But Juan Carlos moving on to the mid. He's going to go in. He's going to go very aggressively. A super is there, but no, they aren't able to address it. Zulon dodging, weaving. Pain tries to pop his gadget, trying to get the kill, not going to be able to do so. All of the utility is being used by Stamina, but it is not going to matter.
That was really close to being able to get a reset, but I don't know if they would have been able to get out with the gems regardless. But this is finally going to be a little bit of something to be happy about for Kansas City Pioneers right there. You can see a little bit of relief on those players' faces, but there's still a lot more work to do. Obviously, up 1 in set number 2 is pretty nice for them, but they've got to close out this set to even make it an even fixture and to get a little bit of the momentum back on their side as we go into game 2.
Yep. Stamina won the first set, but this is a little bit of a chink in their armor. Obviously, they don't want to lose, but that is what they're facing right now. Fade collecting 2 gems, a little bit low. Ooh, Zulon going in aggressively, gets a kill on his tacos. Now Juan Carlos has to contend, tries to find something going, but not able to do so. I feel like this is kind of going away from Stamina a little bit, as Kansas City Pioneers already have 5 gems and are really pressuring Stamina back.
Yeah, I feel like so much of their success in the set has come from Zulon. He's going so crazy on that gold Ashe down here. He's cycling back over to be able to deal with tacos, and indeed he does. The robotic rat's thrown onto Juan Carlos, and he's going to be trying to get Pain out of the situation alive, but they're both going to fall so weak, but he's there with the teleport. Well played to Juan. That's what I'm talking about with the Fish Gray synergy. He's able to go in there with the charged up bubble and then just pop it. Almost able to hit the snipe as well. But there's a lot of action coming down. Zulon's in a power position, and he might be able to pick off Juan Carlos. He does, and that's going to be all the gems going to Pioneers.
Oh, that's just heartbreak. This is the problem with that specific super of Charlie. You pop it, you hit the gem carrier, all the gems are going to fall. In that time, pick up all the gems and run away. Literally highway robbery. Juan Carlos going in, has a hypercharge, uses it, is able to find one. Is he able to find the second? No, the cocoon is online. The gems are collected by Fade. Juan Carlos surviving, but he's surely going to be going down. Zulon might be the gem carrier now. 9 gems. I don't think he's the mark specifically.
I mean, at this point, it's kind of just whoever can pick him up has got to go with it. But Stamina with a really good reset to be able to extend their lifespan in this set. not looking the best for them still, as Tyrant is going to grab gem number 10, but Juan is charging up his big bubbles. He's going to try to make a final push right here as Tacos gets that hypercharge portal down, but the Finks super is going to counter out everyone except for the fish so hard, and that cocoon is likely going to be able to do it for them unless they do the impossible. This is finally going to be Kansas City Pioneers disrupting the momentum that Stamina Esports had. We're tied up at 1-1 in the grand finals.
Oh, beautiful stuff from Stamina Esports. I'm sorry, from Kansas City Pioneers to take down Stamina Esports a peg. It's now finally down to parity, and Kansas City Pioneers are on the board. Maybe they have figured out what makes Stamina Esports takes. What are the specific curiosities that we see Juan Carlos going in with Hank? How do we address it? How do we shut them down? And I feel like the major reason why they were able to do that was basically that Charlie, which is why you want to ensure that you get that Charlie pick whenever possible, because it's seemingly very hard to play around it.
Yeah, I remain to be confused on why none of these teams are banning out Charlie. I mean, she's been picked almost every single set along with the Hank, but we just see them banned out so infrequently. It's definitely amazing me here, but I don't really understand. I'm sure that these guys know the bans better than I do, but we're going to be moving into Ring of Fire, where we did just see Stamina Esports beat up on KCP in the first set of the grand finals. So they're going to be trying to do that one more time, but it's all going to come down to the draft here, and KCP finally gets a little bit of a breath of fresh air after getting thoroughly dominated.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think this is a little bit of a reprieve. It's going to reset their mentality going into this one. Obviously, it has been the STMN show, and Pioneers are just merely spectators, but now they're a willing participant and are actually performing as expected. So we are going to be going into double swoosh next, and it's not a double swoosh necessarily. We're going to go into Ring of Fire next, and it's going to be the one which sets the tone and tempo for the rest of the grand finals.
Yeah, they definitely do not want to be going down 1-2. That goes for both of these teams right here, but only 3 sets needed to win, so winning in Ring of Fire is so big for momentum, especially when set number 4 is Pit Stop, one of the cheesier maps in the game. You really do not want to be in a position to get cheesed out by like a monkey strategy or anything like that. So a lot of stress coming into this next draft. Both of the teams' drafts and gameplay is going to have to be so on point, and I just cannot wait to get into this one.
Indeed, I'm like really excited for this one. I mean, we've had such a good 2 days of competition, and for it to culminate in these grand finals has been a little bit of a dream for me as a caster. And we're gonna go into our draft here on Ring of Fire. The bands are gonna be Mr. P, Barry, Hank, B, Kaze, and Lumi. 6 different, distinct, unique brawlers are gonna be coming out, with Kansas City Pioneers having their first pick.
Yeah, it's gotta be Charlie. Yeah, oh my god, it's Charlie, of course. I was kind of joking a little bit, but I can't be surprised at this point. It has been absolutely spam picked by every single team all day throughout this entire tournament, but it is going to be the #1 pick for Pioneers. Probably the safest option as well. I can't even hate on the strategy right here. It's going to be good into aggro. It's going to be good into range. It's going to be good into single shot brawlers. So hard to go wrong with that Charlie pick. Stamina is going to have to think of something outside of the Hank, because that has been banned out. And they're going to go with that Jae-Young.
Yep, and one thing that I've noticed is Draco hasn't been banned out, and Draco is a really good brawler. There isn't a Hank for Draco to not face. There isn't a Lumi for the stun. There is possibly a Lu that could come out, but honestly, I think the Draco is definitely a pick that Kansas City Pioneers might be going for, because Charlie is a great answer into these aggressive brawlers. So if you pick it up, you have the license to bring it out. And Jae-Young and Finks are on the other side, are big threats, but let's see what Pioneers decide to pick up in order to balance out the composition here, and obviously predict what Stamina could possibly bring to the table, as Amber is going to be picked up next for them. A lot more damage. We know how big the hypercharge range is for that Amber super, so lots of aggression from Pioneers, but from a very passive standpoint, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it's a lot of the mid-range brawlers that we're going to see picked on Ring of Fire, since it is such an open map, but you still want a little bit more HP in order to tick up that zone percentage. So that's why brawlers like Finks, Jae-Young, Amber are going to be so meta in this situation. And it is going to be the Draco coming in with the last pick. Very excited about that one, but it should be pretty menacing. If they're able to get a little bit of super cycle going, then they will eventually get that hypercharge, which we've seen can completely change the game with one singular press of a purple button. So I like the idea from KCP. We're going to see if STMN brings out any aggression of their own to try to counter out that idea.
this Draco. Like, I expected it, right? You saw the Charlie. It has to be the Draco. It's kind of like when you see the Gray, you expect the Hank to come out. Lude's going to be coming out. Stamina has no choice here in the matter. They have to take Lude. Otherwise, they're going to be facing a very difficult situation. They are in a huge range disparity with the Charlie and even the Amber. And in terms of being outgunned, in terms of just out and out damage, I feel like Pioneers have their have all of the cards here. So it's going to come down to Lude connecting those shots, getting those supers and the hypercharge, and obviously the Finks as well.
Yeah, I like the comp of STMN though. I mean, they have the Lu Super and the Fink Super. Both of those, when played on the zone, can just be so good for getting control back, so good for holding that control once your team is on there. And then adding in that the Jae Young has the speed and the heals he can give to his teammates. I think it's a really good comp, but we are officially into set 3 of our grand finals, 1 set per team, and it's going to be duking it out over this middle zone right now. But it looks like Zulon and Tyrant getting a little bit of the best of them, and then there's going to have to be so much attention directed to Fade here with that Jae Young gadget, trying to get him quite weak, but he's got the last stand, and he is going to be taken out after that. So a good start for STMN, even though they're down on the zone.
Yeah, grass is going to be burnt on the right-hand side. Not probably the best grass burn as it should be done, but now Fade adds his super. He's going to go on to Pain. Pain is certainly going to be addressed. Now Fade finally going down, but for Fade, it doesn't matter. It's all about charging up that hypercharge, and he should be very close. It's not a hard hypercharge to charge by any means.
No, not at all, but the zone is ticking up for stamina, so they are going to be in the lead so far. Fade does have that hypercharge already, though. That's got to be a scary sight to see, and indeed it is. Surely he's going to be able to get the double kill here. Not anything that STMN can do about it, and now they have full control back for their team just because of that purple button. This dragon pick is so broken.
It's a one-man genocide whenever he has that purple button. He goes in, gets all 3, and he's out, and he wins back control for his team. He wins so much more aggression and control, and just like that, KCP are back on the point here. Ooh, big hypercharge, Zulon connecting, and that is surely going to be the end of the loop, but no, that's not going to be the case. Lucy going in, he gets almost taken out. Pinch is there. Lucy, though, finds the kill on a Tyrant. That's huge, but it doesn't matter. Stamina is not going to get the better of this interaction. It's going to be KCP.
Yeah, it's going to be a big lead for Kansas City Pioneers. It's going to be very tough for STMN to get back onto the zone here, especially with that Dragon Super online. Indeed it is, and that is likely going to do it for game number 1. After getting dominated 4 sets in a row, Kansas City Pioneers have a new life right here, and they are starting to play like the team that we know they are, and they are going to be up 1-0 in that set number 3.
Beautiful stuff from Kansas City Pioneers. Just one more win away from getting a 1-set advantage against Stamina Esports. In the grand finals, it is very, very important to get those dubs whenever possible. So they're executing on that vision. Hopefully Stamina need to know what is the course correction that they have to do going forward. We're going to go into game number 3 here. If KCP win this one, they go up a set.
Yeah, this is exactly the type of turnaround that they were looking for, but Juan Carlos is going to be teleporting back, getting a little bit of that ammo back, but the lead is going to be very small for them. And I feel like last game, it didn't really matter what happened before that purple button with the dragon was pressed, so obviously it's fun to look at what's going on right now, but it's really going to come down to that end game, and Pain is going to get lit on fire, so the STMN roster is going to have to take a little bit of a break on that zone, but I feel like they're just a little bit too squishy to really be able to tank all of this damage.
Right hand side, Zulon has a cocoon. Actually, manages to get Pain in it. Not going to get that value that they're looking for. Juan Carlos with the gadget. He manages to survive. Nope, he gets taken out. Fade 1 HP to his name. How is this man wiggling and staying alive? But he goes down finally. Regardless, though, KCP have been onto the point for a long time. Though, with that super from Juan Carlos, Stamina are going to be stamping their authority in the mid.
Yeah, it's good control taken back by them, but Fade has got to be close to that hypercharge. That's the only thing I can keep my eyes out for. He is going up with the dragon right here, but the Lu Super is going to be there to connect. It's not going to quite get the freeze off right there, so a little bit more value fed to Fade than I'm sure Stamina would have liked to. But they do get the kills out here, and now they will be able to take that zone above 50%. Not a huge lead, but a lead nonetheless.
Oh yeah, this is a better spot for Stamina to be in this situation. Gadget being popped by Tacos, but Tyrant has a super, does manage to connect on Juan Carlos, which is unfortunate for him as he goes down, and that is going to be huge for the side of KCP. We're going to get a big counter offensive, and surely the Cocoon member's Pain goes down. He does. Juan Carlos back in the mix of things, but there is a hypercharge from Pain. He pops his gadget and manages to stay alive. That's a risky hypercharge to have, but if anybody can do it, that's Fade.
Indeed, and now they're going to be ticking up that zone. They have a little bit of a lead right here. Okay, it looks like they got Tacos killed there, and that's going to be a full squad wipe for them. Surely they have enough HP to be able to outlast the rest of this, and we are likely going to see Kansas City Pioneers winning set number 3. What an absolute amazing comeback from the boys to keep the mental straight after losing 3-0 in the first grand finals matchup. They are now up 2-1 over Stamina.
Beautiful stuff from Kansas City Pioneers. There was a saying when I used to participate in swimming. I used to be pretty good. I represented India and all of that. But I remember there's this race that I won, which 800-meter freestyle, and I was trailing behind the people for about like 775 meters of the race. But the last 25 meters is when I kicked and I pulled something out of my hat. I don't know what I did, but I managed to win. And then somebody came up to me and said that it didn't count because you did it at the last second. And a father over there told the guy, he told him that it doesn't matter because the last meter is what counts. It doesn't matter Pioneers lost the grand finals the first time around. It's the final grand finals reset that matters. This is what counts. And Pioneers are doing exactly that. They're up 2-1 in the grand finals. They just need one more set win and they win the entirety of the tournament. Stamina Esports need to ensure that doesn't happen and execute on their vision. But the next map is going to be Pit Stop though.
Yup, and that's going to be a pretty scary map to have your tournament hopes hinge on. I mean, it's one of the most hectic maps, if not the most hectic map in the rotation right now. There's so many picks that are only pulled out on this map that you really don't expect to see anywhere. But stuff like Nita, Cordelius could definitely be pulled out for the defensive end. We've seen like Kaze, Miko, Shade, Bull. Pretty much any aggressive brawler that can get safe damage is definitely going to be in the draft pool for these teams to look at. So it's going to be a lot of rock, paper, scissors as far as going 1 offense and 2 defense versus 2 offense and 1 defense. It's definitely a little bit of strategy that goes into it, but a lot of it is just getting a little bit lucky with the way that the base race goes as well.
Oh yeah, so many different ideas. We've seen Evex, I remember specifically at the start of the day, going on the shade on this map and going absolutely crazy, just marking down people. It was a little bit about the damage on the objective, but it was more so about getting all of those kills. There are those type of strategies that you could do, or you could go with Stamina Esports, what they did on this map earlier on in the tournament, which was just go complete control and blitz through the opponents.
Yeah, we're going to have to see how it goes. I'm hoping that we get to see some new picks than what we've seen in the past year, but Bull is another brawler that I have to definitely keep my eye on out here. It's not as much of a chuck map as most of the other heist maps are, so maybe going to be a little bit less common right there. Barry, Barley obviously going to be in the mix as well, so the first pick versus last pick is definitely something to keep an eye on as well, because I think that having the last pick on a map like this where there's so many viable brawlers is definitely a pretty big advantage.
Chat thinks I am American. I am not American. I am actually an Indian national and I live in Canada currently. So nope, I am not American. Even though I sound like this, but Canadians I guess also sound like this. So maybe that's the thing. Either way, back to what we're talking about. Just waiting for the teams to get back into their draft because obviously we want to see what their different ideas are that they're going to be bringing to the table. The easel is blank. We are going to go into our draft and these teams are going to be painting their vision on the tapestry that is the draft. Nita, Barley, Shade, Barry, RT, and Kaze are the bands.
I love to see it, man. I'm definitely sad that Charlie didn't get banned out here, but hey, man, beggars can't be choosers. And would you look at who the first pick is? It is Charlie indeed. So that's going to be a pretty preventative option coming out from Kansas City Pioneers. With the first pick, that's kind of what you have to do. You don't want to put yourself too vulnerable into anything. And Charlie is a fantastic defense, but we are going to see STMN locking in their signature pick. Another very commonly picked brawler with the Fishy Fish. So not necessarily a brawler who's strictly there for heist damage, but he is still pretty good for getting that heist damage, especially if he can get a full super onto the safe, and he can play his fair share of defense and control as well.
Cordelius, a great option here to just shut people down. Satisfies the similar idea around what Charlie does, which is take people out of the equation, especially when they're going on the objective. I like the Hank pick here on this map. A lot of walls, which allow Hank to be a big nuisance, but let's see how this one does pan out for Stamina Esports. Pioneers still need aggressiveness on their composition because they don't have some, and they go for the Bull, which is a great aggressive option right now.
Yeah, I think that the Bull is about all they could have asked for as far as the safe damage goes. Obviously going to get countered out by Cordelius, but on pit stop, you don't really have a choice. You need somebody to go all in for that safe damage, and it is going to be the Bull for KCP. They also take the Carl, which is a pretty solid safe damage brawler as well. If left unabated, you can shoot your pickaxe off of the walls to basically decrease your reload speed and make you even more effective with that DPS onto the safe. Also, Cordelius, he can only take one person to the realm at the time, so I think it is smart for KCP to bring 2 aggros into the mix right there. Stamina has one final pick in the draft. I'm curious to see if they'll go for a very safe damage-specific brawler, but they already do have the Charlie on the opposing team. It is, in fact, going to be a damage brawler, and it's going to be the Buzz.
Wow, you show this draft to somebody 2 months ago, they will think you're absolutely crazy and bonkers. It is insane what we're seeing today. Carl coming out, Buzz as well. Those stunts for Buzz are going to be imperative. Cordelius as well. Buzz is also going to be able to get onto the objective. So a lot of different ideas, a lot of different strategies involved. I feel like I like Stamina's composition a little bit more. Pioneers are erring on the side of a little bit more from the control perspective, because Charlie does control, right? But Carl also with his wide pickaxe can do a similar idea.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. It's really just going to come down to who's going to initiate the base race, who's going to be able to get ahead in that base race, because there's a lot of guaranteed damage coming through with some of these picks. Surprisingly, the STMN is going to be sending their defensive brawler on the offensive end. Pain is going to be starting to whittle down that safe. An early lead for STMN, but nothing to write home about quite yet, as Fade is going to be on the safe. That's going to be the first shield popped. Pain and Juan are trying to deal with that, but the knockback is going to avoid Juan's super being able to pop right there. Really good start for KCP now.
Wow, Pain just ignored the bull. The bull is on the safe, but Pain ignored him. That is crazy. He's going to take his teammate out of the cocoon, and they're going to do a number on the safe. Pain also has a super that he could use onto Fade to keep him away. But Pain, yesterday as well, and Cordelius on this map in particular, he used it to be aggressive and get damage, and he's doing exactly that. He's keeping the team in. Oh, just because of that, there are stuns coming in, but Lucy getting the better of Fade in that interaction is going to ensure that KCP doesn't get the lead that they need.
Yeah, I do like the strategy, keeping the Buzz on defense, because Tacos is just able to farm out those stuns and avoid the bull damage. He's getting back on defense right here, and oh my goodness, he is just wall-banging Fade. Absolutely crazy stuff. Somehow not able to get that kill, but surely Pain is going to be there with the follow-up. Indeed he is. Zulon is going to quickly put him in a cocoon, throwing up a little Macherino pin before he meets his inevitable death. That was pretty fun showmanship from the boys here.
After going in once more, not sure I agree with that gadget there, buddy, but you know, he's gonna be taken in the zone and given a summarily, wow, he's just giving a thrashing. Never mind, stun coming in from Lucy, but Dulan managed to pop his gadget. Now he puts him in a cocoon. That was a beautiful kill as well to top it off. Now, Pain doing a lot of damage on the other side, but we're gonna have a little bit of a base race happening. I think it should go the way of Kansas City Pioneers. No, the defensive plays are on point. Only 5% is required here.
It's going to be tough for KCP to get back up, though. Surely Stamina is going to be playing full defense right now, and it looks like Tacos is going to have to hit the stun. Otherwise, it will likely be game over. Tyrant doesn't want to go up too aggro right now, but Pain jumps over. He gets one shot. He gets 2 shots, and against all odds, Stamina is going to come back with only 5% on their safe. Pain was just an absolute menace on the safe with that Cordelius pick. Not what you expect to get all that damage, but Pain played it so perfectly well. That was an amazing comeback from Stamina.
I mean, you could say that he was a pain in the side of Pioneers. That was crazy the way he was able to do that. Just, it is so unorthodox the way he's been playing this Cordelius, just going in specifically for the damage. Use the gadget, get onto the objective, just go for damage. Doesn't matter what the aggressive brawlers are going to be playing defense. I'm not going to be doing that.
Yeah, this dude's playing Cordelius like it's Edgar, and it's working in the GKR Grand Finals. It's absolutely crazy stuff to see, but Tyrant and Zulon are going to be trying to play defense. Juan is just continuing to get this damage gear bubbles on the safe. Already down to 68%. It's not the best look for Kansas City Pioneers. They've got to bring it back pretty quickly, but surely Fade is going to fall here. He is going to be able to survive thanks to that tough guy star power, but Tyrant is going to fall. Fade is going to go in, and he is actually going to be traded out, so not the best of looks for KCP.
Oh, terrible stuff for KCP. Now, once more, Pain is on the objective. He jumps out of there, and, you know, this is the great thing about that gadget. He can just pop in and pop out whenever he requires. Stun coming in from Lucy. Gets a kill on a Tyrant. That's going to be huge. Tacos is not done with this yet. There is going to be a little bit of pinch happening. 3-man squad, but it doesn't matter. They completely ignore the bull. They're going in for the damage. Stuns are going to be coming in, but no, there's a cocoon. Hypercharge. One girl is on the safe. He's going to be taken out. There is a pop of the shield, though.
Yeah, I don't know if they're going to be able to bring this back, but we saw Stamina bring it back last time, so we cannot count KCP out quite yet. Pain surely going to be cocooned here, but he does get a little bit of damage beforehand, down to 11%, and Juan Carlos is charging up that big bubble. Going to be patient with it, though. They just need one more good push in order to secure this game, but he doesn't get the bubble off. That might be huge.
Oh my god, the Suns are there. Can he get the kill on Zulon? Not going to be the case. There is a super coming in from Tyrant. Pain needs to get the kill. He's not able to do so. Only 25% left for KCP. Tyrant gets addressed immediately with a hypercharge from Lucy. Fade going in. He has the hypercharge. Juan Carlos comes out. him like a bubble.
These safes are both so weak right now. 11% on KCP save, 16%. That's a big bubble from Juan Carlos, though. Pain goes in. He's going to get that one shot. And we are a singular shot away from going to set 5 in the grand final. Surely Juan Carlos is able to get this bubble off. He's not, though. And KCP has a breath of air. They might be able to bring this back, Pin.
Hypercharge from Pain. He has to kill an entire. He's running for his life. He's running for the objective. He manages to get this one. That's going to be set number 5 between Pioneers and Stamina Esports all the way to Bell's Rock.
Wow, that was one of the most fun games that we've watched the entire tournament right there. Some of the, I mean, I don't even know what to say about it, man. The safes were both so low for such a wide majority of that game. The defense was so clutch for both of these teams. That was just insane gameplay from both of these rosters, but Stamina clutching up to bring us into a set 5. They've got the bracket reset that they desired, and now we're going to go to Bell's Rock where all of the marbles are going to be on the line.
Dude, I do not know who's cooking the script, but I am eating. I am eating like I've never eaten before. It is crazy. How is Stamina able to do this? This is not what we expect from Stamina Esports. This is something that we expect from like Humble or SK Gaming. We're seeing this happening in NA right now. Yes, the drafts are weird right now, but to execute like that is crazy. Pain has shown us you don't need to play the brawler as is expected, as is the norm. He used the Cordelius as a damage dealer on the objective on heist, and the damage dealers for the heist objective were used on defensive. It was just poetry in motion. The way that they were able to subvert every single expectation of Pitstop is crazy. This one team has completely destroyed this map for me.
Oh yeah, you just got to give respect to Stamina for playing outside of the box. They are not playing the way that everyone expects them to play. They are thinking creatively, and they are making the most of their opportunities. Pain was a prime example of that with the offensive Cordelius on pit stop, but surely we're going to see some more fun action as we get into Bell's Rock. This is going to be stressful. I'm sure both of these teams have been playing a lot today. The nerves are going to be high, and the room for error is negative at this point. We have our bans coming in. It's only going to be 4 unique brawlers banned out. Kit and Jaeyoung banned out by both teams, as well as the Charlie and the Hank. Thank God, I'm so tired of those two.
Yeah, it is time for our last rodeo, the final one, the one which decides which team is going to be on top here. We're waiting for the first pick from Pioneers. A lot of the assassination brawlers being banned out, I guess, only Kid, but Jaeyoung with a double ban, Hank as well removed from the equation. Don't expect Hank at all here, obviously. Angelo's going to be the first pick from Pioneers. Let's see what Stamina bring to the table.
Yeah, it's definitely a pretty solid pick with the Angelo. It's a lot of range. It's a lot of Pierce, a lot of takedown ability with that Pierce as well. Same goes for Gray, though, and he's going to have that teleport in order to secure some of those kills in the later stages of the round. Also leaves the door open to pair it up with a tank. Obviously, Hank is out of the mix, so probably Ollie or Buster are going to be the next 2 best options, but they are going to opt for the Gus, a very safe pick with a lot of range and HP.
I like the Gus pick here, the Gray with the Gus. You're going to pair it up with a very aggressive brawler as this last pick. Draco is open. I'm just saying, Draco is open. Yeah, he might not be as good. He might be a sitting duck early on, but if Gus and Gray can pick up the slack, maybe.
That would be a pretty crazy pick to bring out in the grand finals. It is going to be the Ollie. I think that does make a little bit more sense coming out from KCP, but a pretty solid brawler right there. If you're able to catch anybody in either your gadget or your super, it's almost a guaranteed kill as long as your teammates are ready for that. So I really do like the aggro coming in from Pioneers. You can't play fully passive, and they know that, especially since STMN has the last pick.
I was talking about SCMN going for Draco in the last pick, not KCP. I felt like,
Gotcha.
I felt like, if any team right now can probably do that, it's probably Stamina. But Ollie makes a lot more sense for Pioneers. They're going to get the Hypnotize RT as well. So a classically good sort of draft here. You have Rage, you have the Marks, you have Angelo with the self-heals, and obviously the marksmanship and the anti-heal as well, the Hypnotize from Ollie. I think it's a really good, very strong draft from Pioneers. Stamina needs to do something for this last pick. If they missed a mark here, it's too late. It's too late for them.
Such an important draft pick right now. It really all comes down to this, and it's going to be the Lumi. So I feel like they are playing it pretty safe right here, but I do like the ice gadget for the end engagement. I think that Lumi should be fine into Ollie as well, but I mean, Angelo and RT are going to have their opportunities to maybe get an early pick off if they can catch Lumi or Gray lacking. I believe that's Pioneer's win condition right here. If it makes it to the end game, I feel like it might be a little bit tough for them.
Yeah, my only concern here is that Lumi, when it goes for that super, the Ollie can just jump out of harm's way, so that's probably not going to be the mark. It has to be the RT or the Angelo, but if the Angelo runs the jump gadget, again, it's the same problem. So I feel like considering what they're going up against, they might just change the gadgets that they're using.
Yeah, but we are into set number 5 of the grand finals. Whoever wins this will be our GKR champions. We're going to have KCP doing the Angelo jump up the middle, and that was almost a throw from Zulon. Very lucky to walk away from that with his life. Not really sure what the strategy was there, but that was a very risky, high-risk, low-reward play.
Hey, he likes to gamble. Don't knock it till you try it, I guess. So far, though, it is a little bit of a poke battle. Oh, stalemate in the mid. It's just about getting your, your utilities online, and Explode coming in from Pain, jump for Zula to get out of that situation, because that pull is a little bit scary. I feel like if Zulan didn't get that jump away, or if he got pulled, that would basically spell doom for KCP in the first round.
Yeah, I don't know why he's getting so aggressive here. I mean, I get that he knows he has the jump, but I feel like there's not much to gain from doing this. But either way, he is going to be up there nonetheless. Pain is going to go up and almost able to connect that hook. Fade is making his move right now, though. Tyrant is stuck in his split form, and surely Juan Carlos is going to be able to get that kill. He does get traded out, though. Fade is going to be quite weak as well, and surely this first round is going to go to STMN. Not even going to need to use the teleport yet, but maybe I'm wrong about that. Okay, Fade is going to waste that super. Pain able to hold on to his utility. That was a perfect storm for STMN.
Oh yeah, that was a desperation play from Fade. I don't think he would have managed to win that. I mean, he needed a little bit more health to be in that situation to go for the super. I think that they probably should have held on to that little bit of utility there. It would have been, the fulcrum upon which they could have got another set win, or another round win here.
Yeah, and just because of that way that first interaction in that game took place, I am not positive that Zulon wanted to run the jump gadget. I feel like he thought he had the Master Fletcher, but he's making the most out of what he's got, so he's getting a little bit more aggro, knowing now that he has the jump. He's going to be able to avoid that hook from Pain, but now Pain has the teleport. Not going to choose to go in quite yet since Fade was there for the help. But I mean, both of these teams are getting quite aggressive. KCP with a little bit of dominant positioning here.
Ooh, Pain already has a hypercharge? It's only the second round, buddy. That's crazy.
Yeah, no, he's actually going crazy so far, and he might be able to go in on Fade right here. He's going to have to use the jump to get out, but Pain's going in, and he might have bit off more than he can chew. He's going to be stuck in the back and certainly going to fall to the smoke. A little bit of a misplay there.
Stamina is a weird position between a rock and a hard place, and it's not looking good for them. Now we have Lucy going up against Fade on the right-hand side. Juan Carlos is, he's pushed out. I think that now they've kind of understood that this is where they're going to be. It's going to be round going to Kansas City Pioneers. It's a back and forth affair in the grand finals.
Such a close matchup so far. We've had one round going to Stamina, one round going to KCP, and the first game is all going to come down to this one. So the mistakes that we've seen are going to have to be worked out of the gameplay right now. A lot of nerves on these players, I'm sure. But they got to lock it in for this one. Zulon is going to get a tap off on Tacos, but not going to be able to capitalize too much on that. Juan and Tyrant in a poke off over here, but nobody's really coming out on top quite yet. Pain is working towards that super, but Fade already has his.
Yep. Zulon also has a hypercharge, doesn't have the super just yet, and we don't have a Lumi hypercharge, but we have the Lumi super. I'm not sure what the objective of that gadget was, and that super was so late from the Lumi. I mean, Zulon was already in the air before that hit. A
little bit of a waste of utility right there, but they're going to have to live with it as we get into this final engagement right here. Zulon pops the hypercharge. Fade pops his super as well, and surely they're going to be able to kill Juan Carlos here, left in a 2v3. Can Tacos and Pain pull off the impossible? Pain does have teleport, and he is almost able to get that onto Zulon, but the jump is actually going to send him into the smoke right there. And surely Tacos is going to be able to get this kill, but both members are so weak. Can Pain get it? Fade is going to walk away with the win in game number 1. That was so incredibly close. Both brawlers below 1,000 HP. Pioneers take game 1. They are on match point, tournament point, all of the above.
Fade is the king of clutch. There are many times last year when Tribe Gaming had their backs against the rope, and it was Fade who brought them up and brought them into a situation where they're able to get a win. They just need one more win to close this one out. Obviously, Stamina isn't going to help them get that without any effort. They have to earn it.
That was such a close finish right there. This is definitely going to come down to the wire here, but Stamina is now, they've got their back against the wall for the first time in this entire matchup, pretty much. So they're going to have to see what they can do. Once again, it's going to be a hook coming out. That's a fantastic connection onto Fade. Not going to get much more than that, but the walls are going to be broken up, which probably does benefit them a small amount.
Yeah, Lumi's gadget also helps out ensuring that you can split people or they can't move as freely as they'd want. And I think that Taco is doing a pretty stellar job, all things considered. Zulan forced to get out of his own super there because he's getting pulled. So unfortunate for him, another pull coming in. Fade jumps out of harm's way, narrowly dodging. Oh, he might be taken out, but no, he gets a kill on a Lucy. That is absolutely crazy. Another kill on a Juan Carlos. Pain is the next to follow, and Stamina Esports are crumbling in front of us. It's match point. It is round point. Just one round more for Kansas City Pioneers to lock this one in.
They were so close, Stamina was, to being able to get that first kill, which would have certainly secured them the round, but they bit off more than they could chew. They overextended, and they ended up losing the first member. An absolutely brutal mistake to make at this point in the tournament, but they've got great positioning right now. Tacos has his balls up in a fantastic location. The ice is going to be there to connect, and the pull from Pain not going to hit since Zulan is in fact rocking with that jump, whether on purpose or on accident, doesn't matter. KCP is pretty pinched back, but they are not really going to be playing for the middle of this game. They're just going to wait for the smoke to come in and let Fade do his magic.
Yeah, the stuns for Lucy aren't really doing all that much. Even Pain with his teleports, he's trying to get kills, but it's not really working out for them. Gus not giving the shield to his teammates either. It's just been kind of, you know, them being pulled apart at the seams. Maybe so many freaking matches back to back might be the case here. Zulan going in with a hypercharge. He has a purple button, but that's a gadget from Lumi is enough. Oh, Fade going down. That's huge for Stamina.
That is massive for Stamina. Surely they should be able to walk out on top of the 3v2. Zulan's going to be the next to fall, and then Tyrant is the final one. So we're going to be going into round number 3 of game number 2. This is still a must-win for Stamina. If KCP wins this, it's all over. But Pain has that hypercharge teleport online. He might be able to get some great value with that if Zulan or Tyrant or Fade gets too weak.
Yeah, it's do or die time for Stamina Esports. They need to get this win to force a game number 3. Otherwise, they're going to be missing out on all of the dubs. And the Cinderella story will be put to rest if Kansas City Pioneers win. So I guess a lot of people, the fans, want the SUN win.
I just wanted this game to end in a good matchup. I mean, it's been a banger so far. We're going to have Pain pushing up pretty aggro here. He obviously still has that hypercharge in hand, likely not going to use it until the final engagement. But Zulan's got to start getting some taps in. That's exactly what he does. Pain is going to be forced to fall back a little bit, and Zulan is just getting crazy tappy right now.
Yeah, that range disparity for Zulan versus Lucy is really favoring Zulan a little bit. On the right-hand side, you have Juan Carlos going up against Tyrant, so I feel like it's just been Zulan really picking up the slack for his team.
No, exactly, but the smoke is closing in for this final engagement. If KCP wins this, it's all over, but Juan has the hypercharge. He's going to pop that shield. Pain is going in with his hyper as well. The hook is missed, though. That's going to be a 2v2, but Tacos is the lone man left. Is he able to kill Zulan? And he is able to get the kill onto Zulan. Insane stuff right there. It was a matter of milliseconds before Zulan would have gotten that kill, but we move on to double match point.
I did not expect that dub. How? He was alive with 150 HP. That was absolutely crazy. This is how a grand finals should be. We are now going back to game here. It is double match point between Stamina and Kansas City Pioneers. Whoever wins this last game is going to take the entirety of this tournament.
That was absolutely insane. I can't believe Tacos got the recall that quickly in order to secure that win. Crazy stuff in the 1v2, but he is level-headed, he is calm, and now it is going to be whoever wins this game. Oh my goodness, whoever wins this game. Losing my voice over here, we're getting so excited.
That is true. Fade is going to be tagged up a little bit. Zulan very aggressive, might be hot out here. Oh, there isn't a pull from Pain capitalizing on that scenario, and Zulan having to use that super just to stay alive a little bit here. And just like that, a lot of the... Ooh, what? Zulan actually got the kill there against Lucy.
That is a massive, massive kill for Zulan. He's been tapping so incredibly well this entire set, and now Stamina has their back against the wall for at least the round 1. I mean, we've seen them in this position before, and they've been able to clutch it up in the long run. Probably unlikely that they'll be able to win this round, though. Fade is going to be able to secure that kill with Zulan. Juan Carlos, the lone member remaining, but he won't mind charging up his hypercharge at least a little bit, but not the best use of the utility, and now it's going to be very tough for Stamina to come back here.
I'm still confused as to how Tacos died there. Like, how did he specifically die there? Did Zulan have a max hit that he managed to hit with that super? I mean, that it seems to be the only scenario where that might be the situation. I guess he was also probably tagged up by Tyrant a little bit.
Yeah, that must have had to be the case. I don't really know how either, but it's definitely an unlucky break for Stamina. They need to keep their head together, though. They're going to be getting the ice gadget onto the field now. Pain is moving up a little bit aggressively. Surely he has a hook ready to go, and he is in fact going to hit Fade with the long-range pull. Doesn't quite get him through that wall, though, and if he did, that might have been a kill.
Oh, that is unfortunate for them. But they have these teleporters to use if and when required, especially in the dying seconds of the match. So I feel at least that might be some value. But it is still match point and even round point for KCP. 1 round win, and they win this entire tournament.
Yeah, they can't be thinking about it like that, though. They just need to stay locked in on the gameplay, but surely Fade is going to be able to take out Pain here with Zulon's help. Indeed, they are. They do take significant damage, though. Tacos and Juan are the last remaining hope for their organization. The shield is not going to be there, and certainly Kansas City Pioneers are going to walk away with the GKR Grand Finals Championship. After almost losing after the bracket reset, Stamina had all the momentum in the world, but KCP bring it back, and they are going to be our GKR champions.
Congratulations to Kansas City Pioneers. For a moment there, it looked like Stamina knew how to dismantle them and rip them at their seams, but unfortunately for them, that wasn't the case, as Kansas City Pioneers are your GKR 2025 NA Brawl Stars champions. And boys, you gotta enjoy that win because it was definitely earned. I gotta say though, Stamina Esports, he won a lot of fans today, me included.
Oh, 100%, man. They didn't even expect to be in this tournament, and they just came and performed so incredibly well, qualifying from the lower bracket, getting the bracket reset, and bringing it to the double match point that we were all so excited to watch right there. Absolute cinema, peak Brawl Stars gameplay. This is what we love esports for, Pan.
Exactly. I mean, they thought that everything was more or less straightforward. They won, they got to the grand finals from the upper bracket. Everything's pretty straightforward, right? But no, Stamina Esports decides to come in, sweep them 3-0, and then, make it such a close matchup, double match point and knockout. Oh my god, what a tournament. 2 months of gaming have culminated in Kansas City Pioneers being our champion, and I feel like they weren't even in the conversation at the start of the tournament. So congratulations to Kansas City Pioneers. Stamina Esports taking the 2nd place, and Elevate are going to be taking the 3rd.
Yeah, I'm really happy that we got such an exciting finish to all of this time that we've spent casting this tournament, guys. But thank you so much for viewing the entire thing. We had a fantastic time doing this, but man, what a finish. Congratulations to Pioneers, Stamina, and Elevate for placing top 3. But man, KCP, it's got to be tough to keep your mental when you lose 3-0 to Stamina like that in the bracket reset match, but they just locked in and they were able to get the job done. Really proud of those guys. They really showed a lot of mental strength here.
Oh, for sure. We learned so much in these last few days in terms of any competitive, and the teams look a lot more polished than they did in the past. And if you can see, the $5,000 prize pool is going to be split this way: $2,500 goes to Kansas City Pioneers, $1,200 to Stamina Esports, $700 to Elevate, $300 to Tribe, and the rest of the participants get $75 in these playoffs. So congratulations to the teams that won and all the other teams that participated in this tournament. We appreciate each and every one of you. Just a few messages before we wrap this one up. Duncan does make daily content. He makes content around ranked, and I feel like a lot of you guys are ranked players, and I guess you love Duncan, so make sure you subscribe to Duncan. Watch his content. He does content every single day. He streams once a week as well. Make sure you use code PAN in the shop if you are buying the new Brawl Pass. I would appreciate it, or anything from any of the Brawl Stars games. So that's what I have to say. I've enjoyed casting for you guys. I have enjoyed participating in the chat with you guys, which I probably shouldn't have done as much, but I can't help myself. But I have to thank Duncan as well. This has been one of the most enjoyable experiences that I've had the past 2 months, just casting alongside you. So thank you so much, buddy. I really appreciate it.
Dude, no problem at all. Thank you so much for having me. This is one of my first tournaments I've ever casted, this along with OWM, but I had an amazing time the entire time. And even though it was a little bit of a marathon to make it through the entire playoffs in 2 days, nobody else I would have rather done it with than you, Panda. So thank you so much for showing me the ropes of casting and just helping me keep the energy up for these entire long streams. It was so fantastic. Love watching Brawl Stars, and man, we got some peak gameplay today for the North American region.
Oh yeah, that was I thought it was going to deliver. I didn't expect it to deliver to this extent. That was beautiful, and I feel like I was entertained. I hope chat was entertained. But a final few thank yous. Thank you, chat, for showing up. I also have to thank the admins who help behind the scenes, and also the production team, because you guys see Duncan and me, but there are so many people working behind the scenes to make this tournament run more or less smoothly. So thank you so much to all the people who work behind the scenes, who are not visible but are definitely present. You are seen by all the people in chat and by Duncan and me, so thank you so much. And I hope to see you guys next time for whenever Duncan and I cast in the future. And this is me, Panda, signing off.